You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 70. And this is going to be a little unique discussion today. We were supposed to have a guest, but unfortunately canceled at the last moment. So that gives us the opportunity to do a little bit of self-promotion today. So we have a lot of things going on with our members in the coming month. So we figured we'd take this opportunity to do a little bit of education for you all, as well as just enlighten and point people in directions if they want to get active. If there's things that are happening they want to get involved with, those are opportunities that are there. So our first up will be Council Member Tony Landry. He is down in Louisiana, and he is prepping for a rally on the steps of Baton Rouge, the state capital there. And he's going to take the time to tell us all about it. So welcome, Council Member Tony Landry, and how are things going there in Louisiana?
Thank you, ATN. Welcome. Nice seeing everyone. And I'm all excited. Have the permits for our speaker. We have a rally coming up, a veterans rally for Home Grow on March 11th. Is the opening day of Louisiana's legislative session. And so we'll form up at 8:30 in the Capitol Rotunda and set up some tables for lobbying legislators. As they come in around 10 in the morning, they'll start coming in to the Capitol for the 12 o'clock noon opening. The governor raps the gavel and opens the 2024 Louisiana legislative session. So what I did, I started back in January, myself and Angela Broussard, who runs Louisiana Medical Marijuana.com, LAMMJ.com. She and I are collaborating again this year. This is our second rally at the Capitol for Home Grow. And Angela has created this website where all the rally speakers and all the is on there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share my screen, kind of go over the rally with you, and just take any questions from anybody in the group here. So see if I can get this going. Share my screen. Open this up. Okay. So this is the LAMMJ.org, Angela's website, and it's a lot. There's the logos up here. The participants in the rally: Louisiana Veterans Medical Cannabis, Veterans Action Council, Blue Basin Canna, Pippi's Purpose, which is a CBD retailer in Louisiana. They're going to speak, Blue Basin and Pippi's. Here's the kind of the itinerary, the agenda. In the military, we used to call this like kind of the plan of the day. So the plan of the day is to show up at 8:30, set up the tables in the rotunda. Then we'll form up a flag detail out at the Veterans Memorial Park, which is, it's about maybe like 100 yards, might not even be quite that much outside of the Capitol doors. When you're facing Louisiana State's Capitol, it's on the right side of the Capitol. And so we'll form up out there at Veterans Park, and we'll have lots of great speakers. And here's some of the speakers here. Angela, here's her website. This is last year's rally. You can see we're the flag detail here. We'll have 4 flags. So we'll be looking for some flag detail volunteers, like a honor guard, if you would, if you want to help out with the rally and participate into a historical rally to get home grow in Louisiana. I mean, that's a big thing, and we're gonna work on that and this year. So this is an opportunity. If you want to join in and help us, you can join in. And then after the rally out of the Veterans Park, the speakers, the flag detail will lead us into the Capitol, and you can see in the rotunda here, we'll have some tables set up with some information on the tables for you'll have a lot of public comes in, the media will all be inside there. So and then let's see who else we have here. Try and get back. Okay, Brandy Pett is a veteran. She has a podcast. Yes, I'm the veteran. Brandy had some, she's an Air Force veteran, and she had some injuries to her leg, and she started a podcast, and she just recently interviewed Rosie the Riveter. But Brandy's, I believe Brandy said she's from San Antonio or Austin. She's going to come in and speak at the rally in support of our home grow. So the next speaker, I'm not real familiar just from social media. The Curly Creole, she's got a lot of followers, 14,000 followers on Instagram, and she's got a big TikTok presence. She's going to speak there at the rally. Casey Little, Casey lost her daughter to fentanyl overdose. She spoke at the rally last year. Casey started a nonprofit called Lyrics Legacy to honor her daughter and to save lives. She said her mission in life was just to save lives. So she and her team go out to Lafayette, Louisiana area bars and maybe restaurants, and they bring the Narcan for them to have on hand there and give it to them free. And that's some last year's interviews when Casey spoke at the rally. So she'll be here, and she'll be at the rally and handing out Narcan and speaking with legislators. Hopefully we'll have some harm reduction bills. Those kind of things save lives. Home grow cannabis save lives. So that's the reason all these speakers have agreed to participate, is they want to help save some lives in Louisiana. So Bill Richard has been active at the Capitol and advocating for hemp. He owns Blue Basin Cannabis in downtown Lafayette, Louisiana, CBD shop. And as you know, all over the country, the legal cannabis industry and maybe the recreational too, but there's a big push to shut down the legal hemp industry. And in Louisiana right now, these hemp retailers are losing a lot of business because of new laws they're trying to pass, and it's driven by it's well known, driven by the medical marijuana industry. They don't want people to have other access besides what they have, with their cannabis. So Casey White is also he's in Vegas right now. I just talked to Casey, texted. He's at a convention in Vegas, but Casey's going to speak to the corporate and small business kind of seems to be that's the odds at the cannabis industry, corporate cannabis and small business. And he's got the hemp company, Pippy's Purpose. And so he'll be speaking about the business end, because these guys are getting squeezed out of the Louisiana market. So that's about it. Let me see if I can get rid of this share screen. Okay. That's about it. I'll have on the table, we'll have a binder with all the bills, the index, and all the bills that are the cannabis, hemp related, harm reduction related bills. We'll have that on the lobby table. So as a reference, if politician comes by and you need to, maybe ask for an amendment on a bill or ask him to support a bill. And if he's unfamiliar with it, we'll have that on the table to show, him. We have our permit for Veterans Memorial Park. Let's see, I have my hat. Actually went out and got a haircut in between the legislative sessions. I kind of let the Cajun come out in me, but I had to go clean up a little bit to be out there advocating for us veterans here in Louisiana. I wanted to make a good impression. And so I went and got me a little haircut there. So, but
well, thank you for that, Tony. I think Council Member Laughter has a follow-up question for you.
Yeah, okay. I do, Tony. That all looks great. I actually have a question and a comment. I'll do the question first because the comment's going to take a minute. The question is any portion of this, including the speeches, likely to be videotaped where someone like myself who can't make it to Baton Rouge might be able to hear what goes on or what's said? Is that possible? And then the comment is, I think the woman's name was Brandy Pettit, who had the Air Force veteran with the leg injury. And I wanted to call out her bravery for being willing to dress in such a way that you can openly see the wound, the trauma inflicted on her lower leg. And as a young woman, that's a huge statement of bravery in our culture. And it makes me want to meet this woman. So I bet she's a pretty amazing person. And again, to my question, any chance of hearing recordings of some of the things that are the speeches or whatnot? Thank you, Tony. And great work, by the way.
Thank you, Wade. And yes, Brandy is an amazing woman. I met her in Louisiana at a mixed martial art match. Brandy came in to do some media work there, and I was invited to do some media work with my Louisiana Veteran Medical Cannabis. But Brandy she's going to have all the speakers on, as many as we can get together on February 29th at 2 p.m. Central Time. We'll have a podcast, and Brandy's going to interview myself and Angela and some other veterans. Hopefully we'll have 2 or 3 veterans on there getting interviewed, and civilians as well, the speakers. But she'll be live streaming, excuse me, let me get a little sip. She'll be live streaming at the Capitol that day. She's got the equipment to live stream. So, and we also have combat veteran, excuse me, Thomas Benmore is from Lafayette here. He's a combat vet. He's got a combat photographer. Excuse me, Wade. He's a combat photographer. So he'll be having his camera there, taking pictures and all, and doing stuff too. But we will be live streaming on the social media platforms, and hopefully everybody's going to be hashtagging, Louisiana Veterans Rally or something, and on their photos and uploading them to their social media. So it'll be kind of like a deposit of photos there and videos. But yeah, we're getting excited. It's coming together. We're still kind of looking for if somebody wants to help sponsor in Louisiana, maybe a home grow a gardening company or someone, in the hemp industry that sees our work here. We're doing some monumental work. All these folks that are at the rally have all spent time at the Capitol testifying. I've seen them there, myself and Angela for sure, but all the others have testified in favor of, drug policy reform and stuff like that. So they're all some good movers and shakers. So I'm hoping we get all of their followers and things will show up at the rally, and we'll have a lot of numbers there that so the legislators will actually see that, we have a lot of people on our side, that we really need home grow in Louisiana. Because even opening up dispensaries and stuff, it's going to take a couple years to get that brick and mortar place open. But home grow is the quickest way to get medicine to our sick patients in Louisiana right now.
It's also the quickest way to make the medicine affordable.
That's correct. Yes, correct. Because
we got a follow up from Brian Buckley, and we got a couple more after that. Councilmember Buckley.
Thank you, ATN. Long-time listener, first-time caller, so it's great to be here on the show. Tony, usually the first step is like the most difficult step. What words could you provide if you have some veterans who are interested in coming out but have never done anything like this and might be a little intimidated to really kind of take that first step to kind of come out to a rally and discuss this stuff? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Brian. And yeah, I would suggest to veterans who want to come to the rally is if you're concerned about being seen by the stigma in Louisiana is still so thick. It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate seeing all 38 states with a medical program and over 25 states, I think, with adult use and home grow, and most of those places, or many of them. But in Louisiana here, although we're grateful for our program, we still have a lot of stigma that people still look at cannabis as a criminal act, so people are reluctant to come out to a rally, especially if they're young and in the business community. They don't want to get some companies see them out there at the rally and then not want to hire them, or their church might not want them around, or family members, what have you. But yeah, other than that, if you do want to participate in the rally and come out and meet the politicians, just go on YouTube and look at some of the I have a Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis channel on YouTube. You can go there and watch some of the testimony of not just myself, but I go to the archives on these important cannabis related bills, and I'll chop up the video into kind of bite-sized little pieces, like 2-3 minute videos, so people can just get a little blip of what the important thing is on there to see. But that's how I learned. I watched some of the veterans around the country, just got on YouTube and started searching and watching testimony, and all that time, I gained confidence to be able to go in and speak with legislators, and you'd be surprised how many want to hear from you. They actually do want to hear from you, want to hear your side of you. So yeah, that's my suggestion. Just follow either if you follow that Louisiana Medical Marijuana, LAMMJ.org. We'll post all the updates on there, and Angela does a really good job with that website to plug in. If you want to plug in and get emails when we have action at the Capitol, you can do that. Louisiana, you can sign up for email notifications for these meetings as the session starts. You can get notified on cannabis related bills and track them. And whenever they show up in committee, you just show up there, and every bill that goes through, by law, they have to let the public comment. So you usually get a 3-minute window that you can get in there and say your side. It's not much time, so you got to really get rid of the extra words and get you what you need to say very succinct and to the point. But you'd be surprised, just a little bit of effort from from concerned citizens that want to get involved, how much it really makes a difference, to legislators. They seem to listen when you go over there. If you don't go, then can't expect much to happen.
Absolutely. That's the part about this participation democracy is you have to participate in it. So next up is with a follow-up is Council Member Nate Landau.
First of all, Tony, I want to really thank you for all your hard work. I know that doing this in Louisiana, it's hard everywhere, but Louisiana has extra complications. And I know you have a target on your back. So I really appreciate what you do. My fiance grandmother has MS, and she tried to go through the medical program and got ripped off. So my question for you is, you always see a headline, oh, Georgia now is legal, but then they haven't had a dispensary open in 3 years. So there's a big difference sometimes between what the headline and the law says and what actual patients access is. So my question is, what is the actual, like, how easy is it? What's the quality of medicine for patients at the?
Okay, I picked up on how easy is it to you broke up there. Can you please just repeat the last part of it?
Yeah, no problem. What on the ground right now, if I'm a patient in Louisiana, how complicated is it to get a medical recommendation? What kind of products are available? How expensive it is? Like, what's the reality on the ground as a patient?
Okay, so the reality is it's very easy to get a medical recommendation in Louisiana for cannabis. Our legislation started out with some very serious conditions back in 2015. You had to really just a very small window of patients that fit into that program. And then we came back in 2017 or 2018, excuse me, myself and two other veterans went to the Capitol to push for a bill when it hit committee to add chronic pain and PTSD in Louisiana to the program. So that's initially when we got product in 2019. So the pharmacies started getting their licenses and coming online for that first year in 19. But so the product, I wanted to go with that is it's very easy to get the license, but the very little of it, you would have to drive. Some people have to drive over an hour and a half one way from these small rural. I mean, we're second in poverty in the nation, so we're not wealthy state by any means. And our product here is being priced 300% markup. They actually testified in court in the committee on the markup down here. And it's all just simply because we only have 2 growers, and they're licensed through our university system down here. And the university systems are just a middleman holding a license and collecting 10%. LSU gets 10% off every $100 we spend. We give LSU $10. And so in the state, Louisiana gets 7% to manage the program, the health department. So we pay 17% of what I call a hidden tax, because in Louisiana we have a law that no medical products are to be taxed. No, your cane, your walking stick, nothing medical related can have a tax on it. And medical cannabis is medical related, so it shouldn't have all that tax on it, other than a little small amount to manage a program or something. But we're paying all this money to LSU, and they marked it up because there's no competition whatsoever. So they marked it up. But yeah, easy to get the card. It's so easy now, because they came back in a couple of years after we got chronic pain and put it to where your doctor can do telemedicine. They don't even have to look at your records. It's so quick and easy, like 5 minutes, you're off the phone. 15 minutes later, the dispensary's calling, you go over and get your medicine. It's that quick and simple, because you can have it recommended for any debilitating condition. Now, you don't have to have any serious stuff. You just tell them, I'm not sleeping well. Okay, here's your recommendation for the year. So it's like $80 for the recommendation for the year, and then the cost is so high. I can spend about for 1.5 grams of flour a day and about 3 bottles of tincture and couple bags of edibles. I remember I spent like $1,000 a month for 2 months, and then I was like, okay, this doesn't make sense. I got to stop this. So I've been in and out of the program, but this year, who knows? We have the session. The legislators can put in as many bills as they want. 2 years ago, we had like 20-something cannabis related bills, so we could get some bills that just open up the market, because there was some pushback in Louisiana at the session on the current situation where you have 10 dispensary owners in the state of 4.5 million. And those dispensaries, once they get 3,500 patients, then they're able to go open another location, so it's kind of favoritism, to corporations, which, our Constitution has a clause in there that was put in years and years ago that the legislators could not pass laws that they had a conflict of interest or special privileges to corporations that was outlawed, in our state constitution. But it seems with this program, there's some violations, but nobody's challenged them yet. So we just have to hope that some legislator gets something in, and then the governor signs it. So.
All right. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you,
Peggy?
Tony. Thank you, Tony. So for any veterans that are watching that want to help with your flag detail, do they need to have a uniform or a specific dress attire? And how would they reach out to contact you in order to participate?
Oh, thank you for that, Peggy. No, just show up. I have all the parade quality flagpoles with the brass screws on them and the eagle tops and all that. And we have 4 flags. So if you just show up, that morning, or email me if you want to email or contact us through lammj.org. Drop a email to their website, and we can give you more information. But it's pretty. Just show up and just think of it like this. If you go and play football, you wear shoulder pads, but if you go into the Capitol to talk to businessmen in business suits, you don't have to wear a suit, but dress with a collared shirt, kind of. I like that. I mean, but hey, if you come in a tie-dye t-shirt, I don't care. If you just show up, that'd be good enough too. But it's nice to present yourself like you mean business. You want to talk about $1 million industry or $1 billion industry, and you're here to discuss some laws. So it's nice when people show up and they look at kind of like semi-business dress.
Absolutely. You got to dress for the success, and you want to look the part when you're up at the Capitol. So thank you very much, Tony, for that update on Louisiana. And I guess Wade has one more, and then
No, actually, it's more of a joke / thing that happens in my head. Every time I see a man in a suit with a tie around his neck, it looks way too much like a tourniquet that's cutting off blood flow to his brain. I'll end there. Thank you.
yeah, you don't have to wear ties, but if you want to look like the others, they are. So go get a custom shirt and make sure it is nice so it doesn't strangle you, so you can wear it properly. Right. Okay. With that, we're gonna kind of shift, and we're gonna go to the state of California. Council member Nate Landau is not only with the Contra Costa Normal, he does work in Sacramento and lobbies and keeps up on things. And there's been some change in California, especially around this year, SB 34, which is a bill that we have been using to donate medical cannabis to patients for free. Sunsets. So we were anticipating SB 34 to come up again this year. However, that has changed. So with that, I will turn it over to Council Member Nate Landau.
Hello, can you hear me okay? All right. Well, yes, California, is the birthplace of medical cannabis. As you all know, the first state to legalize it in '96. The whole what we call cannabis industry, stemmed out of the cannabis community, and compassion programs was the start of it, with Brownie Mary giving out edibles to AIDS patients, and that evolved into Proposition 215. And then when we legalized, California just doing everything in such an amazing job, we're like, oh, you want to donate to people in need? We're going to tax you on it. So in 2019, we helped pass a bill called SB 34 that will allow businesses to legally donate medical cannabis to people with a medical card. Unfortunately, they put a sunset clause in it, which is going to expire in February of 2025. So we were hoping to get that one exactly renewed, but that didn't happen. California has a huge budget deficit. So this year, any bill that costs the state any money is going to be very, very hard to pass. Just an example, a few years ago, they tried to change how DUIs are written out. So like for alcohol only, alcohol and drugs only. And it thought it wouldn't cost the state anything, and ended up costing the state like almost $1 million, because they had to reprint hundreds of thousands of forms for all the cops. So, but luckily, shout out to Nicole Redler from Recompass, and Dale Gillinger and Ellen Kamm from Cal Normal. They worked really, really hard. And on the day of the finish line, because in California, you have to introduce bills by February 15th if you want them to be considered. They were able to get a sponsor. I believe it's Assembly Member Cruz. Sorry, I'm going to have to get you back. But the bill is 2555, so it's going to be in the Assembly and then go to the Senate. Because of the budget deficit, we can't make any changes to it. So that means it's not going to be codified into law. It's going to get extended for 5 years again. But right now, we will take, we just don't want the program to finish. So we will take any victory we got. It is going to be an uphill battle. It has to go through a lot of committees. It's going to be very veteran focused, because that is something, as we know, is harder for politicians to shut down when veterans are asking for it. So anybody that does SB 34 events in general, especially with veterans, we're going to need your help. We're going to have a petition circulating in the next month. We're going to have a call to action. So every time it hits a committee, especially the committee chair, we're going to have a letter that all you have to do is put your name and press a button and send it. Those letters, or call their office, does help, especially on a state level. It really does. They get, the day before they go to the committee, they get 500 emails and 100 phone calls. Somebody on the fence can change their mind. So please be on the lookout for it. This is a really, really important bill. It's the main cannabis bill in California. There is the reintroduction of the consumption lounge bill that we got vetoed last year because the governor was concerned about secondhand smoke for employees. So it's the same bill with this extra added language for ventilation. So there's a lot of anti-smoking, as California known. There's very anti-tobacco smoking. So those groups and their lobbyists are very anti any smoking. So hopefully it's ventilation. And then the last thing is they want to kind of merge the hemp and cannabis industry. So a licensed cannabis companies will be able to sell hemp. They're going to reclassify what hemp food is. Yes, I will get more details. They did introduce it 2 days ago, but it's looking like a solution looking for a problem. California loves doing that. So those are the main things. I'm sure there's going to be some teeny tiny technical bills, but that it is. So please, again, SB 34, it's now AB 2555 needs all our help. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
All right. Doesn't look like there's any questions on our end, but we'll keep up on things. And thank you very much for that update, specifically, Nate. Appreciate your update. Councilmember Buckley, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Nate, if you can find out who is co-sponsoring that or sponsoring the bill, sorry, If you could send that to me in an email, and I'll tie you in. Just a couple of groups I work with on the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce have taken an interest, and I just want to update them as well what's going on with SB 34.
Will do.
Yep. Now 25.
Great job, my man.
Yep. Now 2555, and absolutely great job, Nate. We appreciate it, and keep us in the loop. As a Californian here myself, I want to make sure, since we're one of the pioneers in actual charitable giving and have been doing it for 25 years now, I would love to continue to be able to do so. Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Next up, council member will be Wade Laughter. Wade has an actual event coming up tonight, so we'll let him share. So, council member Laughter, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. Mine seems kind of, well, whatever. Yeah, this evening I've been asked to join an ongoing radio show. We're fortunate enough here in Nevada City, Grass Valley area to have our own local publicly funded radio station, KVMR, broadcasts at 89.5 on the FM, but you can find, they have a nice online presence. And yeah, this evening I'm joining the folk that do the Good Herb Report on KVMR, and there's an archive of previous shows. And yeah, they did I don't know, about an hour plus interview with me a while back, and then cut it up into bite-sized pieces, if you will. and they're available in the archives of the Good Herb Report on KVMR. And I personally am excited about it because I feel like my health, it is what it is, but I still can talk. So I'm going to be doing more of it. And yeah, so this evening is my next opportunity to make that happen. And yeah, they have a nice online presence, so you can find it. Yeah, Good Herb Report, that's Kilo Victor Mike Ringo. On that note, I'll sign off. I'll be here for a little while longer. But yeah, I got a blast here in the next half hour or so, which might be before our meeting ends. So my apologize to all of the rest of you. And again, I am stunned. I really shouldn't be surprised, actually, that veterans get up to the kind of adventures that we're all describing tonight. So thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Well, you know, they taught us to see the world and to do things. Not really surprising that we do things. I'm very thankful to be in a group of active people who are doing very awesome things around. So good luck tonight, Wade. We know you're going to knock it out of the park. So last year, I was very fortunate to be at the Louisiana Capitol and rally on the steps there with Tony. And I highly recommend if you have the availability to do so. I wish I could be there this year, but I've been fortunate to be selected to go to Vienna, Austria, and to work on our work at the UN level. So with that, my mentor and our senior diplomat of the Cannabis Embassy, of which I'm a junior ambassador, he would be the senior big man. So Council Member Michael Krawitz will explain what will be going on next month. Once again, with a couple of about 3 or 4 of our council members will be there this year. So tell them all about it, Michael.
Yeah, I got a couple of things on my mind first. I wanted to talk about. First, I wanted to talk about the kind of what I call the cannabis activist basic arithmetic, the devil's arithmetic of where to put your body as a cannabis activist. And this is something that has guided me throughout my tenure as an activist since the very beginning, almost till now. And that is, where can I be most effective? But it's very simple. How many people are doing it already? Especially how many people does the job require? And assess those things very carefully, because often you'll be talking about numbers in maybe thousands where you're adding your body. It's 1 over 1,000 in strength. And I actually remember a protest I showed up at. We were protesting a judge in Washington, D.C. that had heartlessly thrown this quadriplegic guy locked to his wheelchair without help. He's completely incapable of caring for himself, and they threw him in jail because not only did he possess marijuana, but he was helping his friends in the van hide the marijuana from the police by lying about the fact that it was in the back of his wheelchair. So the judge was particularly pissed at him, so threw him in a lockup where he promptly died. And Laura, I'm trying to think of her name now, for the U.S. Marijuana Party, Loretta Nall, had a protest in front of the judge's chambers there. And everybody else went to the ASA thing, which was really cool. The ASA had a big protest in front of Health and Human Services. There's 100 people there or whatever. But had I not shown up at Loretta's protest, she wouldn't have been able to hold up the banner that she had made. She had a 10-foot banner made, and she could only hold up one end. And I was the other person that showed up at that protest. And we were able to have a protest with a banner in front of the courthouse instead of just Loretta standing there looking helpless in front of the courthouse. That's how much my body meant in that protest, where it would have been literally 1 over 100, in the other venue. And if you want to look at, the reason why our Veterans Action Council is, working at the United Nations, because no one else is there. From our cannabis movement, literally no one else is there. It's an unmanned, sort of outpost in the war on drugs that we've discovered. So we're going to man it until we get someone else that'll come and tap us on the back, hand us a couple of joints and tell us we're relieved. Right? That's it. Simple. Not very, very difficult, complicated science. So anyway, the second thing I want to talk about is really, this isn't as esoteric as you may think. And I wanted to talk for a minute about why working at the United Nations is particularly important. This process, I mean, first of all, the work that we've already done is quite impressive, and actually was refuted as undoable, as absolutely impossible. And that was to remove cannabis from the most dangerous drugs list in the United Nations scheduling, and that we did in 2020. That was a pretty big impact thing because it somewhat normalized medical marijuana. As long as cannabis was in the same, schedule as heroin, it was handled the same as heroin in the treaty, that encouraged countries to handle it just like heroin. And, that's a pretty big departure from how we handle it. In our dispensaries, you could look at it as somewhat of an over-the-counter substance. So that disparity couldn't be any bigger. Now there isn't any disparity. Now, without it being in the dangerous drugs, most dangerous drugs category, it's basically it's under treaty control, but that treaty control is basic, and it just requires the countries to report how much they use, and be good citizens, and making sure that they work against diversion of the stuff that's been designated for medicine and stuff like that. It's not really onerous. It shouldn't be onerous. Most of the stuff that we've heard over the years from countries like ours in the United States about, the treaty requires this and the treaty requires that, was actually the government using the treaty as an excuse more than anything. The treaty is not that onerous when it comes to medical use, and certainly under doctor's orders, using it carefully, protecting against diversion, making sure people are using a safe product that isn't, full of pesticides or poisons. Number one, these are things we all would say, yeah, we could use help with that. And then number two, that isn't onerous. That's not very far from what we're doing, even at the very most grassroots level under state law with no help from the feds. Anyway, having said all that, what we're working on, I think in simple terms at the UN, can be seen as somewhat of the other side of the looking glass. So what we're working on now with descheduling at the federal level, once that happens, and once we've changed the federal law, very few people up on Capitol Hill, again, it's where there's nobody there, that's where you'll find me. Very few people on Capitol Hill have actually talked about or discussed what's going to happen next after we deschedule, after the president signs that bill. Well, that's where I've centered my work for quite a while and focused my attention. And I think that is going to be a really interesting moment. And I hope that the work that we're doing at the United Nations will help us prepare for that, and help our government prepare for that. I mean, think about the strange conundrum that we would be in if they don't listen to us and they don't take our advice and they don't prepare, and we don't, start adjusting how we do our descheduling to accommodate for this. This is the scenario that would unfold. We would change our national law completely, removing cannabis from schedule, descheduling it. It would be a great thing. And then the next year, since we hadn't changed anything in our treaty compliance and our treaty observation, our executive branch, because we're, big fans of the U.S. Constitution around here, we understand that the executive branch is a different branch of government, has a different mandate, has to follow the treaty obligations that we signed on to, because that's their job under the Constitution. So if we don't change that mandate in Congress, and we don't address that in the, let's call it the court of public opinion, then the executive branch is going to go to Vienna and at the very least have no change in mandate. At the very least, be rather confused in how they're going to approach it. This is not a good thing. When we're talking about international trade, some of the partners that we're working with, like the growers in California, are facing a really, really hard time trying to get through this, transition through legalization, where some of the finest cannabis that's grown in the world up in the northern mountains of California is having trouble surviving and having trouble thriving, and even having trouble finding shelf space. I guarantee you, post-prohibition, that kind of cannabis is going to have a world market, and it's going to be something that is going to have no trouble at all supporting the farmers that are growing it, whether it be in Northern California or in Laos and Cambodia or in Acapulco and Colombia. The best cannabis on earth, the land-raised cannabis, is going to rise to the top once we knock down the walls of prohibition. We're 2 walls away from that. You have to knock down the walls between the states and of interstate commerce, and then knock down the walls at the federal level, and then we'll have world commerce, and that's where we're focusing our attention.
High level fun stuff, as we call it. So thank you for your guidance over the decades, Michael Krawitz. He's been at it since the 90s at the international level, and we appreciate your decades worth of work. And I hope that we can see the fruition at the international, which will hopefully cause the natural spilling of the dams all the way down the pipe. So thank you for that.
And I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to the day when we can have access to some of this legendary bud again. You know, people are very spoiled. It's very great cannabis that comes out of the dispensaries that are grown mostly indoors under lights around the country. But there is a sort of a ceiling to that. And if you're a cannabis connoisseur and you're really into the high-end bud, you've been listening to songs like Panama Red from the 70s and wondering when you're ever going to, if it even exists, or when you're ever going to see that. That's when we'll see it. And I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I'm selfish. I just in this for the weed.
And the weed's in it for you. All right. Next up will be Councilmember Mary Lynn Mathry. She has some very exciting news regarding what is happening regarding nursing and cannabis. Councilmember Mathry.
Thank you. And and again, my background comes from the military, which my service time was Nurse Corps, Navy Nurse Corps in the 70s, Vietnam era. Not in Vietnam, but that was last 2 years of college and then 4 years of active duty service. So you're thinking in the 70s, and I found out right away cannabis was medicinal because I'm dealing with veterans who are coming back from Vietnam with a lot of issues. Then subsequently got married to one, but it's a big issue. So Patients Out of Time, my husband and I started in 1995 to educate healthcare professionals and the public about the therapeutic use of cannabis. And out of that, in 2010, came the American Cannabis Nurses Association, which was great. And the best news was just this last fall of 2023. We've completed all the paperwork, and basically it's these new cannabis nurses who did all this grunt work to get it done, but it has been accepted. Cannabis nursing has been accepted by the American Cannabis Nurses, by the American Nurses Association as a recognized specialty nursing practice because of the endocannabinoid system and how this plant works with it. So for all you people listening, make sure your nurses know about this. It's something that we need to now educate all of the nurses about the endocannabinoid system in cannabis. But again, this has been a patient-led issue. Oh boy, I get emotional. and that is very proud to say again, I think it's the 23rd year or 24th year in a row. Nurses have been the most trusted. And I think a lot of it is we are patient-centered. So anyway, yay to other nurses. Thanks.
Councilmember Laughter has a follow-up question for you, Mary Lynn.
I completely agree with your statement about the need for education. It's more of a comment, but you're welcome to correct me if I'm incorrect in my impression. But my impression is that the nurses that I've encountered over the last few years, and I've met a lot of them, let me just leave it at that. When I find myself in conversation with them about cannabis, typically nurses are much more open about that conversation than the doctors I have encountered. What is your experience about that. I know you're not still actively practicing, but how about your opinion on that? Thank you,
No,
Mary.
yeah, and thank you for that question. We're bedside nurses. I mean, we spend our time with the patients. And, you know, it's very tiring for a lot of nurses to deal with pharmaceuticals. Once you learn about cannabis, to say, why am I doing this? Because I'm going to have to come back to medicate them for the nausea or the constipation or whatever. It's a frustrating thing. Nurses need to know, but we're there. And I think doctors fear their license. It's going to be taken away. But the main thing for nurses is we are supposed to be patient advocates and accept them, you know, where they are, who they are. And again, for me, it's the same for every nurse I encounter. When they get it, when they either see a patient success with the cannabis, or once they learn about the endocannabinoid system and they have enough sense to put that together, it's like, you know, the aha moment, but they get it. And most of them want to support nurses, want to support the efforts for that. You know, the different state nurses associations have been way ahead of the docs in literally putting out position papers supporting access to medical cannabis. And the ANA has been doing this for, I think we got the first one passed. Yikes. Maybe it was 1990 or somewhere along there, but, so they've been supportive of it, but it's like now the fact that they're actually saying, yes, that's a specialty, speaks what big. And my push now, a lot of our nurses, the push is to get it. It's like, hello, schools of nursing, you need to get this into curriculum. And for state nurses associations to literally push all practicing nurses get continuing education on this subject. You know, hopefully I'll be back at one of these sessions to let you know when one of the next big educational sessions is coming from the Academy of Cannabis Education. We'll be looking for that in the spring of 2025.
All right, Council Member Landry. Tony, you have a follow-up.
Yeah, Mary Lynn, I was just wondering about if you envision maybe one day after the descheduling, if like have a cannabis triage courts in hospitals where nurses would take it to a room and maybe administer some edibles or tinctures in a hospital setting. You envision something like that happening with the opiate crisis? They don't want to give you pain pills if you have a surgery now. You got to, you know, I heard somebody say the other day, you need to call your doctor before your surgery and make them order your medicine beforehand, make sure it's going to be available because they don't want to give opiates anymore. So do you think maybe they would have something like that, a cannabis triage court in the hospital setting?
That's a great idea. I envision every hospital at this point in time now needs a nurse cannabis consultant to help with any patient. But your idea of a triage thing in the ER, because yes, I mean, we have huge problem with the fentanyl overdose. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other reasons to help with cannabis and to be able to help, but this is a life and death situation. And I mean, the idea that people fear cannabis when we've got people just dying left and right from fentanyl overdoses. We have that's my background in nursing. I was a med-surg nurse, but since 1985, I've been basically an addictions or substance abuse nurse. And again, the more I learned, cannabis is the exit drug as opposed to the gateway drug when it comes to drug problems. And we all understand that once we learn about the endocannabinoid system, and you're like, oh, okay, it's working with this system to keep me in balance. The other drugs, fentanyl, whatever, not only puts you out of balance, it easily kills you and kills unsuspecting people who just happen to get, it's so potent. It doesn't take much. We criminalize drug problems as opposed to deal with them. And they really belong in the health industry. Having nurses in the ER and helping the patient get to that, you know, when they're too high, it's like, you don't need to medicate them with all this other crap. You know, you can help somebody when they're just getting into that, think they're going to die because they took too much cannabis. You know, just having somebody there help them instead of, you know.
It would be a different type of med math there specifically for it. But currently, I've dated somebody years ago who was going through nursing school, and that's something that they heavily beat into them is the med math. And if you fail med math, you're not going to be a nurse because you can kill somebody with the wrong dosage. That's again, you're talking over, what is it? 5 million now different types of medications or something like that. There's an obnoxious amount of choices that doctors have given specifically the type of situation you have with, and many of these things are toxic. So why we look towards cannabis is because of its the non-toxic nature, as well as it would be interesting to see the calculations that will be behind milligrams for that actual med math, specifically with like a CBD to THC ratio on top of that. Just fascinating. Councilmember Crowitz has a follow-up. Let him go here.
Oh, sorry, don't want to interrupt, Marilyn. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Marilyn. I want to ask you. I'm going to tell you a very quick true story, and I want you to see if you could apply it to cannabis. Tell me if you could think of a way that in an abstract sense you could apply this to cannabis today. So anyway, the story was, when I was in the Army hospital, they're laid up in Hawaii. Terrible place to be laid up. I admit, there was a really great place to get stuck for a few months in a hospital. If you had to have your leg up in the air, it was Tripler Army Medical Center in Honolulu, Hawaii. But nonetheless, it was rough for a lot of people. It had all these casts and stuff like that. And I guess seeing that compassionately, the nurses at the nurses station had a big bowl of Sudafed, and at that time Sudafed was still a prescription drug. So they took these prescription bottles and they dumped them out into this thing, these little wrap tab things that you could just take one as a patient. You didn't have to ask or anything. And that orthopedic ward at the nurses station was a bowl of basically illegal drugs. I mean, these were controlled substances that weren't being given by prescription, that were supposed to be by prescription. Now, never mind the fact that, several years later, they were finally made non-prescription. I think I can see a parallel there somehow to cannabis. And I'm just wondering if you see a corollary. Like, we're really having trouble imagining how cannabis is going to go through this transition. It's certainly not going to become dispensary and then all of a sudden prescription. There's no magic wand. There's no magic FDA approval. What do you see for the virtual, Sudafed bowl of weed for these vets?
To me, I worry more about Sudafed by a long shot. Cannabis, it's got such a margin of safety for cannabis. You're not going to, but I see it that it should be very, very simple. Home grow to start, just deschedule to start, so anyone can grow it. People don't grow their medicine for the most part. Most people don't grow their tomatoes. They'll go buy them from a store, and they'll get processed ones from a store, but you got to let it be grown. And in fact, when people again recognize the value of this plant, we should be having government incentives to get people to grow, whether it be cannabis or hemp. But so on that level, and then any products that are made, I look at them to an extent, if they're made similar as other herbs, that we want to make sure they're using the good manufacturing processes, that they're just not willy-nilly. Is it labeled? Is it tested? And is it labeled correctly? The contaminants, those issues. That if you're buying a product that is somehow processed, the public just wants to know something. There's somebody hopefully assessing and making sure that you have what you have. And I have no problem with high penalties for any company selling crap that's not what they say. They knowingly, are lying about what's in it. We've seen that before already. And my other worry right now, just about the products that are available to patients right now, because I see it in Virginia. People sometimes don't understand when they say they're not taking care of the medical community. It's now all the recreational is winning. It's like you see products of a chocolate candy bar with 500 milligrams broken into 10 squares. So you can start with your 10 milligram square of, an edible THC, of which can put some poor patient, 10 milligrams is one thing. That's 50 milligrams for a little square to start, so it's like, I look there and I go, what are these patients starting with? And again, Virginia is medical now and you can grow your own, but we're just beginning. So we're babies compared to, what you can find in California and the educated people at the dispensaries, they can tell you so much more because they've been dealing with known substances. And we're all learning that cannabis is not a drug. It's not a thing. It's a plant that comes in a zillion varieties. And it's like, what is that combination that's best for me? What's the best dose for me? It's so individual. And again, in nursing practice and in medical practice, that's the key. Individualized patient care. You have to look at the whole patient and their individual. And cannabis is so, it makes sense. And again, what's the status of their endocannabinoid system? If it's low, if it's deficient, it's like pancreas, give them some insulin. Well, let's give them some more cannabis. It makes so much sense. And yeah, it's just how to get rid of the stigma. And if we can just educate people, nurses who don't know, and patients who don't know, and they experience it, it's just like, wow. I mean, and you think of the kids with seizure disorders and the drugs they get put on, and then all of a sudden they try high CBD product and the seizures stop. And it's like, why hasn't somebody told me this before? Anyway, Michael, I went too long on that axis, but products I think need to be regulated, but that plant should be available and people should be able to buy it as a flower. And we should teach people how to use it as a food, whether it be the oil or the leaves, juicing it, whatever. It's such a good plant. We need to be advocating for it because I look at it as health maintenance and health promotion more than just a medicine.
Thank you, Maryland. We appreciate that update as well as that discussion, and we hope more nurses get educated. Next up, we are going to go to San Diego, and our brother Brian Buckley is going to be hosting an event with his organization, Battle Brothers Foundation, and I will let Mr. Buckley take it from there, council member.
Thank you very much, and great to be here with you all tonight. So yes, on March 23rd, atop the Symphony Towers in downtown San Diego, the Battle Brothers Foundation will be holding our inaugural Veterans Hero Ball at the University Club. This is a black tie optional event, and the purpose of this event is to not just celebrate our veterans, but also the amazing patriots that support the veterans. A lot of times I find civilians, they don't really know what to do or say because they never served. Well, the way I looked at it is we all raised our right hands, went downrange and fought for you. Now it's our turn to fight for the veterans when they return. As many of you know, during the War on Terror, there was about 7,070 men and women killed on the battlefield. During that same period, there's been around 31,000 veterans who have committed suicide back in the United States of America. So essentially, all of us here on this call are in more danger than we were when we were in Iraq, Vietnam, Afghanistan, wherever the bad place was in the world we went to go fight. And what we're going to raise funds for in particular for this event is our Institutional Review Board approved study, which an IRB falls under the FDA, is to see if medical cannabis can reduce the symptoms of post-traumatic stress with veterans. We are working with a firm out of Israel called Niamedic Healthcare and Research Services. They will be the ones who will be leading the research. And we also have the University of California at Irvine as our principal investigators. So we have Israeli doctors working with U.S. veterans and American doctors validating everything that has happened. The goal is to create a recommended treatment protocol in a formulation, and we'll then move into a different state to prove that's repeatable and accessible, having the same results. And then at that point, we have taken it about as far as we can. As you guys know, the VAC has been heavily involved with members of Congress. They would provide us a platform, raise the right hand saying, there's your data, there's your American doctors. Can we proceed with FDA double-blind study, with the end state of getting our medical product into the VA system, thus making medical cannabis federally legal, not just for veterans, but for any patient that could benefit from the medicine. And the key word, having it prescribed. The veteran wouldn't have to pay. It would just be like getting aspirin from the VA. So we're really passionate about this program. We've been trying to do things organically within the state of California on the cannabis community. We've been coming up short. So now we just put a lot of money into this event to really bring out some people, not just to educate them, but to gain some funds and to conduct some data-driven research. Again, there's a lot of opportunities. You can come and visit or be there on your own. You can help sponsor. You can donate raffle auctions. Or if you can't make it, you can actually donate and sponsor a veteran and their spouse, where they'll be able to go free of charge due to you. Free food, open bar, free valet. That's really important in San Diego. And it's going to be an amazing event. And to tee it up just a little bit, one of our auction items will be an all expense paid trip to Thailand to stay in a 5-star resort that is cannabis friendly. The guy who's putting together is going to make it outstanding for the veteran and their spouse, and it should be just a one of a kind type of trip. But a lot of other things involved in that as well. So again, we need the help. We're putting this together. Please come out, find whatever you got, and donate to an amazing cause, because we are committed to changing the medical landscape of our country. Now I'll open up to any questions. That impactful. Boom. No questions. That's a successful brief, man, when you have no questions. All right, let's go. We're going to go fight some dudes.
There we go. So it's going to be a very busy March for our VAC family here. So thank you very much, Councilmember Buckley, for everything that you're doing for veterans. And we know the money is being raised to do research on post-traumatic stress. So we appreciate everything that you're doing, and keep up the great work. And thank you to your entire team for what you're doing. And yeah, good luck out there competing for that's an amazing prize in Thailand. So yeah, outstanding work, people. All right, with that, that's going to kind of wrap up our VAC check-ins. There's a lot going on for us as a group. We've got many things happening, irons in the fire, and we're going to continue as we're on. So we'll be back in 2 weeks. We will be out mid-March because we're all busy doing things, but we'll be back at the end of March as well. So thank you, everybody, for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 70. This was check-ins with our VAC members and what's going on in the month of March for us all. So y'all have a wonderful rest of your night and evening, and we'll see y'all in 2 weeks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's June the 3rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here from the Legacy420.com news desk here at paceradio.net. Good morning there, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I am doing well this morning, thankfully.
Good. I understand why. And just on key, as soon as I went live, the dog come out of the bedroom and says I went outside. But I got her fooled now. Because now the door's open. The weather is nice and we can have the door open and she can just go out on her own. I don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to worry.
That's right. But she was right on key every time. She knows. And so what's new and exciting before we get into the news? Anything?
Oh, I'm going to the Snoop Dogg concert tonight here in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
All right. Good stuff. Taking lots of doobies with you?
Well, yeah, I'm all prepared. I get handfuls here.
Enjoy yourself. All right. I look forward to getting back, hearing how things went on your show on Tuesday.
On Tuesday, for sure. Yeah, should be exciting.
And who knows, if I remember, I'll ask you again next Monday how things went.
Probably.
All right, here we go. First story of the day.
Coming to us from StratCan, study finds driving impairment was not correlated with blood THC.
A recent study in Ontario looking at the effects of edible cannabis on simulated driving and blood THC levels found that driving impairment was not corroborated with blood THC. Nice. We've been saying it for a long time.
Yep.
The study is the first of its kind to look at the impact of cannabis edibles on simulated driving, with researchers using an average dose of about 7.3 milligrams to provide real-world contents for the impact legally available cannabis can have on driving.
Okay, 7.3 milligrams. The 22 participants, 16 male and 6 female, were required to have a valid Ontario driver's license, to have used cannabis edibles at least once in the past 6 months, and to drive at least once a month. Participants could be from 19 to 79 years of age. Participants were asked to not use cannabis for 72 hours before the test, or any other drugs or alcohol for 12 hours. Researchers gave them 3 independent pre-programmed scenarios, including 2-lane rural highway and a potentially frustrating event to test the driver's speed, and lateral control test on a 4-lane highway to rate drivers' reaction time.
On average, participants chose to consume about 7.3 milligrams of THC with 2.14 milligrams of CBD. 11 chose the maximum of 10 milligrams, while 10 chose edibles with 5 milligrams of THC or less. A blood sample was then collected 2 hours after consuming the cannabis edible or a control candy. The mean speed of the drivers who consumed the cannabis edible was found to decrease at the 2-hour mark, but not at the 4 or 6 hour mark. Some participants noted effects up to 6 hours after ingesting, with some reported being less able or willing to drive up to 6 hours after consuming a cannabis edible.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going.
Yeah. Like the 7.3 kind of has me thrown back, but then, I have to stop and remember, I actually know a lot of people that 7.3 milligrams of THC oil would chair lock them. So
yeah, and they say that's the average because people had a choice up to the legal limit of 10 milligrams.
Of 10, yeah.
Yeah, and like you, I know somebody who ate a 10 milligram gummy, and they pulled over and I drove the rest of the way.
Yeah. So some people are very intolerant of it, and some people have a lot of tolerance. So
right.
So I find it interesting, but I also, a lot of this stuff is stuff that I say. Like, if we've got a little bit high, we slow down. If we are too nervous, we pull over and we stop. We don't want to drive anymore.
Well, that's the thing, where somebody's impaired by alcohol, there's a different impairment there.
Yeah.
You still have control when you're,
Yep.
after you've consumed cannabis, whereas if you get impaired with alcohol.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
While past studies have found evidence of increased swerving, standard deviation or lateral position, and decreased reaction time after smoking or vaping cannabis, these effects were not observed in this study. The researchers speculate that this may be due to the relatively low amount of THC consumed or the inability of the driving simulator to detect small changes in performance.
After 2 hours, blood THC was relatively low at 2.8 nanograms per milliliter. Now, the legal limit is only 5. So that's over halfway there, and that's only eating one gummy of 10 milligrams. Yeah. And I think that's pretty close. They say relatively low, but I think that's pretty close to a warning situation as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Blood THC was significantly increased after consuming the cannabis edible, but the mean in blood THC were lower than those reported for smoked cannabis. Researchers also found no direct relationship between blood THC and driving impairment, speculating that the present study suggests that blood THC may not be as useful for detection of impaired driving after edibles as it may be for the smoked root. Well, that'd be because the smoked root is actually the cannabis that's in that smoked has higher THC versus the edible.
Yeah, I don't know. Analysts of the relationship of blood THC to the SDLP, which is the standard deviation of lateral position, or MS, which is mean speed, revealed no correlation with blood THC, which fits with emerging evidence from studies of smoked cannabis that there is no linear relationship between blood THC and driving impairment. The paper also speculates that it's possible the participants had high THC tolerance that allowed them to manage the effects of cannabis more effectively.
That's true, because they were told not to consume any cannabis up to 72 hours before. So obviously some of those people, or most of them, may have already they only stopped for 3 days. Right?
Yep.
So 12 of the participants were reported using cannabis at least once a day. There's the answer to your question. Well, another 6 reported consuming it more than once a week. So that gives you an idea where they are that way. The study was approved by the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, Cannabis Ethics Board, and Health Canada Research Ethics Board, and was conducted at the CAMH in Toronto, Canada.
Interesting.
Yeah. So one edible. Yeah.
One 10 milligram edible. And we were talking before we went on air, the fact that we both know somebody who has received a condition on their license saying that they can use cannabis to drive. The person I know has MS and no longer drives, but when he was still driving, he got that condition on his license, and I'm not sure the specifics around it. And then you were saying you knew somebody as well.
Well, yeah, there was the court case. Unfortunately, I should have looked it up. His name is slipping me right now. But yeah, he's a lawyer from the Ottawa area, and he got pulled over for something to do with his driving, whether it was speeding or whether it was didn't put his blinker on or something. Who knows? But he got pulled over. And in the process of being pulled over, he was still consuming the joint when the police officer came to the window. And he fought it in court, and he won. But it wasn't a case that others could use.
Yeah. No, I think that was the same thing here in Nova Scotia with the gentleman I know. It couldn't be used as a precedent for everybody.
Yeah, I believe they call him the Killaloe Rasta man right now. So that's near Ottawa. So
that's cool.
Yeah. All right. On to the next story.
Coming to us from CTV News Montreal, cannabis-infused poutine sauce, jerky, nuts are among new edible options in Quebec.
Sorry. The few customers looking for an edible option in Quebec, at a Quebec cannabis store will have noticed some new options on the shelves and website. While edible products commonly associated with cannabis, like gummies or brownies, cannot be sold under provincial law due to their appeal to minors, the SQDC stores now sell cannabis-infused spicy crackers. Hey! Mini sausages, chicken ramen, dill pickled flavored nuts, cinnamon and blackcurrant bites, and naturally poutine sauce.
Boy, I'm going to be in Quebec in July. You know I'm trying some of this. The SQDC spokesperson, Vanessa Rowland, said the provincially run body modifies its product assortments twice a year, but edible submissions are evaluated throughout the year when they are submitted. She added the new products haven't made much difference to the bottom line.
Well, yeah. Well, look at what you're selling. Mini sausages, I guess they're not attracted to kids.
No, but I want to try the chicken ramen, and I want to try the poutine sauce gravy, whatever you want to call it. I'm especially in Quebec, I'm going for that.
Yeah, she says that according to the official, she says that generally it sparked interest from customers. However, edibles represent less than 1% of the sales at the SQDC. Mm-hmm. Well, with what they have available to people, apricots and stuff. The SQDC president and CEO, Jacques Farcy, said in 2023 that the Crown Corporation does not plan to expand its scope after realizing that sales had plateaued and that the illegal market remains active in the province. Yeah.
The illegal market in Quebec is really actually quite awesome. Some of the dispensaries are amazing. When you look at other Canadian provinces where the legal framework is a little different, you realize, in fact, that the amount of the illegal market captured is quite comparable, with between 50% and 60% of the market absorbed, he told the Canadian Press. Edibles in Ontario, however, are a growth industry, rising from around 1 million units distributed to stores at the beginning of 2022 to around 1.5 by the end of 2023.
Yeah, the soft chews, chocolates, hard candy, and baked goods sold at the Ontario Cannabis Store made up 10% of their sales in 2023. Gummies and other edibles also sold at multiple cannabis stores in the Mohawk community of Kanesatake, about 40 minutes north of Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yes. I don't know if that's one of the dispensaries I've been to, but I've been to a couple of the Indigenous dispensaries in Quebec, and they're really quite something.
Yeah, they're so lucky there in Quebec with those choices of edibles. It's just...
Well, honestly, I can't wait to try the poutine gravy. I'm going to get some, and I'm going to get some real cheese curds, and I'm doing...
And some people like the dill pickle flavors stuff. There's some things there, but at least more attractive than what was correct, right? The figs and stuff like that. So, but yeah, there's people want gummies and things, as it shows in Ontario. It's 10 times the higher when it comes to the percentage of the sales. So, all right, next story.
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis, huge milestone as Japan moves ahead with cannabis reform.
All right. Japan has officially launched a public comment period for its landmark cannabis reform bill, offering new details on how its nascent cannabis industry will look over the coming months. On May 30th, the Japanese government announced it would now be accepting public comments from the interested parties on 5 measures of the new bill.
Most notably, the preliminary proposals suggest that Japan is seeking to forego the complex and lengthy novel foods process for CBD products and could become the first country to approve CBD in food. Goody. Yves Anastasi, managing director of Asteranza Holding AG, one of the few international companies to have a foothold in the Japanese CBD market, said, "We have been waiting a long time for this. It's a huge milestone for the global cannabis industry. Japan is the first country to approve CBD in food, paving the way for corporate companies to list CBD products in retail chains."
Late last year, Japan made a major step forward towards cannabis reform after approving a bill to amend its 75-year-old Cannabis Control Act. After passing the bill in November, the Japanese authorities have been ironing out the details of these reforms, and the industry has been poised for an announcement from the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, laying out the new framework.
The public comment period, which will last until June 13th or the 29th, offers medical professionals and CBD businesses the opportunity to examine the draft order and voice their concerns before a final decision is made and the amendments can be enacted. Opinions are now being solicited on 5 topics, including law enforcement, THC analysis methods, the development of related laws and regulations, and the first and second class cultivation license reviews.
As previously reported, the bill is set to amend a few key measures which could enable the country's CBD and medical cannabis industries to flourish. Primarily, while Japan already has a booming CBD industry, it currently only allows products with no trace of THC, and this is expected to change. And initial reports suggest this could rise to 0.3.
Oh, so they'll allow whole product instead of just the, which is nice.
Yeah,
hey, that's
all,
better.
Yeah, it's all a step forward. It's another country that is looking at cannabis law reform. We can check all that off, and usually these things can grow from there, right? Yep. It's something that's needed, and it's it's medical and it's patients, and as cannabis access to patients is a priority for myself. I know that, and for many other people that are out there. So, all right, on to the next story.
Coming to us from the CBC, very few pardons for pot possession have been granted since 2019.
Yes. A program meant to expedite pardons for cannabis possession is still experiencing low uptake, and the federal government says it doesn't know how many possession records have been sequestered under a different program. When the expedited pardon program was launched in August of 2019, the federal government estimated that 10,000 Canadians would be eligible for it. Nearly 5 years later, the Proposal Board of Canada says only 845 people or pardons for cannabis possession has been granted under the program. Well, why don't you do it the proper way, like everybody down in the U.S. is doing, and just sign it?
Yeah, and be done. Everybody's pardoned. Just a blanket. We're done. Anything this is gone.
Yeah,
unless it's got
possession. Yeah, you form what you want it to have. Simple possession. Those people are automatically pardoned. Like, come on.
It's clear it doesn't work, says the NDP MP Randall Garrison of the program. Even though recreational cannabis has been legal in Canada since 2018, having a record for possession of cannabis can prevent a person from getting a job or traveling outside the country.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew Tannenbaum, director of the nonprofit organization Pardons Canada, said that seeking a pardon can be a tedious process, and he suspects some Canadians with possession records may be apathetic about applying. Yeah, most people who needed a pardon for a drug charge already applied for one, he says. Just so you know, I have seen these guys at a cannabis event when I first got involved in cannabis advocacy, basically 20 years ago, and these guys are still going.
Yeah. I mean, and some people, they're apprehensive about the paperwork they have to fill out to apply for their pardon as well.
And these guys will do all that for you.
For free?
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking that there was a small fee. I can't recall. Yeah.
The Parole Board of Canada says more than 1,300 Canadians applied for pardons. I mean, and that's like a drop in the bucket. Hundreds of applications were either incomplete or ineligible, the board said. Of course they were. Garrison pushed for an alternative program in 2022. He proposed an amendment to the Liberals' criminal justice legislation bill C5 that would automatically sequester records for simple possession, meaning they would no longer show up on criminal background checks. Well, do it.
Do it. It made so much sense. And I know at the time that the government said, well, we want to look at each case separately because there could be other factors involved in it.
Yeah, that's why you only do simple possession.
They should not be penalized for other factors that are no longer that didn't end up exactly what I'm looking at is were dropped.
Yeah.
And in the end, the person was just charged with possession.
Yep.
They should be dropped because those did not go through. They were not convicted of that.
Right.
The Liberals accepted Garrison's amendment, and Bill C5 received Royal Assent in November of 22. It gave the government 2 years to sequester all possession records for cannabis and other drugs across the country. So why are people having to apply? But both Garrison and Tannenbaum said they're worried the government won't meet that November 2024 deadline.
Because it's a November 2024 deadline. Yeah.
Yeah. So they passed this in 2022, and so it's coming. Finally, after all these years, it's finally coming. So,
and I feel bad for the people that are sitting there waiting, right?
Yeah.
It's a bureaucratic nightmare, Tannenbaum said, noting that record sequestration hasn't really been done on a national level before. The amount of bureaucracy that is required to do that is probably much more complicated than the pardon system. It's like, get a techie in there to click a few buttons, dude.
Correct. Garrison said he's heard concerns about slow progress on the sequestration program. He asked the government for an update through an order paper question in the House of Commons. The government's response to Garrison suggests that jurisdictional overlap is making it difficult to state how many records have been sequestered so far. So do people receive a notice? I guess we'll find out as we go along, but do they receive a notice that they've been sequestered?
I don't know. Given the decentralized manner in which criminal records are stored and that the possession of controlled substances governed across several legislative frameworks, effective implementation of the program requires federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments' cooperation. Liberal MP Jennifer O'Connell told the House in early May. There is much work left to be done to reduce the barriers for those with a criminal record that those who continue to face.
Spokesperson for the Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc told CBC News the government still intends to meet the November deadline. We're going to keep an eye on this now that we know what's going on there. The sequestration of criminal records for simple possession of cannabis is a significant undertaking that requires the cooperation of our province, territorial, and municipal partners, LeBlanc's director of communications said in an email. We will continue to work with them as we have since the becoming into force of this legislation to ensure we meet that deadline.
Garrison said he's not sure what the implications would be for the government if it failed to meet the deadline. None. The government has had 2 years to do this, and they need to get it done. Yeah, they've had 2 years to do
2
this. I understand
years,
that governments have to work together, but you've had 2 years to do this, and here we are just a few months before November, and we're like, you're finally getting on it.
You know, and their process should be a lot easier versus the process that Pardons Canada has to go through by reaching out to the municipal, like if it was municipal police force, or if it was the OPP. For example, in the case that I was involved in, they would have to go to the OPP station of where that person was arrested in order to get fingerprints, so on and so forth, to remove them. So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, the program is really required. He said because the opioid crisis has made the need to get addicts into treatment more pressing than ever. Oh. How are we going to get people into treatment with the supports that they need if they can't access the housing? Whether are we going on with this? Need housing because of a criminal record. Yes.
Oh.
I see where he's going with that.
There is no victim to simple possession charges for drugs other than the person who's struggling with the substance abuse problems.
And that may not even be a substance abuse problem. It could be a patient who was caught with some cannabis and they got busted for it, right? So, okay, we got one more story to go before we go to our break, and I'm just going to bring this up. And I think this is a good, very, very good news story because, as we know, doctors are not normally trained on the cannabis issue. So here's the headline.
Coming to us from the Ottawa Citizen, University of Ottawa launches world's first master's degree in psychedelics and consciousness studies.
Nice, a master's degree. The University of Ottawa has launched a master's degree aimed at equipping students with the knowledge and skills they need to harness the therapeutic potential of psychedelics. The program, which opens next September, will be housed in the University Psychology Department, but run in partnership with the Department of Classics and Religious Studies. Students will be able to take a broad range of courses from neuroscience to comparative mysticism.
Yeah. Psychedelics, also known as hallucinogenics, are medicines that change the user's perception of reality. Long associated with counterculture of the 1960s, there has been renewed interest in the use of psychedelics to treat psychiatric disorders, as well as their use for spiritual purposes. There's a growing move to decriminalize psychedelics across Canada, says Dr. Monica William, the program's co-director. In Alberta, psychedelic-assisted therapy is legal and regulated.
That's why a program like this one is needed, said Williams, a psychology professor and Canada Research Chair for Mental Health Disparities at the University of Ottawa. She says, I think the program will be interesting to a few specific types of learners. For one, mental health professionals who want to really bolster their knowledge of psychedelics in the light of the fact that these are being rolled out for mental health care. Most clinicians haven't had any training in how to use them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really sadly true. Last year, the federal government announced it was spending nearly $3 million through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research on 3 clinical trials to examine psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy as a potential treatment for alcohol use disorder, treatment-resistant depression, and end-of-life psychological distress in advanced stage cancer patients. Psilocybin is a naturally occurring psychedelic found in some species of mushrooms. William is also anticipating that those who are interested in spiritual uses will also be drawn to the program, such as practitioners who are interested in offering psychedelics for end-of-life distress and those who want to use them for traditional or indigenous spiritual practices.
As a world first program, it's expected to have international appeal. The admission portal opened on Wednesday and applications are already starting to trickle in, Williams said. The university is aiming to enroll a first class of 10 students, then double that to 20 in 2025, and double it again in 2026 when the program will open to Francophone students. The course of study takes a year for those who are studying on campus and 2 years for those who are studying online.
We are going to be prioritizing admissions from people who are already registered medical care providers, and mental health providers to help them get up to speed as quickly as possible given the coming changes, Williams said. There are already studies on psychedelics underway at the University of Ottawa, where researchers were recently awarded a grant to study ketamine-assisted therapy for people with major depressive disorder.
At the University of British Columbia, researchers are studying psilocybin for people struggling with bipolar II disorder, which causes long depressive episodes. The multi-site study will include a University of Ottawa component. Based on Williams' research experience, there's a lot of public interest in the potential of psychedelics.
Of course. As soon as a study is announced, there are long waiting lists of people who want to get in, she said. We know of so many mental health treatments that are effective for a lot of people, but they're not effective for everybody. That translates to a lot of people suffering, looking for relief. This is such a promising area that there's a lot of buzz. It has taken 4 or 5 years for the program to come to fruition, Williams said. When most people hear about the program, they're surprised, a little confused.
But other researchers and people who have been studying this and advocating for its availability, they're really thrilled, she says. A lot of bringing this program to fruition was just educating people about the science. Yeah. And those people who first brought it forward, I'm sure that they had to educate the person on the other end that's gonna, have to have the final say on all this. Right? So,
all right. Talking and a lot of meetings and a lot of education.
Yeah, and as I said, it didn't happen overnight. Nope. Right? So, all right, medication time. We'll be right back after our joint session, or who knows, a vape or dab. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here, PaceRadio.net. And I got to find the right button. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at PaceRadio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at PaceRadio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Canitex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We're back from a medication session, and we've got more stories to go, and that includes more cannabis decriminalization or legalization in another country. And here's the headline.
Coming to us from the business of cannabis, South Africa decriminalizes cannabis ahead of historic election.
Oh, I like reading these stories. On the eve of historic election, the incumbent South African president Cyril Ramaphosa officially signed a long-awaited cannabis decriminalization bill into law, making it the first South African country to do so. The passage of the South Africa's Cannabis for Private Purposes Act has been hailed as a major step forward in the cannabis liberalization in the region, seeing cannabis removed from the country's drug and drug trafficking act.
Having sat on the rollout of such legislation for nearly 6 years, some have questioned the motives behind this sudden forward momentum, given that the ruling African National Congress, the ANC, has looked uncertain to win the election for the first time in 3 decades. Regardless of the politics behind the move, the reform has seen South Africa solidify its position as a cannabis pioneer on the continent.
So what happened? The government has now finalized legislation and signed into law regulations that have been promised since 2018. And as in 2018, the South Africa became the second Africa state to legalize medical cannabis and industrial hemp cultivation. And later that year, the country's constitutional court ruled that the prohibition and criminalization of cannabis were inconsistent with Section 14 of the Constitution. Another country is doing that. Yeah.
As such, the court ruled that adults should be allowed to privately consume and cultivate cannabis, and the government was given 2 years to construct the regulatory framework. That was back in, like they said, 2018. However, the bill soon got bogged down in legislative limbo, of course, with numerous drafts of the bill rejected by the opponents of the bill, like the Daga Party, leading to years of delays.
It wasn't until 2020 that a bill to regulate cannabis decriminalization was introduced, following a commitment from the government to make the cannabis sector a priority due to its economic potential. Over the next few years, a cannabis master plan was established, following the establishment of an interdepartmental committee to guide the project in 2019.
In 2021, a draft of the Cannabis Master Plan, which took experiences from other countries like Canada into account, was finally completed and ready for consultation. This draft suggested that the launch of a formal cannabis industry would provide a major boost for the country's economy, with the illicit cannabis market already thought to be worth around 1.1 billion pounds, and could create around 130,000 new jobs.
Despite numerous statements of intent from the Ramaphosa to bring South Africa into the global cannabis market, it was not until last week that the bill was officially enforced. Prior to the passage of the bill, cannabis remained in this DDTA, which stated that no person shall use or have in his possession any dangerous dependence-producing substance, which included all cannabis products except Dronabinol. Pharmaceutical.
Yeah. Now that the cannabis has officially been removed from the list, private adult use of cannabis and its derivatives is no longer considered a criminal activity. However, if the cannabis is used for pharmacological or medical purposes, it remains regulated as a Schedule 6 drug alongside heroin. Anyone 18 or over can now possess up to 100 grams of dried cannabis flower in a public place and up to 600 grams of dried flower per person in private. So no matter why you're using it, just tell them you're using it because you want to get high.
Yeah, and you get busted for almost you can carry a quarter pound pretty well. And not in public place, which is more than what we can carry. Unfortunately, that 600 grams in your private possession in your home isn't, like ours, where it's basically unlimited. Consumption of cannabis in any private location that doesn't pose a risk to others is also now legal, but its sale remains illegal, and there are not yet any plans to regulate an adult use commercial market. South Africa's bill will be allowed to grow up to 4 flowering plants per person, with a limit of 8 per household. The gifting of up to 30 seeds or seedlings, 1 flower plant, or 100 grams of dried flower will also now be allowed.
Exceeding these limits will still carry a criminal penalty, and users must ensure cannabis remains inaccessible to children. According to the government, the act will also facilitate targeted reforms in regulatory frameworks, such as the Plant Breeders' Rights Act and the Plant Improvement Act, while providing an alternative manner by which to address the prohibited use, possession, or dealing in cannabis by children.
There you go. Yeah, that's where our law is 14 years.
Yeah.
Which is more than what some people could get for sexual assault and things like that.
Yeah, we have that conversation on a mutual friend's post. I have seen people get probation, and sent home for other things.
And you know what? Before that law came into act, the law was that if you got caught growing 6 plants, you would get more jail time than somebody who was sexually abusing a child. Yeah. And somebody, exactly. It's just, and those are 2 different governments that are setting those laws. So, All right, on to our next story. This one I haven't read yet, but it sounds interesting. Here we go. It's up.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Can you give your dog magic mushrooms? Benefits of psychedelics for your pups.
Wow, here we go. Will the decriminalization of cannabis has been liberating for us humans as a whole. It also has another major benefit for us, extending the lifespan of our furry companions. Exactly. CBD and hemp products have been proven to offer a wide range of health benefits for our pets, and most especially when it comes to the treatment of pain, anxiety, cancer, and other symptoms that cause them a great deal of discomfort. Any pet parent can tell you how frustrating it can be to see your furry companions in pain and not being able to help them. Many animal CBD medications are also more affordable and effective than conventional veterinary medications.
Yeah. That said, can we expect the same with the psychedelic revolution? Part of nature. In a pharmaceutical journal article written by Andrew Haynes back in 2010, he talks about animals purposely seeking out psychedelics in their natural habitat. According to Haynes, just like humans, animals look for these psychedelic substances in nature to cure boredom.
Really? And there are many other examples of this in the natural world. In Siberia, reindeers look out for the famous red and white Amanita muscaria mushrooms, which are well known for their hallucinogenic properties. Santa's reindeer. That mushroom is also significant in Siberian religion. These reindeers are interested in muscimol, a compound found in these mushrooms, which gives them a relaxing hallucinogenic effect. That's why Rudolph's nose is red.
And that's where part of the lore comes from. And I have had a cat in my past. She's long passed away now. But 20 some odd years ago, I had a cat that would desperately seek out my magic mushrooms and steal them from me. Yeah. So for cats, whether our lovable domesticated house cats or the feisty felines of the jungle are all known to enjoy catnip. Catnip is actually a psychedelic plant for cats, and it's abundant all over the world. It releases a chemical, nacetylone, which makes cats deliriously delightful when ingested or inhaled. And some scientists even have a theory that catnip can cause hallucinations among cats. In other words, it isn't just humans who can actually enjoy the benefits of psychedelics.
I can tell you, our cats love it.
Yeah.
At the moment, research on the use of magic mushrooms for dogs and cats is still limited since these topics are still in its infancy. It's only ketamine that is commonly used for veterinarians these days, particularly for pain management and general anesthesia. Ketamine possesses psychedelic properties, which we know very well in humans, though much less of its effects in animals. That said, we do know that giving animals ketamine does alter their consciousness and results in memory loss and pain relief for them. However, using psychedelics could be promising for progressive veterinarians, especially when it comes to treating severe anxiety, depression, pain, and even behavioral issues. But we need more published research to consider it as its proven therapy, since we don't even understand the dosing protocols required for safety and efficacy.
Some ancient cultures who have long been using entheogens and plant medicines have naturally mastered using these sacred and magical plants. The Quichua and the Shirwa peoples of Ecuador utilize hunting dogs, without which they wouldn't be able to have any food for their survival. And since there are no veterinarians in tropical Ecuador, the hunters arm their dogs with an array of plant medicines to improve the success of their hunt. These include piper and Peruna to minimize the risk of evil spirits, and another one to give them more energy and alertness, and even hallucinogenics to sharpen their hunting abilities. The Quechua and Shirwa people even give their dogs doses of angel's trumpets, a beautiful yet insanely toxic flower to humans. Notorious for effectively dislodging one from reality, yet for them it improves the hunt for their dogs.
Yeah, the trumpet flower. Oh, yeah. Nobody worries about them in people's gardens, do they? But it's going to take much more research for us to have more information on the use and safety of psychedelics for dogs as it is with cannabis. That's because dogs have a very unique physiology, as well as biology, which we need to take into consideration before giving them any kind of psychedelic medicine. There are certain things we must be weary about, so don't go on giving your dogs magic mushrooms just yet.
No. For one, dogs are extremely prone to overheating. Consuming psychedelics can cause your dog to heat up, and it can even cause heat stroke. Additionally, giving your dogs the wrong kind of magic mushrooms can be fatal. Without the right education and guidance, one trip for your dog could end up being their last. Even the most common mushrooms can prove poisonous effects on dogs, so it's critical to avoid feeding them mushrooms if you aren't experienced with it. Medicinal non-psychoactive mushrooms can have great health benefits for dogs, though. These include reishi, turkey tail, and maitake, and shiitake mushrooms. All of these mushrooms contain abundant anti-inflammatory and immunity-boosting properties for dogs, strengthening their immune system and helping treat a wide range of conditions. However, the use of medicinal mushrooms for dogs requires more research. I mean, these are amazing. I've got a friend that has prolonged his dog's life by about 3 years now due to feeding her mushrooms.
There you go. Magic mushrooms and other kinds of psychedelic drugs do hold a lot of potential for treating different ailments that dogs suffer from. They can also improve the overall quality of life for senior dogs or dogs in pain. That said, we need so much more research. Until then, there's no way we can advocate for pet owners to start using psilocybin on their dogs and cats just yet. Clear data for each species is necessary, and we need stringent guidelines on dosing and efficacy. For now, it's important to learn as much as we can. It's like when we're talking about cannabis, even for people, we were all the people were talking about, each strain is different in the plant, and each strain is different when it comes to mushrooms.
It's the exact same for mushrooms. Yeah. I mean, you could sit here and eat 5 grams of golden teachers, for instance, which are a very mild medical mushroom and not really get much effect. I mean, you might have the walls doing some waving and that's about it. But if you sat here and ate 5 grams of penis envy, whew, be ready.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. All righty. Hey, we're just cruising along here. Okay, next story. It's up.
Coming to us from Ganjapreneur, a study. Terpenes may offer pain relief for chemo, induce neuropathic pain.
Neuropathic pain. A recent study found that terpenes could be effective and side effect-free treatment for chemotherapy-induced therapeutic pain, the subline says. They say the study found that terpenes were as effective as morphine in reducing chronic therapeutic pain, and a combination of the two analgesics further enhanced pain relief without negative side effects.
The study, led by John Stracher, who's a PhD and a member of the Comprehensive Center for Pain and Addiction. He's also a professor of pharmacology at the College of Medicine in Tucson, used a mouse model of chemotherapy-induced neuropathic pain, which occurs when highly toxic chemotherapy medications can cause nerve damage that results in pain. The terpenes were tested individually and compared with morphine, and the team found that each terpene was successful in reducing the sensation of pain at levels near to or above the peak effect of morphine. When the terpenes were combined with morphine, the pain-relieving effects of all 5 terpene and morphine combinations were significantly increased.
I like that, but I just don't like the fact that they can get some relief without the morphine. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, a statement from the University of Arizona, Schreiker says, we looked at other aspects of the terpene, such as, does this cause reward? Is this going to be addictive? Is it going to make you feel awful? What we found was, yes, terpenes do relieve pain, and they also have a pretty good side effect profile. Yeah. He added that this brings up the idea that you could have a combination therapy, an opioid with high level of terpene that could actually make the pain relief better while blocking the addiction of potential of opioids. And you'd also be able to reduce the amount of opioid in that and give more of the terpene end of things, right?
Yep, absolutely. And the paper, terpenes from cannabis sativa induce anti-nociception in mouse model of chronic neuropathic pain. I don't know why I want to say that differently. Via activation. Why did I have to read this paragraph? Adenosine A2A receptors is the first to examine the side effects of terpenes in their role as potential pain relievers. And you can go to Cannabis Business Daily News Update and subscribe if you want, and you can read this article for yourself. That's really exciting that terpenes can offer the same pain relief level as morphine, either just about as much or better. And if you add them, if you add them together, you're going to block the opiate addiction. And wow, no, that blows my mind. That's amazing.
I think it's very important news, and we're dealing, as we know, North America is dealing with the opioid epidemic. Basically, all these overdoses and stuff. If they could get people to doctors and stuff to switch over to something along the lines of these terpenes in order to help, that situation, why not?
It would be nice.
Sure would be. It sure would be. All right. On to the next story, which has got a great headline.
Yeah, again, coming to us from Ganjapreneur. Missouri has spent $19 million in cannabis taxes on veterans, substance use treatment, and public defenders.
Cannabis tax spent on veterans and substance use treatment. Much better than reading about it, most of it going to some type of law enforcement or something along the line, right?
Yep.
Cannabis taxes in Missouri have generated more than $19 million for supporting military veterans, expanding the state substance use treatment programs, and the public defender system, the Missouri Independent reports. Last fall, the programs each received $1.3 million and another $5.1 million each earlier this month. Amy Moore, Director of Division of Cannabis Regulations, told The Independent that it is so rewarding to see the impacts of this voter-approved program on organizations that provide vital service to Missourians.
The funds sent to the Missouri Veterans Commission are used to pay for health care and other services for military veterans and their dependent families. The funds sent to the public defender system helps pay legal fees for low-income residents, while the drug treatment program are operated out of the Department of Health and Human Services and help individuals with job placement, housing, and counseling. In March, the state set a new cannabis sales record totaling $125 million.
Nice. In January, Moore indicated that adult use cannabis sales in the state had led to $58 million in revenues for the state from taxes and other fees. So far, $8.2 million has been used to pay the state's operating costs. The state also uses cannabis-derived funds to pay for costs incurred by the court system for expunging former cannabis-related crimes that are now legal under state law. There you go. You know, the revenue there, like, you know, they say that they sales were 125 million, but they say adult use sales and say it led to 58 million in revenues. Okay, so out of that 58 million, 19 million went to veterans and other groups.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
like,
I think that's amazing that they're helping these groups, and you know they're helping the people coming out of addiction, and they're helping veterans, and you know, and then public defenders, and you know, that's just, I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know, exactly. It's just I think that's something else that needs to be spread a little further and wide around the continent, not just in the U.S., obviously. So yeah, that's that's good stuff. It's always nice when you read things like that, you know. So, okay, you ready? Last story of the day.
Absolutely. Coming to us from StratCan, more bud tenders joining unions here in Canada.
A green wave of cannabis store employees has been joining a union representing more than 40,000 workers across multiple sectors in Ontario. The UFCW 1006A represents workers at more than a dozen cannabis retail stores in Ontario, with employees at a Sessions Cannabis location in Hamilton, Ontario, recently voting to join the union. The union says if it also represents employees at cannabis growing facilities in Canada and the U.S.
Wow. Employees at Superette in Ontario recently renewed their contract covering 6 workers at the store for 3 years to March 28th, 2027. Employees at the store had first joined the union in 2021. The United Food and Commercial Workers Union, one of Ontario's largest private sector local unions, represents some 42,000 members in industries like grocery retail, food processing, restaurants, hotels, security, retail commerce, laundry, warehousing, distribution, transit, and cannabis.
The Sessions Cannabis in Hamilton, located in Red Hill, is the second Sessions Cannabis location in Hamilton to join the union in 2024. Sessions has 5 locations in Hamilton and more than 40 stores in Ontario. The new bargaining group at Sessions Red Hill consists of 10 members working as bud tenders and key leads at the store. The union says the key issues for employees who join the union include benefits, health and safety concerns, staffing, scheduling, workload, and increased responsibilities with no additional pay. Nancy Day ought to be talking to these people.
The UFCW 1006A is proud to be the best union in Ontario for cannabis workers. And this is said by the union president, Wayne Hanley. With the protection and security of the UFCW 1006A representation, cannabis workers are transforming their lives and workplaces for the better. We are proud to welcome our newest members from Sessions Cannabis in Hamilton. Workers at Superette Wellington, which is Tokyo Smoke in Ottawa, also ratified their first union contract in 2021, signing a term from March 28, 21 to March 27, 24, covering 25 employees at that cannabis store.
A second, third, and fourth Tokyo Smoke location joined the union in 2021. And in 2022, employees at a Tokyo Smoke in Thunder Bay in Toronto joined the UFCW 1006A. And in 2023, a Tokyo Smoke in Hamilton. The first Sessions Cannabis location in Hamilton also joined the union in 2021, followed by workers at Timmins Sessions Cannabis location in 2022. However, Sessions president and CEO Daryl Allen says the employees at the Timmins locations voted to decertify the membership in 2023, but a representative for the UFCW Canada local says it's still represented by the union. Workers at the Plateau Cannabis in Ottawa voted to join the union in 2022 as well.
UFCW 1006A is not the only organization representing cannabis workers in Canada. The BC Bud Tenders Union, a division of the UFCW 1518, has slowly been gathering members since it became the first union to represent bud tenders in Canada in 2020. Employees at around 10 stores in BC have joined the union, as well as one producer. In April, employees at 2 new Trees Cannabis locations in BC joined a union representing cannabis industry bud tenders. The organization is hosting an event in Victoria on June 15th called Solidary Weed to bring together members and other workers.
In addition, the union recently announced that workers in Canada Cabana in BC have voted to authorize strike action as the organization heads some meditation with the company. This is not a guarantee of a strike, but the option will provide the union with more leverage in those negotiations. And in March, employees at a recently opened Canada Cabana location in Vancouver joined the union. A post on the union's Facebook page says two-year contract for those employees include a 6.5% wage increase, retroactive pay on all wage increases to November 11th of 2023, doubling the call-in premium to $1 per hour, and timely and fair redistribution of cannabis samples from sales reps.
Employees at Eggs Canada on East Hastings in downtown Vancouver voted to join the union in early 2022, but changed course shortly after that, voting to decertify union membership, meaning it no longer acts as their bargaining agent.
You know, I've worked with unions. I've been in management where unions have been, and I just sort of look at it. If people are unhappy where they're working at there, then that brings in can bring in unions and obviously that they listed a bunch of stuff there that they have grievances about.
Yep.
And like I said, I know somebody that I see on, I don't know them personally, but I see them on Facebook, and they're always talking about the way that they're being treated in a negative way, including those samples.
Yep.
They're supposed to go to the bud tenders. So if they're treated like that, then yeah, if you're not treated right, then employees, they want to stay in that job, but they want to be treated properly. Yeah, it's going to happen. Right?
Yep.
Because none of those are company wide; they're just store locations, and
Yes.
yeah, treat them right. Yeah, give them fair wages, give them fair stuff, right? So,
Absolutely.
okay. Anything you want to mention before we sign off?
I'm going to the Snoop concert.
You're going.
That's about it. Yeah, I'm going to tell you all about it tomorrow, guys. I'm super excited. I am pretty much the same age as Snoop Dogg, and I have watched his career go from what they told him he had to be to sell rap records, which was, pretend to be a gangster and pretend to be bad. And, I never liked him really until liked him until he came out of that shell and showed his love and devotion to his mama and his wife and his kids. And all of a sudden I'm a big fan. So I'm super excited to go and smoke out the Scotiabank Center tonight.
All right. Yeah. Did they exempt you for the smoking laws that night?
I don't think they're going to have much of a choice with Snoop Dogg.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the report afterwards.
Yeah, I'll take some videos, I'm sure.
All right. Okay. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our news report for today. And for our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, limestonecityhydroponics.ca and legacy420.com, we'd like to say thank you for tuning in to the broadcast and for watching. Other than that, please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. We'll see you Thursday. Bye-bye. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
What do you find at paceradio.net. People advocating cannabis education.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh,
good day. Welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host Cindy, who's not showing up on my screen right now.
That's weird. I'm here.
Oh yeah, no, something went a little glitchy as we were coming in there. I'm not sure what happened, but you're not on mine. Maybe somebody can comment and say whether you're up there altogether. But we're live today on Tuesday. What are we at? It's June something or other, because I had my birthday last month and I found out at the beginning of this month that everything expired. My bank card, my driver's license. It was like, oh, hey, I got to go fix all that stuff. It's June. So it's probably what, the 3rd?
4th.
4th? Dang. I was close. Only missed
You
it
were.
by a day. June 4th, 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere. I even listen to us on Spotify.
And I am, you can't see it, but I am showing up for everybody. I'm looking at us online.
Oh man, am I going to have to do that log out, log back in thing?
I think you might have to.
Okay, give me a sec.
Okay.
I'll be back.
It'll be Bob.
You be Mozart.
Meanwhile, it's me. So if he glitched out, of course, welcome for June 4th, 2024. We are obviously having some technical issues, but Steve will reset and be right back. It shouldn't take him very long. Today we are coming to you. Oh my goodness, come on back, Steve. We were supposed to have a good friend of ours on today, and unfortunately something happened. And we found out last minute last night that it just wasn't going to be possible. And that is okay. We are totally understandable here at the Mushy Moment. So you get Steve and I today. He does have half a plan in his head when he comes back. I was out last night at the Snoop Dogg concert here in Halifax, Nova Scotia, when I got the message from Steve that our planned guest would have to be bumped due to family things going on. So I was at the concert and Steve was working. So it just, we didn't unfortunately take it any further, but he does have a plan when he gets back on here. Hopefully he won't take too long. As for the Snoop Dogg concert, it was pretty amazing. He did a lot of old school stuff from the 90s. So all of the children that grew up with Snoop, such as myself, were quite pleased. He, of course, did Gin and Juice. He did his anthem. He did there were so many songs. It was amazing. I am actually shocked that I still have a voice today. I see some swelling around my eyes because I'm pretty tired. And so it was a pretty awesome concert, and I very much enjoyed it. There was lots of medicine being shared. The security guards were running like crazy, trying to keep up with all of us. It was a ton of fun. Come on, Steve. Not sure what's taking him so long. He should be back any second. It was weird because we had been talking for probably a good 5-10 minutes beforehand, and we had no issues. The only thing we did was go live. I took us out of the room and brought us back in, and the technical glitches started. So I would be curious to find out if there is something going on the Schumann residence. That's usually where Steve comes in. He's very good with looking up this kind of stuff, way better than me. But I've got a website here, so I am curious if there is just something going on. He should be back any second. Steve has been out west. He, unlike me down here on the east, there are not many people that work in this type of medicine. Not that I have found yet. I have come across a few. I've got a few people on my radar that I would like to go meet. But Steve is out west. We've got very good friends who are out in the Vancouver area that work in this medicine, whether it be cacao or bufo or mushrooms. And Steve has been enjoying some beautiful ceremonies out there with actually the person who was supposed to be on today. So when Steve gets back on, he just about made it back there. Took him half a try. We can ask him some questions about that and get him talking. Down here on the East Coast, I have been working my butt off with school in between some emergency surgeries. I have had just surgeries, no big deal. Well, they're a big deal, but they're no big deal. They have been working. They've been doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm starting to get back on track with that. But now that we have Steve back up and telling everybody that you got some plans for the show today, so.
Oh, there's some weird voodoo going on. I almost had to try and get you to send me a link to the app because I couldn't get to log on.
Weird. Yeah, while we were chatting, I said Steve would probably think of looking up the Schumann residence. So I did that. And I don't know if you can tell by the little tiny picture down here, the white is going.
You're frozen on my screen. The software is completely glitching for me.
Isn't that weird?
It's my electromagnetic personality.
Yeah, the Schumann residence is white right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cheers, Mr. Schumann. Wow. Well, we were going to have Anki on.
I've been telling people, yeah.
Yeah. But did you tell him that his sister ended up going in for some heart surgery and... and he's there spending time with her while she's in the hospital and stuff.
I did not tell everybody the exact reason, no, but yes, I just I told them it was a family reason.
Well, I wanted to say that because if everybody could hold Anki and his sister in their prayers, meditations, thoughts, and just send them some beautiful, positive, healing energy, that would be a beautiful thing.
It would.
She's only 15, I believe.
Yeah, she's just a baby, just a kid.
Yeah. So he was actually going to do the show. I talked to him yesterday. He's like, "Well, I'll do it from the hospital. It'll be okay." It's like, no, dude, you got way more important stuff to be focused on.
Yes.
So I invited him back for next week. So he said he'd love to do next week.
Absolutely, and we put family first here. So, which is why we weren't on last week, because I had surgery last Monday, and then I had to take my dad for surgery on Tuesday. So it was, family first was the reason why we had to cancel the show last week too. Yes.
Yeah.
So lots of love and lots of prayers to Anki and his sister. Lots of strength to her for the fight that she has to endure at the moment.
Yes. I was looking forward to having him on because, I've been over there a few times and done a couple of cacao ceremonies with them. And, we did the, how long ago were you here when we did the Bufo and I actually finally let go?
420. It was just before 420.
Yeah. And, he's got a lot of magic in him when it comes to utilizing those medicines, the cacao, the hape, the Bufo. I'm watching him help a lot of people heal, and I have to say it's been helping me immensely. And, I figured, well, we talk about some of that stuff.
Absolutely. See, I told you guys he had a plan for today.
No plan. I fly by the seat of my pants all the time. People think I'm planning, but really the only thing going on in here is but I found it funny because when we did the ceremony at the 420, I did my first round of Bufo and when I came back, and Bufo's short, so I don't really know how long that was. My first one, probably 20 minutes, half hour or so. And when I came back, I was like, no, man, I was still hanging on. I know I was hanging on. I didn't let go. And the part of letting go that I was trying to achieve is physically, mentally, everything. Just letting go, letting my body go to its most relaxed state, my brain go to its most relaxed state, and let the medicine work. Because if you hang on to your brain and try and analyze, then you fight the healing, and it takes a lot longer for the process to happen. And this wasn't my first one. I've done a few of them. Each one is just layers of stuff coming off. And, I've done the 5-MeO as well. And I'm a facilitator now as well. So I have my own 5-MeO. And, you've been on there with me while we facilitate things. And at no point was I able to stop my brain from analyzing everything that was going on. But this last one, we were in the right setting. I was in the right setting with the right people and the right vibration and feeling for me to actually be safe enough that I did let go. But I didn't know I let go. So when I did the second one, I remembered up to a point, and in my memory it was like, oh man, I got to burp really bad. So I let out a huge belch, and then I went, oh, gotta lay on my side. So I just went down on my side.
Just so you know, you're actually talking with the third one right now. You've totally skipped over the second.
No, the third one I was laying down.
Yes.
So this is the second one where I burped.
You vomited during the third one.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that. I just know that in the second one, I felt like burping and then I laid down. I thought it was that burp was the one that was the puke.
No, you did a true let go during. I'm pretty sure you vomited during the third one. But then again,
the third
I'm
one
sure
I
it's
started
the-
laying down and stayed laying down. I didn't get up during the third.
Yep. Yep. That's right. Okay, and you laid there very peacefully.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it was the second one because I was sitting up when I did the old and then I laid down, and then in that one I said I didn't let go, but he was ready and waiting, and he said just lay down, stay down, don't get up for this, just stay down, and for sure in that one I let go because all I remember in that one was when I took the medicine. I was able to just say thank you and drift, and that was it. There was nothing. I don't remember anything else, but I know I hit that place where anything I could hang on to in the body was no longer being held on to, and it's interesting because I don't know anything that happened in that period where I was. The one where I was laying there peacefully. But I do know that when I came back, my brain said, no, nothing happened. No, you didn't let go, buddy. We're still here. Hey, better ask for another one. So I asked, I think I need another one. And then I remember hearing, do you think so? And the tone of the question made me question my own thinking. So I went, I don't know. Do you guys think I do? And then I heard, just sit there and meditate and feel on it. So I was laying there feeling on it. And after a little bit, I realized, no, I felt the best I'd felt in years. And my body was in a state of relaxation and no pain that I couldn't remember. My brain didn't know what happened. And that's where the integrating had to come along later. But you watched my journey. So why don't you tell what you saw?
Oh, well, like, I mean, the first one, I'm not sure. Like, what stands out for me is the burp or the vomit as we saw it. When you're explaining about how you asked for a fourth one, that's not really how that went down. You were still in medicine at that point in time, and you had, there was a little bit left in your third pipe. And you were, that was the quote unquote fourth dose that you were contemplating taking.
Okay.
And you were contemplating taking because you didn't think you had let go.
No, when I came back, it was my brain knew nothing from when I left to when I came back. And didn't know there was any time. It just said, hey, you didn't let go. We're still here.
Yeah, no, our brains aren't built to contemplate what we go through when we take Bufo or 5-MeO. It's a very mystical experience. And one of the things that I've learned over the past number of months in the course that I'm taking is, you know, a lot of people, when they go into this, they have a goal set of letting go. And that can be very, very dangerous. Because if you have that goal set, you are constantly looking to let go. And if you go in with the intentions that the medicine is going to do what it needs to do, and you surrender to it, that's when the letting go happens. And it doesn't actually happen every time. And you don't need a full ego death or a full let go for the medicine to do powerful, powerful healing for you. You know, as we both know, I mean, like, we both had ceremonies over our times where we haven't let go, but yet we've walked away with.
They've all been, for me, they've all been amazing. Each one took off a layer of armor that I thought I'd put on to keep myself safe that had now just turned into an anchor weighing me down. and every, the bufo, the 5-MeO, the mushrooms, every one, because the armor I put on wasn't from just a couple of years ago. It's my whole life. I've been putting on that armor and trying to keep myself safe. So I had to knock off layers and layers. And since that last bufo experience and me integrating a lot of it, because man, it was a lot of data, and I'm in physio and kinesiology. I go four times a week to those, and I go to EMDR as well. I was in a motorcycle accident 2.5 years ago, and it's been a slow healing process with that as well. And after that bufo experience, and as I was integrating and finding myself from it, when I would go to physio and they would ask me to do things where I had to do subtle, soft exercises, things that my brain actually couldn't comprehend before that. I would struggle to do these little exercises. But all of a sudden, my body knew how to do it. So they would go, okay, do this. And then my body would do it, and they'd go, oh, you did it perfectly. And then my brain would freak out because it didn't know how to do what we did. The body knew. It had learned to let go, and my brain still thought I hadn't. So my body would go to that place that my brain didn't understand, and then I would have to struggle with my brain, sometimes 5 minutes, 10 minutes, before my brain goes, oh, I have to not do anything to make this stay the way it is. Because if I try and do anything, I tense you up, and then it learns, oh, just shut up. And there we go. Oh, look, there. Oh, now we know what we do. We just shut up. And it's been little layers of my brain learning to just shut up. And my body's been falling into place. And all those things for the last 2.5 years that we've been trying to go into place now are just going into place because my body has let go and is allowing those things to move. And I, in the last month, have had more movement in my physical and mental healing for a short period of time that to me it's miraculous. Honestly, I just find it miraculous. It's awesome. It's been an amazing thing to experience, and at points in my physio I actually shed tears because I've spent 2.5 years wondering if I would ever be able to do some of those things again. And trying to hang on to faith sometimes is hard, but walking slow and steady and trying to hang on to the faith will at least teach you how to hang on to the faith. And having faith has made it easier for me to walk on this healing path with less struggle. And that's my babble for this part of the show, people. Are you there? I can't see if you're there because my screen.
Oh no, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna leave me hanging like that? Come on, I know you got something to say about it all.
Well, yeah, no. I'm good.
Wow. Well, should I go in about the cacao ceremony that I went to?
Sure.
Because I took somebody along with me that I felt needed an introduction to this world for their healing. So we went for the cacao ceremony. We were only going to stay for the cacao ceremony, but he was also having a mushroom ceremony as well. So we decided to stay for that. And we did the mushroom ceremony. And at the end of it, he came around and asked how things were. And my friend said, nothing happened. Nothing happened. And
okay, now wait a second. He said nothing happened, but what did you do for nothing to happen?
No,
tell
no,
us.
it wasn't me that did it. It was my friend said nothing happened. They didn't get anything from the mushrooms. The mushrooms didn't work.
How many did he do?
They did 1.1 grams.
Okay.
And Anki said, "Oh, really? This is where you need to use your voice. And if you're not feeling anything, then you need to ask, because we're looking for doses, and I'm going to assume that you're okay." And it was all good, but for quite a while, I felt that this person really would benefit from the experience of the bufo. So I leaned over to Anki and I said, "Hey, is there a chance we could, give her a handshake dose of bufo?" And he's just awesome. And he was like, "That's a beautiful idea." So he went and got it set up, and he introduced her to the bufo medicine. And I watched an incredibly awesome and healing experience happen. And since then, my friend has gotten a hold of me a few times to tell me how beautiful an experience it was and how much it's helped them so far. And that they look forward and can't wait till the next one.
Nice.
And but they also super enjoyed the cacao ceremony. The cacao ceremony was awesome, and it opens up your heart, and it makes you more at ease. And there was good people there, so people were comfortable. It's a beautiful environment, and Anki provides so much awesome vibration with the bowls and the didgeridoos and all of his audio stuff, his chants. It was amazing, and I'm really honored to have been able to take somebody there to experience some of that type of healing and to watch it go. I'm a pretty lucky guy, actually. I get to watch a lot of people heal, and I get to walk the pathway, with them, watching miracles happen. A lot of people call some of the things we see miracles. And it's not just a beautiful thing to watch them happen, but it's a beautiful thing to be a part of them and have them happening to me as well. And I just hope that, our pathway and our podcast inspires people to know that, healing is possible, and it's just walking a slow and steady path. And, let me look at the time. Oh. And that, sometimes you may not feel you're going anywhere, but if you're walking the healing path, you're starting in the flow, and life is about flow. So just keep going. And sometimes if you're healing from traumas, your traumas are so loud that small steps don't make sense because you're so used to running and taking huge steps. So small steps don't work. And when you look at a big venture, you can get overwhelmed, like climbing a mountain. If you look at the top of the mountain, you can get overwhelmed. But if you look at the first tree and walk to the first tree, and then look at the plants in the second tree, and look at stuff as you walk to the second tree, and you just start walking from tree to tree, after a while, you'll turn around and look down and see that you're halfway up the mountain. And you just keep walking one step in front of the other, slow and steady, and pretty soon you're at the top of the mountain looking over the valleys.
Rosie is here. She's saying hello. She says, healing is necessary for a content life. And then she just ran into one of your daughters.
Oh, that's awesome. Kick her ass. Kick her ass. Just kidding. Give her a hug for me and tell her I love her. Thanks, Rosie. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. We could probably go now.
You mean it's break time? Time to check out our sponsors and pay some bills?
Mm-hmm.
You're here live with us on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net. And we'll be right back. We stream everywhere.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Are you there?
You're muted. There you go.
Okay, so it's working, kinda. You're still frozen. That's funny. I'm in on the app. Everything is just back on me.
And we are obviously back from break now.
I can't tell. All I see is me moving around and everything's frozen.
Oh, that's crazy.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net.
We're most definitely live.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is definitely not a recorded show. Rosie says, I told her I love her. And Carolyn Brodeur is here and she says hi.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. That lights up my heart.
There you go.
Wow. The technology things, they're so great.
Yeah, wonderful.
I think I'm going to have a sip of my cacao.
There you go. Your cacao-infused coffee, let's be honest.
I'm just drinking the cacao part. I'm leaving the coffee at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Every day, a couple glasses of cacao. Every day. That's what I do every day. After finding out how important it is, how many minerals it has in it, the stuff it does for the heart, it's stupid. The stuff it does for stem cell growth, it's like, yep, pounding that stuff, man. It's awesome.
It is also an amazing medicine to fight asthma. It helps guard against cancer. It helps to fight diabetes. It actually helps to fight or to help with weight loss. There are many, many things that that cacao does. It's a beautiful medicine.
Yes, I quite enjoy it. And more than anything, it's like over 50, stem cell growth drops exponentially and ridiculously. Drinking cacao brings that stem cell growth back up. What is stem cell growth? That's the cells your body grows to replace damaged cells. So you kind of want as many of them in you as you can.
Yes, they help.
And, let alone everything else that, everything else that it has is just ridiculous. It's a magical plant, that plant. When's the last time you did a cacao ceremony?
It's been a while. It's been a while. I have been pretty busy with school and getting things caught up there and getting projects done. So I haven't had much time.
Snoop Dogg.
Yes, I already said that when you were having technical issues earlier that I was off at Snoop Dogg last week.
I didn't get to sit here and go, you braggart, you braggart.
Yeah, no, because you messaged me when I was on my way to Snoop Dogg to say that Anki couldn't make it for understandable reasons, and you were working and I was at Snoop Dogg, so we didn't even have the ability to try and book somebody new. So you guys got us. And then I promised them that you had a plan, and then you came on and you did. You talked and you talked and you talked some more. So it was great. Even though you didn't know I told them that you were going to do that, man, you just came through with flying colors.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual for me, eh?
Yeah. There might have been a reason I knew what to tell them was going to happen, right?
Hey, for anybody that has a birthday happening out there, you make sure you check your driver's license and all that crap that comes along with it that expires on your birthday. Because it's kind of shitty when you're in a store with a pile of groceries and you're about to pay and all of a sudden your bank card goes, yeah, I ain't working. And then you show up to get your bank card done and they ask for your ID and they go, yeah, that's expired too. Yeah. So, hey, if you had a birthday, check that stuff.
Yes.
So I can't even see what you're doing. So I got to ask, what are you doing, Cindy?
I am smoking a joint and, reading comments. Carolyn is asking me, when is everybody going to be able to get to watch me make pens again? She misses that. I did get your text the other day, my love. And hopefully soon. Again, like school has kept me pretty toe tapping, and and then I took a break and I went out to BC, which got me behind a little bit. But I am quite literally one quiz away from being caught up and able to, then I'll just have 1 week's worth of work to do, and I'll actually be able to do a few other things after that. And my instructors will be happy because I'll be one of the people that's completely caught up. It'll be awesome. It'll be grand days.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm just going to play with some buttons here, Steve, and tell me, can you see us now? Woo! Hello.
It puts you in a different position, but it just leaves you frozen.
Weird.
Oh, wait. Move. No, it froze. You moved for a second on that one, but then it froze.
That's strange.
Just software glitching out.
It is.
Whatevs. It's just awkward, when I'm the only one moving on my screen, because then I keep looking at me. Yeah.
That's okay.
Then I see the joy of what everybody gets stuck with.
For me here, everything's working fine. You were glitching out the first little bit, but everything seems to be caught up now, which is kind of nice.
Nice.
But I'm sorry. You just have to see me caught up in whatever position I'm in.
It just shifted again. Now it's like this.
That's how I'm sitting now.
Yeah, the last one was. I really like that. Oh, I should have snapped a picture. That would have been funny.
No, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh my.
Oh,
I guess I should have got an Android. The iPhone's screwing up.
Hey, Crystal Watkins, how are you? So what ideas do you have for ceremonies you might be attending in the future?
Well, I've got to finish up my cacao course, but I've had a couple people asking if I can come and do a ceremony with them. So I'm going to arrange that and make that happen. And Anki's invited me out whenever I, want to get a hold of him and come out there. So, and he's asked me to, if I want to co-facilitate some of them. So nice. I said, yes, I would love to do that. And in the near future, the only thing really that I do is I've added more ceremony into my daily life. So, when I'm here and making my cacao myself, I'm putting my own energy and my own words into it, and a little bit of ceremony, and burning the palo and just purifying. I'm doing the same if I use any of the mapacho or if I use the hape. I tend to not, or I was tending not to use the hape much, but in the last little while I've started to use it a little more because it's because now I'm at a point where I can hear what it's trying to say, or I can experience the healing it's trying to give. And when I say that, it's because some of the medicines can be quite subtle. And if you're looking for something or trying to find and see what it is and feel it, but you can't feel things that are that subtle, then you can miss it. And now I'm at a point where I'm actually able to feel a lot more subtle medicines and notice what they do and experience them in the calming way that they offer. And I'm able to bring myself into that level of calm now, because before I couldn't get myself to be this level of calm. It was just nothing in my life had ever been that calm. So I when I went to my calmest, it's what my brain remembers. And now with the experiences between my body, my spirit, and my brain, and the different experiences, they're all coming into harmony and letting me experience these subtle things, the softer vibrations. It's giving me the ability to have more patience, to have more understanding. It's letting me find the space between action coming at me and my reaction coming out. Whereas before I would instantly react when something would happen. Now I'm finding the space to decide if I need to react or how I'm going to react. So I'm taking it from autonomous pattern reaction to a more thought process and rewriting of the program, or rewriting of my behaviors or responses. And I'm finding that this medicine is giving me that space. The space might only be half a second, but it's half a second of me noticing that I was about to do this, but I would rather do this. And I have to say, it's a beautiful thing. And I hope everybody on their healing pathways gets to experience it at some point on their pathway, because it is an incredibly beautiful thing to experience. How was that for Babylon?
It was wonderful.
Oh, and then you leave me hanging again? You're just
Well,
gonna make
I was, you are no good with the dramatic pauses. You need to start to learn to appreciate the pause. Steve doesn't appreciate the pause. If I pause, he's like, "Ooh," he's on that like in a heartbeat. Dramatic pauses are good for conversation. They really are.
That's beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful, and thank you, because the dramatic pause is a subtleness in the flow that, because you brought it up to my brain now registers it as, oh, that's part of that patience and understanding you're trying to learn. So learn that the dramatic pause is okay. Thank
It
you.
is.
Thank
Oh,
you.
my pleasure. You do it, by the way. You do it all the time. You have a very beautiful dramatic pause, but I don't think you realize that you're doing it.
No.
You
I just
usually actually
kept
fill it
myself
with a
I've also noticed when I go, my eyes go to a different place and I'm looking at something in my head.
Yes, you do this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting behavior.
What I was going to say about the cacao ceremony is I love the spiritual stuff. My mentor, my teacher is when she runs a cacao ceremony, if any of you sat in on the cacao ceremony, she sat in with us. She's very spiritual in running her cacao ceremonies. It's very beautiful. And Steve is very much, if you were there and you saw that, you would have saw that with Steve. I'm a little bit more dramatic pause. I am a little bit more, I think the right word isn't clinical, but it's the only word coming to mind. I don't necessarily tell the story of the spirits of cacao. I tell the story of the history of the plant itself here on Earth. I find that very interesting to say, where it came from. The Olmec started it, who passed it to the Mayans, who really, as we know, it's the Mayans who a lot of us know and associate it with the cacao. And I think that's beautiful, which the Aztecs kind of adapted it, and they kind of made it more of a hierarchy thing. So it was only for, the royalty type thing. Both tribes used it as for trade. So it was money. But they drank it all the time. And the Mayans are known for having amazing heart health. So I tell these stories, and I say how it, through trade, especially through the Olmecs, it came over to Spain, and the Spanish people absolutely love the plant, and they love chocolate, and they're the ones that added the iodized salt, so it could be added to water, and then it could be dehydrated to make the cacao powder, eventually learning how to add milk. And they, it was only a couple hundred years ago actually that we had the first chocolate bar, and then the chocolate, milk chocolate came along after that. And this is kind of, I tell it a little bit longer with a little bit more detail and actual dates when I run a ceremony. But I love that story. And I love telling people that, when you're eating chocolate, by the way, it's a fruit. It's, cacao, when you're eating cacao in its raw form, it comes from a fruit. It comes from a fruit seed, actually. So it's really kind of cool. That's where I go with it. So I go on a completely different roundabout. And we if somebody brings up the spiritual side, and I bring in meditation, but I tend to keep it more on that level, and I really like it, and I have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I tend to come in on the science end, which is more on what the published studies show it does, theobromine and the cacao, etc. But I'm really trying to embrace that ceremony aspect. Because I find that when I'm at the ceremonies, the ones that have the most powerful ones I've been at have had beautiful ceremony around them. Mm-hmm. So I'm just embracing that aspect of performing ceremony around stuff. Because, in my science brain, it's like, well, what is ceremony? It's giving gratitude, it's intent, it's giving thanks to the generations before us that taught us how to utilize the medicines, etc. So it's like, oh, okay, the science brain can understand the energy flow of that, but watching the beauty of somebody that comes at it from that spiritual side, right? Like your mentor and Anki and watching them come in from the spiritual side and the magic that happens when they perform the ceremonies, it's been a powerful thing. It's made me go, oh, that is part of what makes the magic more magic for me. It's like that's why I kind of went, yeah, but I haven't actually performed a ceremony yet. So I'm, I just had a part in the one that we did, but
I mean, not that I don't bring any spirituality. My ceremony is full of spirituality. Just that when I tell my story of cacao, instead of telling it about how, like the same story that Judy told, I tell the story of the history here on Earth is the big difference for me.
Yeah,
I love that story, and for me, I very much relate to it. I think it's kind of cool to watch how it came along, right? And yeah, I mean, you very much are the sciencey person. You're the person I learned about the stem cells from. Yeah, that's really cool stuff.
I figured Judy taught you. Judy does hers, and Judy taught you, and I'm watching the two of you, and I've watched Donkey. So now I'm going to try and incorporate all of that. But at the same time, I want to blab out some of the science stuff for people that might show up that are sciencey, that are like me. The first few, I was there in the ceremony being performed, but I was watching the spirituality and not so much participating. Right, analytical brain. So I'm there, and I'm trying to flow with everything that's going on. But in the brain, it was like, this is rather interesting. I wonder if this plays a part. For me, as we've done the ceremonies, watching the results, I've realized how big of a part that also plays.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But when I do my first ceremony, I got a feeling I'm going to steal from both of you, and then I'll put both of those in with a little bit of that sciencey stuff, and then it'll be the Mayhemic Moments one.
It'll be amazing. It will be.
Hopefully. If I don't ever do one, I can just sit there and dream about how amazing it'll be forever.
You're going to do one.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Wow, that was pretty cool that Rosie logged on and said hello, and that she saw one of my daughters. That was pretty cool.
Oh, it always is, yeah.
A little moment of magic while my thing keeps glitching out.
Yeah, it's strange. You weren't glitchy because we were sitting here chatting on StreamYard for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes before, if not longer, because you ran up and got coffee. So, and you didn't glitch out in the car, and you didn't glitch out while we were chatting. You didn't glitch out until I hit go live.
As soon as you hit go live, I started to hear the ad, the screen was froze, the intro, the screen froze. It was just like, oh, geez.
So you didn't see the new opening?
No.
Oh.
No, just everything glitched. I was like poking, is it working? Because the weird part is my part is completely working fine for me. It's just everything else. When you went, even on the break, when you went to the ads, the ad comes up. Then I saw a picture of something that said YouTube. And then I was like, well, I don't know when we're on. So I figured, okay, I'll log out and log back on. Yeah, that didn't work either. So, but the link, at least the link brought me in with less issues through the app.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if it'll fix itself when we finish the podcast.
Oh, that would be great if it all works properly, and then I just look like a clown through the whole thing because.
Oh, no, everybody else. It's actually streaming through perfectly on all of the streams.
Oh man, let me get my big red nose. If I'm going to look like a clown, I might as well have my red nose on.
Yeah. And I'm seeing, you're glitching a little bit for me. Like once in a while you freeze, but you only stay frozen for half a second and then you start moving again. So you're really the only one having the issue. So yeah. Mushrooms. He's like, here, let me distract you with something. It's easier for me to distract him with something. Normally, I just have to ask half a question, and then we're good for an hour.
Squirrel. And he's off and running.
Yes.
And then you sit there and smile and go, he's off and running. He bought it again. Look at him grab that hook and run.
It only backfires when I have something that I actually want to say, and you squirrel anyway right in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
And off you go. And 20 minutes later, you're like, and what were you saying? Oh, that was like 50 subjects ago. So, you know.
Just do what I do. Barge in and cut me off.
But it's too funny.
Oh, Stephen Gray is having a cannabis ceremony this weekend.
I know.
And
Just I'll fire up the private play and I'll be out in a minute.
Jenny and Helene are coming down for it. But
Nice.
here was the funny thing. They got a hold of me, and I just booked with my buddy Neil to head up to the Okanagan to go see our buddy Pooch, who had a heart attack and went through a little bit of problematic stuff. But with everything that's happened, I actually don't know if I'll be able to go. I might not be able to go this weekend, and if I don't, then I'm going to go to the cannabis ceremony. And I'll
Oh, that'll be wicked. Tell Stephen I said hi.
I will, and I'll ask him about getting 3 of those books autographed from him.
Yes.
Oh, wait, 2. I don't want John to know that I'm getting him one because he might.
Oh, don't. John, turn this off. Yes, and then I would love to read that book and have him on to chat about it.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Now that I can read, I don't got them big bad cataracts in there.
But when we get the books, I want more than like 2 hours from when I receive it to when we interview him, because that's what happened with the first one.
Did you get your book? Good, he's on.
Yeah, I received my book on a Tuesday morning, and we interviewed him on a Tuesday afternoon.
But that was an awesome interview. I really enjoyed that interview.
It was a great interview. It was actually a good thing that you had cataracts and I didn't have enough time, simply because it led to not talking about the book, like because we couldn't, because we honestly hadn't read it, and was not like it was done on purpose. I literally had a few hours. I did not have time. I had just got to BC, and you like literally put the book in my hand, and we were interviewing him that afternoon, and you couldn't read because you had cataracts.
I'm looking forward to stuff now. I got all these books. I'm just slowly plowing through them, going, wow, this is so awesome that I can actually read books now instead of just having to read backlit crap that burns my retinas out.
Yep.
Hey, you just moved again. That was awesome.
Yay!
Hang on, let me take a picture of this pose. Just kidding.
Well, it is about that time, and since we're glitchy, we might as well go a minute early, with apologies.
Sure. Hey, everybody, thanks for hanging out even through the glitchy thing and all my babbling. And it's that time again. Thank you for joining us here on The Mushy Moment with my co-host Cindy, myself, and your not guest, nobody. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net. We look forward to bringing you more exciting babbling and guests and fun.
Real guests.
Next week will be Anki. I hope I spoke enough about him to make you excited to come in and hear him. He's a traditional healer guy that has magic words when it comes to making the brain understand your pathway to healing. So I'm really looking forward to having him in. And let me put my glasses on. What do you got to say, Cindy?
I'm really looking forward to Anki being here as well.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We'll see you next week. Much love and happy healing from The Mushy Moment.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
Hey. Welcome to your evening medicine break with me, Reverend Cindy. How's everybody? Well, I see I only have a couple people in here, and that's okay. I'm going to spark a joint. I'm going to have a drink of water. Good water. Comments. Hey, JJ. How are you? So I drive a little Honda Civic on the regular. It's just this little car. Something I didn't know about Honda Civics before I drove them is that if you drop something underneath the seat's going to eat it. It's gone for at least a while. So when I first got back last April, like this past April, a month and a half ago from BC, I had this most amazing joint. And it was in my pocket. And I get home and I go to pull out my amazing joint and it's gone. Like it's gone. I found it yesterday. So I lost this on April 27th-ish and found it yesterday. I'm great. I found my joint. Now, not everybody that watches this is into the legal side of the whole cannabis industry. As long as it's craft cannabis, I'm cool with the legal side. So I got this in BC, as you can tell by the BC thing on it. But these guys sell right across Canada. They are called Good Supply. I'm not sure who they're associated with. The only thing I've gotten from them are these monster joints. And these things are like unfreaking believable pre-rolls. They're really, really good. It's like 7 grams in it, like the equivalent to 7 grams in a joint. And there's kief and distillate and everything in there. It's pretty amazing. This one was called Monkey Walker. And it's monkey butter and strawberry kush for the strains that went into it. And it was jam-packed. I still have like 2 joints worth of drippings that are on papers that I'm going to eventually roll up with other cannabis, and they'll be just as amazing. So if you ever get a chance, they're not cheap, but you have to remember what you're getting. It took me like 4 tries to get through that whole thing. And that was with help. It's a pretty epic joint, just so you know. Thought I wanted to share that and the excitement of finding my joint. Hey, Leona, how are you? Oh, I just saw my most amazing. It's a boat. It's a Volkswagen van boat. Somebody just sent me the picture. Look at that. Cool. I looked down and it just popped up. That's hilarious. Hilarious. So I'm going to, I went to the Indigenous dispensary the other day because I go to the dispensaries where I can get the weed that I like, right? But I went up to this one called Smackness. They're an Indigenous dispensary here in Nova Scotia on up in Millbrook on the reserve. What am I looking for? And I can't find anything. You ever had one of those days that you just can't find anything? This will work. I was looking for my headband, but this will keep the hair out of my eyes because the hair is driving me crazy. So I went up to Smackness, and they do these little packages. I mean, it's just the greatest little package with their sticker on it. They have these, they call them Right Deadlies. So it's their high-end, top-shelf cannabis all done up in joints. You can either get them in half-gram joints or full-gram joints. For the purposes of the Snoop concert last night, I got half-gram joints. Which one's which? And I use this thing. I put all my joints in here. Oh, shit. Okay, these guys would be it. So they do a really good job. It's just, it's pre-rolls, right? Like just cones that are done up. I have a bunch of cones in here that are, I've got some hash bats and whatnot. I had a couple of these full when I went to the concert last night, and I went through one. So I'm just showing you, and it's strawberry gasoline. Took me a minute to be able to read that. Is the strain that I bought in the Right Deadlies, strawberry gasoline. And that was from Smackness, again, here in Nova Scotia, in a little area called Millbrook, right outside of Truro. A lot of people know where Truro is. We actually have Paula Abdul just announced that she's coming to Truro and playing a center up there, which is just really exciting. She's got Tiffany opening for her. Probably not one I'm going to go see, but that's okay. I still think it's kind of exciting. Paula Abdul, she's been playing in the back of my head all day. You know? You don't want to hear me. Oh, yeah, wasn't that cool? Well, I'm pretty sure we could have gotten away with it. Like, I mean, the security, God bless their hearts, but we were in the second section back in the front row. So it was really hard to be incognito. I didn't have people to hide behind. I didn't have any of that. So they were all over the place. They were shining their flashlights on people going, you have to put that out. So I just dumped out the rest of my drink into my daughter's empty mug and stuck the joint up. I was going to do the whole straw thing. And my daughter said, don't even bother with the straw. Just put it in there. So I did. And it was like absolutely amazing. Hey, Bry Guy. So, like, we did that. And then I poked holes in the bottom of the cup for airflow. And it was like a shotgun. Like, man, like one little joint. And my daughter and I, we weren't even halfway through it. And my daughter's like, yeah, no more. And just no, thank you. So it worked. It was pretty cool. It's something that I think I'm going to remember. And I think I'm going to take a plastic straw to do it with me next time. Because I think the plastic straw would work better. Yeah. But there were a ton of joints going around. Nobody lit one until, Mercules had come out, but I was getting a t-shirt at that time. So I didn't see Mercules perform. I don't know if he sparked anything on stage or not. And then Warren G came out. And, man, he was drinking his gin and juice and smoking his joint right on stage. And I thought it was great. Gin and juice right on stage. Of course, I mean, one of my favorite songs by Snoop Dogg was Gin and Juice from years ago, back when I drank gin. That was a long, long time ago. I don't drink anymore. And so Warren G came out and he did, a few songs that he did, but then he also did a few tunes that he's, he had at least a small part in. Some of them are very big parts. So he basically played the 90s bar scene. He had a hand in a lot of these songs that, I went to the bar and danced to in my early 20s. So he playing all these songs, I'm sitting there going, oh my God. Well, I wasn't sitting, I was standing as everybody was. So it was pretty epic. And then a lady came out. I don't know her name. Sorry. And then of course, Snoop came out in a car. It was pretty epic. And he had his, the Dog Pound group with him. I think that's what they're called. Anyway, so like they were there and he had the girls there, like his dancers, and he had some guy dancers there. It was really good. It was a really good show. He played some of his newer stuff and he played his older stuff. For those of us that listened to him back in the 90s, he really made us feel, he played what we wanted to hear. It was pretty awesome. And the joints were flowing. Everybody was smoking joints. There were a couple people that smoked cigarettes, but there were a ton of joints going around once Warren G lit up. That was it. He even came down through the crowd, passing a joint around. It was pretty wicked. And he came down and walked around through the crowd and gave away a backstage pass to a random person. It was just really pretty cool. It was Bry. It was a great show. I was really impressed. Not that I'm into rap music, but Snoop Dogg is an icon. Like, I mean, he's amazing. I really didn't get into him until he came out and said, you know what, this whole gangster mask is just that, a mask. I love my wife. I love my mama. I love my kids. And this is the actor that puts on the show. And then this is the real me. And I love that he's done that. And he takes his wife everywhere and he shows her off proudly. And, it was right about then that I fell in love with Snoop Dogg. I mean, and I know all of his, well, I shouldn't know all of his songs, but I know a lot of his songs from the 90s and the early 2000s. So yeah, it was quite iconic. It brought back a lot of memories from my childhood listening to some of these tunes. And it was something else to be standing, in the stadium in Halifax, smoking a joint and watching Snoop Dogg with my 31-year-old daughter. Soon to be 32. We were selling. It was her birthday present that I took her out. So it was pretty epic. And it was really funny because I walked around the place. I was like, I gotta know people here. And I didn't see anybody. Like, I didn't actually run into anybody that I know. And then this morning when I woke up, and I'm like looking at Facebook, and Jessica came in from New Brunswick, and Amy came down from Toronto, and then my friends from Dartmouth were there, and my friends from Hannesport were there. There was actually probably about 50 people I knew there, and I didn't run into anybody. It was, but that's okay. I got to see, we were all in completely different spots, so I got to see a lot of perspectives with the videos and how things looked all around. My videos and pictures weren't great, because I wasn't there to take videos and pictures. I was there to really enjoy myself. So I went to the concert, man, and I lived in the concert. I had so much fun. There were a bunch of young ladies, probably, I'm going to guess late teens, early 20s. And like, I don't know, there was 5 or 6 of them. And they weren't sitting on the floor, but they were taking pictures of each other so they could get pictures with the stage and behind. And like 2 of them would come down, they'd take pictures, and then they'd go up and 2 more would come down. Like, oh my God, these girls were having so much fun taking pictures of each other. And I couldn't help but giggle at them, because it took me back to the first concert I went to. That was a long time ago. And we were in the Upper Bowl, and we did the same thing with 35 millimeter cameras, actual film. And they brought back that memory, and it was pretty wild. I really enjoyed it. And then there were some little kids. There was this one little dude. He couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old, maybe 8 or 9. And he was he knew every word. He knew every beat. He was totally into it. And, it was a lot of fun to watch him enjoy the concert as well. So yeah, tons of fun. It was absolutely fantastic. The tickets really, for going to see somebody of Snoop Dogg's caliber, this is Snoop Dogg. I was expecting tickets to be really expensive, and even with inflation, they weren't that bad. Not as bad as I've seen a lot of other concerts. So good on Snoop Dogg for keeping things affordable for his fans. I was really impressed by that. I looked up tickets to a couple of other things that were going on sale at the same time. And the price difference was huge, like massively huge. So Snoop Dogg kept everything fairly reasonable. VIP tickets were pretty expensive, but if you weren't going VIP, or if you weren't going to the after party, tickets were very reasonable if you got them before the scalpers got a hold of them and checked the prices. And because scalpers do that, I'm gonna light my joint again. So yeah, it was pretty epic. The security were, there were probably, I was on the floor, second section back. And there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There were 11 sections on the floor. And literally the security was they were just doing circles up and down the aisles. And for every section, there must have been 3 or 4 security people. And they just walked, and they just walked, and they just walked. And they tried to stop people from rushing the stage, which they did a pretty good job at keeping everybody, keeping aisles clear. And they, for all the joints that were smoked around me, I think they caught 2. And where I was standing, there were 2 or 3 rows, because people would tap me on the shoulder and I'd take a joint, just to haul and turn around and smile at them. It was good, but the security did a really good job. It was fun when I got the cup going, to watch them scurry looking for whoever was smoking the joint, and they couldn't find me. I was just drinking my drink. So yeah, it was pretty epic. Absolutely epic. Thank you for putting up understanding to why I couldn't be here last week. I was looking after my dad. He had a procedure, and I had to take him to a medical procedure. I had to take him up to Dartmouth, and I'm in Windsor for that. So family first. And, Al's pretty awesome with understanding that I had to go do that. So yeah, sorry for last week, but we got through it. I do have some giveaway, or a giveaway for this week. I showed the t-shirt off earlier. For those of you that are tuning in and don't necessarily see us on Facebook, I do run a giveaway every week. I do announce it on Facebook only. I announce it through my personal page and the Pace Radio page. So you can go on there, and if you see it in through the Pace Radio page, you can click on it and it'll, I'll get the notification that you've entered, because you have to enter on that post. So if you're not on Facebook, if you want to find another way, if you just want to reach out to me or the network on Tuesdays and say, hey, I'm in for Cindy's giveaway, then we'll get you in there. So a private message to myself, the Pace Radio Network, or messaging on the, like saying something on the post is the way to get in on the giveaway. Hello, darling. Oh, I'm sending you so much love back. I love this lady. Amy is absolutely one of my favorite people in the whole world. She's just always amazing. And my trips to Vancouver aren't trips to Vancouver unless I am able to get a hug from that beautiful lady. I adore you. You're awesome. One of these days, I'll get you on a plane and get you down to Nova Scotia for a visit. That would be nice. I tell everybody here about you, Amy, so it'd really be nice to bring you down here and go, hey, this is her in person. So that would be cool. Mm-hmm. I was in here doing work. I was over like in my cupboard and doing whatever, and this great big smash happened, and it took me like a while to figure out. I have this thing which usually hangs from the ceiling. It fell down. Hey, Natalie, how are you? I might be coming to Ontario in July. I would love to be able to see you. Yeah. Yeah, so that fell down. And the hook came out. So now I have to fix that. It was, and it took me a while to figure out what the fuck. There it was. There it was. Came down. Hear my dad's dog out in the hallway crying. Well, we might as well talk about the giveaway. We do have one of these shirts. It is a ladies style. So it's the narrower shoulder style and a little bit of a fitted waist style shirt with the shorter sleeves. It's a size small. I have like a handful of stickers to go in this one. So we have, I have some of these cute little frog stickers, and I've thrown a couple of those in. They're kind of really adorable. Ooh, one cannabis sticker. Oh, that's not a cannabis sticker. Okay. Okay. Oh, these are cool. These are cute. I have a couple of cannabis stickers if I can get the right things going in my fingers. High rollers and a leaf. We have a couple of mushroom stickers. Oh, these are nice too. And then we have some positive affirmation stickers. This one says dream big, and the second one says enjoy every moment. I love those. Aren't they nice? Yeah. I might put a few of those on the sticker bomb when I do the van. And then, of course, I have some heart stickers because I'm all about the heart stickers, and I keep finding different kinds. So that's awesome. So we have quite a pile of stickers to go with the t-shirt. And also to go with the t-shirt, I'm going to promote my friend Steve a little bit. At ease.com, the address is there on the bottom. It's a 5-pack of his Scooby snacks. So each capsule in there, because that's what they are, is they're capsules. Each capsule in there contains, I'm going to read this, so I might have to put my glasses on. Thank you, Kimberly. I see you got the 2 packages in one. I'm glad that arrived. Thank you for letting me know with the post. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you loved everything. So in this, each capsule is a proprietary blend of medicinal and organic mushrooms, adaptogens, and nootropics, including, so this is what's in it: lion's mane, ashwagandha, ginkgo biloba, brahmi, Siberian ginseng, foti. Whew, I don't know what half this stuff is. He's some smart. He's got it all figured out. What? Astragalus, L-theanine, alpha, GPC, and GABA. So that's what's in all of these. And in each of these, there's also 0.25 grams, so 1/4 gram of golden teachers, which are an amazing medical mushroom. And there are 5 capsules, so that means there are 1.25 grams in there, all done up in this cute vacuum sealed pack. He creates these in a sterile environment. I have watched him clean. I have watched him put on his gloves. I have watched him do everything, and he does an amazing job. So this is also my friend that I do the mushy moment with, and he makes those. Now this isn't part of the giveaway, but I happen to have an open pack. He makes the gummies that I give away from time to time. This is my favorite flavor, the lemon. This is so good. It is like super duper 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 yummy. And he makes 2 different strengths, so you can get 5 50s or 10 20s. You know, and they're $15 or $18 a pack. I suppose I shouldn't be saying that on here. Never mind. They're nothing. Never mind. So yeah, I love these. These are like super good. So I just want to promote my friend for a minute, and we have some Scoobies. Aw, thank you, sweetheart. That makes me feel good. So I've got a few of his sample packs here, and I thought that I would promote him and hand one in. Or hand one out, give one out with the stickers and the t-shirt. And just going to make sure I got all the names on the list, because, you know, did I miss anybody? Oh, there is one name that came in. So we will just go down here and we will do this, and we will put her on. And we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. So, clicking buttons. I'm going to add it to stage. Oh. Something about this, it wants to be somewhere else. That's the second time it's actually scared me. It just fell over. It scared the bejumpins out of me. Did you guys catch that? Whew, my heart. Your friend in Labrador that is a grower. I gave him all. Oh, well, that's awesome. That's amazing. Yeah, I had some seeds here that were left over from years past, that ones that I put aside as I would get them and say I want to grow those. And I'm not a great cannabis grower, so I did give them as well to a friend, and he's going to grow them. And I'm going to get clones. I can do it from clone, but not from seed. So I'll get clones from some of the best girls that end up coming from those seeds. And I'm really, really, really excited with that, because, it's fun to grow your own meds, and it's nice to know that you've put your heart and soul into it. So that's why I want to do it. I don't grow a lot, but I do grow a couple outside, and I'm right across from the hospital now. So I think I got to have a couple of girls outside for, to share, to show them what real medicine is. I shouldn't say that, there are some things that are good. So I'm going to stop going on about that. I'm going to go click a button, and we're going to see who wins. And I saw you pop in there, Rosie. Hi. Bonnie. Bonnie won. Yay, Bonnie. That saves me from having to mail it, because she is somebody that I do run into. So I can be able to hand this to her and save some money on shipping. And Amanda, if you're watching, I still have yours here. We've got to meet up at some point in time, and I've got to get that to you, so you can have your t-shirt and your seeds, because I think you've got seeds in yours as well. So that's for Bonnie. Yes, congratulations, Bonnie. Oh, look at you guys. You guys are so sweet. What a great bunch of people that have become part of all of this. Sorry about that. The glasses have been working to keep the hair out of my eyes, and I'm very, very, very thankful for that. And with that, we're pretty much at the end of the show. I am going to go do some studying, and I am going to write a test today. Yes. That way I can do some more studying tomorrow and be fully caught up in my studies, which are going very well. Thank you very much. You guys have a really great night. Thank you so much for coming in. Congratulations, Bonnie. I will get these stickers and the t-shirt and the microdoses to you very, very soon. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you folks. Oh, there's comments. I'm going to go back and read the comments. Oh, you guys have a great night too. Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure I get to the right window here so I can click the closing and not make the stupid mistake of ending the stream and not playing the closing. So with that, thank you so much for joining me. I absolutely love you guys. Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you. And I will see you. I will be back on Monday with, I was almost going to call it the wrong thing, the psychedelic and educational news with Al Graham on Monday morning. And then Tuesday, of course, as Steve and I will be back with the Mushy Moment, and I will be back here with another epic giveaway and just, a sesh and some fun chat and maybe some stories. As always, if anybody wants to join me for a sesh, please reach out before next Tuesday and we'll make sure that you come on the show with me. Okay? I absolutely love you guys. Have a great night. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis,
talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Hi, Mary Jane, also known as the Doobie.
Coming up on today's show,
we've got our word of the week,
as well as a Doober Minute with Martin Franks.
And another one of my favorite segments, Cinema Reviews.
And then, of course, we'll be ending the show off with a glorious Teaching Timmy segment. The Teaching Timmy segments have been quite interesting along the way. I've learned how to roll a joint. I've learned how to make a bong if I was stuck in the middle of nowhere with a water bottle and a pen.
Yeah.
And weed math.
That's correct.
I have learned.
And you were good at that.
I was very good at that. Math was one of my favorite subjects growing up. Actually, here's an interesting fact. At least it is for me. Maybe not for you. You might have already closed off the YouTube video at this point. But hey, that's up to you. But the reality is that I was great at math. And then in grade 10, somebody said, hey, that boy's really good at math. And they put me up into the really smart kid, the advanced math or something like that. Right? I was so out of place there. Like I liked math and I was okay at math, but like this was a whole other level of like math,
so it was like
people.
They said you were a smart kid, but when they put you in the smart class, you realized you weren't as smart as the smart kids?
No, it had nothing to do with smartness. It had everything to do with the fact of these people look like they're going to do math for the rest of their life. And I just happen to be good at math.
Like mathletes?
Yes, like mathletes. Like they could probably have competed in like math. Like let's go to the math. Let's go wait for the.
See,
weekend.
I only knew weed math, so mathletes was like just like something I'd heard about. I was never asked to join.
There was myself and there were I think two other guys in my class got put in this thing, and we all felt completely not out of our league that we couldn't do the math, but we were with a different group of people. Like, it's kind of like I wasn't.
Is it like joining the band?
It is. It's kind of like I wasn't.
Not like the cool band. I mean, like the band at school.
I wasn't a cool kid. I was an awkward kid, bowl haircut type of stuff. But something about moving. I didn't have a bowl haircut in grade 10. I think I had grown out of that. Oh, at that point, I was getting like my Bon Jovi big hair thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
did you have a mullet?
I would suggest that most of the people in my class were on the geeky side of things. I didn't have okay, what's a mullet? Is a mullet when it's like
business in the front, party at the back?
No, mine was like a fully feathered, just lots of hair. So
it was like a ferret.
But it came down and it winged out. Like it
sounds like just like the hockey look, like the hockey player's hairstyle.
It was just big. It was a lot of hair. Like I'm proud of the fact that I still have hair. Like I've told people that I have no problems going gray.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't want to go bald. No offense to the bald people out there. No offense to my father who's bald. But in fact, it's funny. Our producer, director, editor out there, Emilio, just looked in. I think he was going, wait a minute, does he actually have hair? He just peeked in the window there making sure.
Now I'm wondering what's underneath Emilio's hat.
Maybe
that's why he was looking in.
But but apparently hair comes from your mother's side. So my grandfather on my mom's side had a full head of hair till the day he died. And so, whereas my dad's side, all of them are bald.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently that's proven to be true. So just throwing that out here. Not exactly the way we had planned to start the show, but worthwhile anyways.
Yeah. And nothing to do with what we're celebrating today at all.
No, but when you think about it, today's going to be a little bit of a weird and wonderful road.
It really will be.
But they all are. They're all weird and wonderful. Seriously, if this is your first time checking us out, go back to the beginning because we actually follow some sort of path, at least through word of the week.
We're trying to build something.
Yeah.
Like when you build with Lego blocks,
mm-hmm.
We started with one block. That's episode 1. We've now, got 22 blocks?
This is our 22nd block.
So, I mean, the 22nd block, you're still going to be looking at something amazingly built amazingly.
Unless you just took 22 blocks and lined them out like around, and then it's just kind of like, oh, that's
What, like a fence?
Yeah, like I haven't even built anything yet.
It's still awesome because if you look at that, that could be the blueprint for a house.
Well, everything's going to
or
start
a
to build
garage
from there.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you know what today is?
I do know what today is.
What is it?
It's Ants on a Log Day.
Ants on a Log Day.
But, which is funny because I knew what ants on a log were. You did not.
I did not know what ants on a log is, and quite frankly...
you got the same look out of me that you get all the time. You're like, I've never seen that, or I've never heard that song. Rolling down the street, smoking endo, sipping on gin and juice. Do you know the next line?
Baby, baby.
No, laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. And I was like, I said one line, and he's like, what are you talking about? Oh, it was beep, beep. Who got the keys to the Jeep? Who am I? The gal's damn sugar.
Yeah.
And
I know
that face.
Yeah. One of the hardest parts of our relationship is the fact that you break into song constantly and then you look to me and throw it to me for the next verse. And I have no clue.
Even if you know the song, you don't know the line.
No.
But those songs, you were like legitimately looking at me and had never heard beep beep. Who got the keys to the Jeep?
I know meep meep from like Roadrunner. That's
and it was Sim Simma. Who got the keys to the Bima?
No, don't have. Wait, to the what? To the Big Bong?
To the Bima.
Oh, to the Bima. No, I don't know. See, I just simply do not know songs. Like,
it's not just songs. You do that with movies. You do that with snacks, like Ants on a Log.
Yeah, but I've never had ants on a log. That's not a...
I thought everybody had ants on a log.
No.
Like, if you went to kindergarten, that was one of the snacks they gave you very frequently at school.
Yeah, well, here, I will literally throw this out. If you have made it this far in this particular video, go down into the comment box right now, and, like, I'll take a poll. We'll take a poll on this.
I'll take a poll.
I'll take a poll. Who has had ants on a log? And if you write, what is ants on a log, that answers the question. You haven't.
That's correct.
But we're going to learn what ants on a log. Should we even talk about what it is, or should we wait?
Well, I've already said it's a food. It's a snack. But other than that, let's just...
Okay, we're going to leave
If you're
it there.
observant, you might be able to see...
Yeah. There's clues. Clues around... Somewhere. So it's Ants on the Log Day. But it did make me think of interesting snack things. Like, did you ever have one of my favorite snacks that all of my friends who came to my house, they were always like, kind of what I did with Ants on a Log.
Okay.
They would have it and they'd be like, we have never heard of that. And it's called banana soup. Ah, there's the look. The eyebrow goes up. I hope we got a good close-up. Do the eyebrow just so you can get the camera on you.
Can't even. Okay.
It was a bowl of milk, as if we're like cats or something.
Okay.
It was a bowl of milk with chopped up bananas.
Okay.
And sugar sprinkled on it.
Okay.
And it was called banana soup. That's my sister and I had that all the time. Did you know you didn't have banana soup?
We generally had berries with bananas.
In a bowl of milk?
It was milk or cereal, but
oh yeah, no, there was no cereal.
No sugar.
Yeah, just sugar, bananas, and milk.
You said banana soup, and I have my stomach turned. I wish you would have said something ahead of time. It was like I had this thing when I was little. My babysitter gave me bananas on toast, and it wasn't just bananas cut on toast. It was bananas spread onto toast. It was this like paste. And
it was like soft banana spread across the
she
toast.
literally took it and put it in a bowl and mushed it up. She must have had like one banana for 2 kids and like tried to stretch it. Yeah, 1 banana, 2 kids, 3 bananas, 4. No, anyways. So I ate it and I thought it was great. But that night, my stomach did not think it was so great. And I ended up like all night in the bathroom. I tell you, when you said banana soup, I'm thinking like some mushy.
No, it was very delicious. I suggest everyone try it.
That's just fruit in a bowl.
Okay, so what was your family's like go-to like cool snack? Did you have a snack that your family was kind of like unique to that other kids were like, oh, we haven't had that at our house?
No, God, when I grew up, my mom basically was so busy, she gave us everything out of boxes. Boxes, or like the snacks were freezies or ice cream, or
Okay, yeah,
like everything came packaged. I actually grew up believing that in order to make a meal, you just read the ingredients or like the instructions on the side of the box, because that's what you do. It didn't actually occur to me until I was a lot older that if you wanted soup, like chicken noodle soup, you could go and buy the chicken and get the noodles and make the soup.
Now, mind you, you grew up having cannabis in your house, and I didn't. So I mean, I guess it all everyone's experience is different. But today, I'm going to try, because we believe on this show about trying new things. As a newbie, I'm here to learn new things and experience new things, and even our journey together is about trying new things. And today on today's show, I will try ants on a log. I wish I had thought, my brain doesn't think too far ahead. I wish I had considered this, because I would have brought some milk and banana and some sugar, and then you could have tried my treat. But we'll do that maybe on another day. So,
Needle and thread.
What's a needle and thread?
You said so.
On a roll. On a roll. Let's do your word of the week today, shall we?
All right.
Let's get into this.
Okay.
Word of the week. Now, can I just say,
No.
Can I ask you a question? Are we still in extracts and concentrates?
Yes.
Okay. If you haven't been following along, can I test myself right now?
Okay.
5 kinds of cannabis. Would that be 5? How would you describe it?
Forms.
5 forms of cannabis. This is what I've learned since we've been on this show.
I guess 5 categories.
There is flower. You smoke flower. There is tinctures, which I believe you like put in your mouth like a liquid.
I just want to say flour you can also bake with.
Okay.
Turn into concentrates.
And then edibles.
Yep.
So edibles, tinctures, flour, topicals, which you rub on, and then concentrates / extracts.
Yes. So this one you're going to be really, really excited about, because this one crosses over.
Into.
Okay.
All
so it can
right.
be classified as a concentrate.
Yep.
It could be used as a topical and as a tincture, and you can turn it into an edible.
But not a flower.
It's not a flower. You have to use the flour to get the oil. So
okay.
Our word of the week is oil.
Now, see, I would think oil wouldn't be much a word of the week, because it's an oil.
It's an oil.
It's an oil. But I have a feeling that you're going to reveal much more to me than what I'm thinking in my head.
Maybe.
All right, oil.
Okay.
Let's go through this.
So the oil that I'm going to be speaking about is not the cannabis oil that you would find that's that dark, thick, black stuff that people spread onto their papers and smoke. The oil in which I'm talking about
I don't think I've seen that. Do you do that?
I have some, but I don't.
Okay, because I don't think I've seen that. Okay.
No. So the one I'm talking about is the one that's extracted with MCT oil, which is like a coconut oil, the liquid one, or like hemp seed oil, grapeseed oil, that sort of thing. So it's a very liquidy substance. Does not work as fast as smoking or vaping, so you're not going to feel the effects as quickly. But if you take it sublingually, did I say that right?
Subliminally? So you're not
No.
taking it, but you don't know you are.
Under the tongue. Sublingually. Lingually.
Lingually?
I can't even do it. Anyways. So when you put it underneath the tongue, it gets absorbed into the mucous membrane and goes directly into the bloodstream. So it's bypassing your stomach. So when you take it under the tongue, it takes effect, what did it say? 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Whereas if you were to eat it, put it into an edible and eat it, or into a capsule, it's going to take 2 to 4 hours.
So the form of cannabis is a time lapse like dispensing system. Like they take longer to work in your body
because it's going through the bloodstream and not through inhalation. Like
Right.
inhalation happens almost immediately.
Okay.
Here you'll see in this dropper I have some cannabis oil. It's a
Okay.
golden, almost like a greeny color.
Sorry, that brought me back to flashbacks to a few episodes ago.
Okay, drip drip. Sorry, that made me think of another song. Typical.
Drip drip.
It's Dripisha.
Dripisha, is that someone's
Drip,
name?
drip, drip, Dripisha.
I learned more about so many other things other than cannabis on this show as well.
Google Dripisha.
Dripisha.
You'll
Okay.
thank me. So yeah, it takes less time when you put it sublingually
Yeah.
under the tongue. It's a lot easier to dose when you put it into a tincture bottle like this because you literally can measure the milliliters on the eyedropper. You can then, if you have, you know those gel caps that I purchased and I put baking soda inside?
yeah.
You can put oil inside them instead. So you can make your own little oil gel caps
Okay.
and just swallow them that way. But they work like an edible.
Right.
So if you infuse your cannabis with a MCT coconut oil or a grapeseed oil and you decide to do some baking, you just substitute the oil in the original recipe
Mhm.
with your cannabis oil.
Okay.
And if you find it's too strong, you can even do half cannabis oil, half regular oil.
So that the infused process is just it's just a different type of oil
Exactly.
to bake with.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do it with butter, but that's can of butter.
How-
This is can of oil.
In that dropper, how much?
You're going to ask me a question I don't know the answer to.
Oh, I'm just wondering how much you would put under your tongue. Like, would you take?
Oh, I do know the answer to that.
See?
Start low and go slow.
Okay.
It's trial and error. Everybody is different. I will tell you, you can take the whole eyedropper, but if it's too much, you're going to end up with a bad feeling, and you're not going to want to take it again. Whereas if you take a quarter mil of the eyedropper and nothing happens, then you take half a mil next time. If nothing happens, you take 3/4, and then maybe that's too much. Then you
Right.
go back to a half a mil, and you know that that's where you should stay.
Okay, because you talk about that all the time about with things like edibles and stuff like that. You know kind of the dose size that in general you would do.
Well, because legal edibles only come in 10 milligram per package doses, it makes it a lot easier to experiment with finding what your dose is.
Right.
And there are different types of edibles. Like I know I'll just talk about spinach has 2 different types of gummies that I've been eating. One is a blue sour, blue raspberry, watermelon something, but it's like a higher THC, where the other one is a 1-to-1, so it's equivalent THC to CBD, so it's not as intense. I like that one for daytime, and then I eat the THC one closer to bed. I find it helps me sleep.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Mhm.
So oil is literally the, what do you call it? It's kind of like
It's versatile.
Yeah, it's versatile. It can go and do in almost anything. And I assume, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, actually, I don't even know. Could you, if you wanted to, because we have talked about how you can take crumble and crumble it on top of your weed and like while you're rolling a joint.
Mm-hmm.
Could you drop a couple things of oil on the weed when you're rolling?
No,
So
not
you would
with
never
this.
you would never blend the oil with the actual.
No,
Okay.
not this oil.
All right.
The dark brown, the
Right,
tarry,
okay.
resiny stuff,
Yeah.
that you would. But that's a different type of oil.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Oil. See, who knew? See, I would have thought the word oil. It's like, yeah, I know what oil is.
Oh, fun fact.
Mhm.
Oil is also synonymous with the day 710.
Right, yes.
I know I told you this. Do you remember why?
Oh, I do know why. Okay, so 420 is synonymous with weed smoking. We actually talked about the reason why 420 on our previous podcast. And 710, which is July 10th, is because if you flip 710 upside down, it looks like oil.
Yes. I always say, if you look at a digital clock, the 710, and you flip it, it
reads
exactly
oil.
looks like oil.
Just like 8008 says boob.
Or 80087355.
Boobless?
Yes.
Guess it depends on your high school experience. I used to think, remember back in the day, life was so easy back then in some ways, where it's just like we were so amused by simple things. Like remember, like you would sit there.
There was a whole calculation. There was this girl who was 16. She had this boobs. She wanted this, so she went to the doctor 3 times. Then and this is what she was. And you flip it upside down, it says boobless. You're like, how? Who figured that out? Who sat there and created a story that said, if you take this number and this number and this number and do this and this and this, it comes with this.
You know who figured it out?
Don't
Stoners.
even know it. I want to know who did that.
It was a stoner. You guys.
I wonder how old that is. That was around
But you're right though.
Time.
How do you even come up with that? Like, what are you doing at home where you're just like?
That's like ants on a log. Okay, honestly.
Like who decided?
Because I asked my friends, and 2 of them is so funny because there's three of them and me, 4 of us. The friend with 4 heads.
The friend with 4 heads. Yes.
So one of them, their internet connection cut out, and then it's just the 2 of them and me, and I'm talking about ants on a log. Ants on a log. Ants on a log. Come on, you gotta know. They're both staring at me like I'm from a complete other planet. So I explained to them what it is, and then my other friend comes on, and I said, ants on a log. She's like, oh yeah, blah, 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 and she tells me all about it. I was like, oh, where were you like 5 minutes ago?
Right.
She's like, my internet cut out.
So only 2 of the 4 heads are on the same page. That makes it very difficult.
Wow.
Let's bring in, as much as I would like to keep talking about your friends,
the 4-headed.
Although I would like to find out more. I bet you go online and find more of those calculator kind of things. Those are kind of funny. There was another one. There was a couple others. But that was the thing. Back then, you could just do that, and you were completely and utterly amused. But then I shouldn't say back then, because right now, when I go home, I'm going to Google it, and because I'll be pretty
figure
amused.
out how to do it.
You're
going to don't teach my children.
I won't. Let's connect with our good friend Martin Franks.
Yes.
For those,
it's time for Duber Minute.
It's time for our Duber Minute. For those of you who have been watching us for a while now, we have invited our friend Martin Franks, who is a cannabis-consuming Uber driver from SoCal, I think they call it. Is that what they call Southern California?
Sure.
I think that's what they do. I'm trying to be on the cool side. And we had, again, just to reiterate the story, we went down there for a comedy competition, got off the plane, called an Uber. It was Martin Franks. Little did we know that he was not only going to hook up MJ with her first weed down there in the States, but he was actually competing in the same comedy challenge that I was in, because the challenge was like all ranges of, it didn't matter your background in comedy, how long you've been doing it. It just had to be clean. That's what the rules were. And Martin
clean.
Martin was
like your comedy had to be clean, not. Because there was a couple of them there that didn't really look all that clean.
Well, I don't.
You're like, yeah, I didn't say that. I'm not going there.
I didn't say that. Anyways, Martin Franks made us laugh in that Uber, and so we decided that we would start this Duber Minute and invite him to come on the show and pretty much just share whatever's on his mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Franks with another episode of the Duber Minute.
Hey guys, what's happening? Wanted to share something real quick. It's no secret. I'm a fan of the donut, of all donuts. In fact, I'm wearing my donut shirt, coincidentally, today. And I'm passing a couple of my favorite donut joints along this road right here. But I'm a fan, I love the donut. And I think it's kind of a universal thing. I mean, who doesn't love a donut, and why not? It's something that can bring people together, the donut. It's like, it's not for the elite, only. It's not uppity, it's not snobby. It's a donut, man. It's something everybody can enjoy. Everybody can come together and enjoy a donut, and a coffee or something. And I just think, man, it's sort of a philosophy of mine. And I don't just order a donut. I get to know the server. It's like, any of these places, like, hey, Randy, how you doing, man? Yeah, give me chocolate glaze, right? Or, Enrique, Doris, how you doing? Yeah, give me a 6. I'll share them with some of my buds, okay? Make it 12, make it a dozen, So I think that's what it's all about. Coming together over a donut. You guys should try it there, or maybe you have. If you haven't, I recommend it. Try it. Share it. Donut it. All right. That's it for right now. Catch you later.
Well, I guess you got a lot of free time driving Uber.
Well, the interesting thing about the donut is it's also a circle. You know what else is a circle? Friendship.
That's so true. Hey, you actually had a donut.
I did.
That had the hole still in the donut.
I did.
That was only a couple days ago or whatever. It was a donut.
I have a sore spot for that. That's the day I lost my ring. And that's the video that I know I lost my ring because I was like, look at this donut. It still has the hole. And it was a honey dip. It's not supposed to have the hole.
No. Well, no donut should.
Well, yeah.
Which donut should have?
The strawberry cream filled.
Oh, the cream filled ones. Yeah.
The Boston cream.
Yeah, I don't see. That's okay. What at this?
Although
point,
they don't have the hole because they're filled.
At that point, are they a donut? Like, what makes it a donut? Like, can you even call? I know people call them.
Why
donuts.
do we call them donuts? They're not in a knot. That would be a pretzel,
right? So if the hole is not there, then it's not a donut anymore.
See, this is what Martin needs. We need to go for a ride with him again,
right?
Because we could have just.
Because this is where that conversation would have continued,
right?
I agree with him wholeheartedly that donuts bring people together. I agree with him wholeheartedly that it's about.
We're Canadian.
Community.
We love the donut.
It's about community, right? We're about to be brought together again here over a nice, wonderful snack.
Yay.
Right?
Is it snack time yet?
Not yet.
Oh.
But any snack can bring people together.
It's cinema review time.
It's cinema review.
I love it.
What's cool is I think Martin should also be he should be like a Duber, the Duber driver, as well as maybe run a psychic shop on the side, because he's talking about donuts and we're talking about infusing foods.
Is that what your cinema review
my
is? My
cinema review is about a movie where infusing foods. Maybe went wrong.
Foods, yes. Oh,
right.
I know what movie it is now. I was sitting here going, "What movie is it?" Movie?
Catch everybody up to speed. MJ has been sitting me down to watch. What's it? Stoner flicks, and she's been wanting. And I've seen some before. Very few. I have though. And all the way along the way, there's some gems. There's some horrible ones. Look back on a couple episodes ago, and you'll find out about one of the ones that I couldn't do. I sat through it because I wanted to do the review.
All 86 minutes.
All 86 minutes of that interesting affair. What today's, though, is a diametrically opposed viewpoint.
Diametrically. Diametaceous, eh?
It's a diametaceous.
Diatomaceous.
Yes, that's dirt. Poisonous dirt. By the way, a couple episodes ago, we had poisonous dirt in here. It's true. Diatomaceous.
Yes.
We literally almost died for this show. Anyways, so Martin talks about donuts. And I'm going to talk about a movie that highlighted brownies. And brownies that were infused and went horribly wrong. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Timmy's cinema review. S-I-N. Cinema. Because when I grew up, these would be considered movies about the devil's lettuce. Scary, eh? Scary when you say it like that.
It was scary when you looked at me like that.
Right? Here we go. The movie I will be reviewing today on Timmy's Cinema Review is called Smiley Face. Smiley Face was 2007 it came out, and I had never heard of this before. You sat me down to watch it, and I am thrilled that you did. So here we go. COVID-19 has revealed many truths about our world. Germs are surprisingly real. Masks aren't the security risk that banks led us to believe. And it's literally impossible to watch the entire Netflix catalog. Many have tried, and all have failed. During this intensely isolated time, the need to connect with real people doing real things has led to an explosion of true-to-life documentaries. The bottomless pit of gripping entertainment blended together with my voyeuristic tendencies and an ungodly amount of free time have combined to create a mind now equipped with everything needed to excel in our upcoming post-apocalyptic world. Apocalyptic. I am now aware that feeding people to tigers is super effective, and that I should never trust the brownies. Or if you do, don't eat Steve's brownies. Of all the documentaries about why not to use weed, 2007's Smiley Face is probably the best of the batch. Pun absolutely intended. Not officially a doc, but I'm sure they nailed the too many brownies experience. Some might ask, Timmy, as a non-consumer, how would you know? Well, let's just say that the sheer number of knowing nods and agreeing sounds coming from MJ throughout the movie gives me a high level of confidence in the truth of the too many brownies experience. Anyways, let's discuss some specifics. Spoiler alert, Jane eats Steve's brownies. It doesn't end well. Or does it? In this case, I don't think it really matters how it ends. After all, the joy is in the journey, not the destination. And Smiley Face doubles down on that truth. In real life, I'm pretty sure I would lose my mind spending 85 minutes with someone experiencing such a non-functional high of that magnitude. Yet, somehow, watching Jane journey down a technicolor rainbow of misadventures, misguidance, and missteps was absolutely captivating, mesmerizing, and downright entertaining. There are many examples of movies and TV shows which take you on an all-nighter or even a 24-hour real-time experience. I'm here to tell you that Smiley Face is one of the best single-day cinematic experiences you're ever going to find. Non-consumers, listen to me. Don't be fooled. Do not judge this book by its cover. Any way you slice it, directing, writing, cinematography, acting, this movie is genius art that just happens to be presented as a stoner flick. Think Napoleon Dynamite, but on weed. And finally, this review would be severely lacking if I didn't take a moment to address the lead actress, Anna Faris. I say lead actress instead of star because, small role or not, when your cast includes the timeless and legendary Mrs. Cunningham from Happy Days, there can only be one star. But as for Anna, yes, Smiley Face might have turned me off edibles, or at least Steve's edibles. But it turned me on to Anna Faris. Her portrayal of the stereotypical stoner is both spot on, yet very unique, proving that she is indeed brilliantly funny and creative. She also revealed some strong acting chops in playing a very difficult character with such consistent believability. This leads me to conclude Anna is either highly underrated as a performer, or she was high as a kite while filming. Regardless, if you're a stoner or not a stoner, Smiley Face will put a smiley on your face. I give Smiley Face 4 out of 5 joints. So far, the highest amount of joints that I have offered any film during my cinema reviews. It is a must-watch.
Very nice. It was a good movie.
It was a great movie. And I wasn't sure what to expect. It's a very, very, like I think I got the vibe right with the Napoleon Dynamite. Really, really kind of quirky and off. I still don't really understand the whole what exactly happened through it, but everything about it, I thought it was a genius movie. I really, really enjoyed it.
I'm just gonna say one part. My favorite is when she's standing, she's trying to make weed butter, and the phone's ringing, and she's got the phone, and she's like, on the phone, man, talking on the phone. No,
man.
You don't understand. Meanwhile, like, it's burning away in the back, and like she's like, shut up, yelling at the smoke detector, shut up. Yeah, it's funny, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I recommend Smiley Face.
Yeah.
And right now it leads the pack in my cinema reviews. 4 out of 5 joints. I can't give a 5 out yet because I'm afraid I'm going to come across a true 5, and then I might have to take back my 5 out of 5 on Smiley Face. So I'm leaving it at a 4 right now. We'll see what happens. I think someone just got shot out there.
I don't know what that
I hope
was.
Emilio's fine. Oh, yep.
Okay, we got the
He's
thumbs up.
He's either waving or he was calling for help. We saw a hand go up.
Okay.
We don't actually know.
Was his shirt always red?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about this?
That's not blood?
Let's finish the podcast.
Okay.
Because we got to make sure we get it done, and then we'll go check on him.
Okay.
That seems like a reasonable
All
plan.
right, so we should get to teaching Timmy then.
Let's do teaching Timmy, and then we'll go make sure that it wasn't our producer that got shot out.
Okay. All right.
All
So
right.
ants on a log.
Ants on a log
is a snack.
Right.
It's celery
Celery. Okay.
with peanut butter.
Now, see, right away, I do not see those as compatible.
Yeah,
ingredients.
and let's throw some raisins.
Nobody
with it.
likes raisins.
And this is what my friend said. One of them, she's like, "Who sat down and said, yeah, I'm gonna take some celery and some peanut butter and some raisins."
You tell me, seriously, you tell me how in the world these 3 things ever got put together. Does that not look like a completely... That's a...
I know. So basically,
But you've eaten it though, right?
I have. So basically, this is your log.
That's the log.
This is your log.
Okay.
You're gonna take the peanut butter and you're gonna apply it in the crack of the log.
All right. Well, I got my own over here.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we only have one knife.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna just right now. So feel free at home. Pause this video. Get yourself some raisins because we know everybody's got raisins in their cupboard.
Yeah.
I
was actually disappointed because I couldn't find my raisins and I had to buy that bag. And I know damn well that I bought a bag months ago to make raisin bran muffins. And they probably went bad because I didn't use them. And now I got to buy another bag and they're going to go bad in my cupboard too.
Let me give a shout out right now to Paradise Tarts because they make the most amazing tarts, like butter tarts.
Oh, so you're saying I could give them my raisins?
Yeah, they probably use your raisins. But the reason why I brought it up was because I was sitting there thinking, man, who likes raisins? And I mentioned that to somebody who really likes the tarts that Paradise Tarts makes. And they were like, "Oh, you need raisins in butter tarts." And I'm like, "No,
Yeah,
you don't."
I kind of agree with that. In a butter tart, you need raisins.
Really?
Yeah. Just like rice pudding, you need raisins.
Oh, see, that's I've never really eaten rice pudding.
I know you said that the other day, and I was like, see, another thing you say you've never I never had that.
But
Never heard that. Never seen
But
that.
I'm gonna try.
I love
You know
it.
how much stuff I've tried over the last couple of years? It's been amazing.
I
And I'm
know.
gonna try this. I can't remember the last time I ate celery. I have peanut butter all the time, and I haven't eaten raisins forever. So, okay, so if you're at home right now, and we're going to infuse one as well, right?
I'm gonna show how to infuse
Yeah,
one.
so she's going to infuse hers. But so how much do you put on? Like, does it matter?
That's a personal preference.
Okay, so I can't remember the last time I had celery. So take your celery stick.
Some people like to do this with Cheese Whiz. Not raisins and Cheese Whiz, but
Really? Do you think Cheese Whiz is actual cheese?
no.
Is that like false advertising?
No, it says cheese product.
No, that's true too.
Did you know that Parlor doesn't sell ice cream?
What do they sell? Ice cream product?
Frozen dessert.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, if anybody has Parlor at your house, go and take it out of the freezer and look at it.
Okay, I'm going to make one right now. Do you want to make one?
Yeah, I'm going to show people how I would infuse this because
So you got to hold it up.
this way.
Oh, that camera will get it?
Yep.
I'll open the raisins while you're doing that.
So I'm going to make sure that my my crack is filled.
Jeez.
What?
Nothing.
Why you got to go all dirty? But I'm going to leave a space in the middle
Okay.
because, you know.
Oh my goodness, you're like actually like you're taking your time with that. I don't think I was
What?
nearly as.
No, which is funny because you don't like a mess.
No.
So it's sealed on this side. It's sealed on this side.
Okay.
I'm going to use this guy. No. You got to go the other way.
Okay. So how do you know how much oil to put in there to be like do you know how much THC is in, say, 1 drop of oil? Like, how would you know how much to put in
You're
there?
asking the person who doesn't do math. That's why I said low and slow.
Okay.
Start with the smallest
the
amount.
smallest amount.
So you can measure
I've never
it
had
out.
an edible, right? I've never had anything that's been infused.
So this is just under 1/4 mil.
Okay.
And you would just drip it right inside. Now you can use all of that. You can use as little as you want. I used it all. Alternatively, you can literally just take it, drop it in your mouth, and eat
Okay,
the
so
item you
a
want.
question about infusing then.
Yes.
So let's say for example, so this is something that I have sort of learned because we've talked a lot about. We were at a party, so we went down to this one event, and there was infused food and non-infused food.
Yes.
Which are always very interesting. Just non-stoners and other newbies out there. Just realize if you go to a party, no longer just assume that what's on the table
That you can eat it. Yeah.
But we've talked about the dosing thing of going, okay, somebody makes a batch of brownies.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes very difficult to know whether or not each brownie
Mm-hmm.
has the same amount because you make this giant batch and depending on how you pour it out. So what would you say to people when they're infusing food in terms of making sure that you maintain that balance so that it's not a crapshoot? Is there a way to do that? Like, if you were to make a bunch of these for an event, it would just be what
So the best way to ensure that each piece has its own thing would be literally to infuse each piece separately.
It's pretty much you couldn't do it on a large batch because you.
I'm not good like that. I don't even know what's in my own oil.
Right,
if I
yeah,
were
yeah.
to make something like when I make bath salts for other people,
Mhm.
I purchase the oil from the legal dispensary, and then I use that oil because I can actually measure it and I know what I'm giving.
Okay.
Because I don't know what it
Yeah, yeah,
is,
yeah.
and I like to be able to give people facts.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sit here and say I don't know the answer to that, Timmy.
Okay, no, fair enough. No, because I find it interesting because you've been so So the few times that I smoked weed,
Mhm.
when people talk to me about those experiences, you are so very, very quick, and you just like, he had this much, like THC and stuff like that. And I'm assuming then, based on what you're saying here, that the edible process though isn't nearly as exact, or it can be exact if it's done right. Like you could sit there and say,
Well,
if
if it's done right, 100%, which is why I leave the
edibles to the other
yeah, to people like the Stoner Chef.
Yeah.
Ask him.
Yeah.
He'd probably be able to tell you exactly how to measure it out, how to dose it.
Yeah.
Because he does from seed to plate. So he does like from everything. He gets the plant tested. He knows the THC percentage. Like if you get a plant that you grow and you don't know what the THC percentage is when you harvest that plant, you don't even know what you're starting with to make the oil.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know that.
We know that in Smiley Face, Anna Faris saw a couple brownies and ate way too many.
Well, see, even 1 or 2 could be too many if people are making their own homemade goods. Like, I know you all have that one friend that makes some fucking killer edibles that'll knock you on your ass. And I don't know what they're doing. And I apparently tend to be that friend to a lot of my other friends. And I'm sorry if you've had some of my edibles and been knocked on your ass, because that's not what I want to do to people. And I don't think it's a good, like, if you're not expecting it, it's not a good feeling.
Yeah, and I think
as Anna Faris showed in that movie, is like she didn't think they were weed brownies. Never did her roommate Steve show any signs of being a stoner.
And we've also talked about the fact of like some people. We've talked about people who trick people into it's like they think it's funny that they slip them a weed brownie when they think it's a regular, like,
oh yeah,
like that type of stuff.
I think it would be funny. Okay, like I've always wanted to do this, but I haven't because there's an ethical part of it.
Ethics, blah blah.
But like Russian roulette, except I wanted to call it weed roulette. I might one day and just tell everybody who's coming, look, one of those brownies is infused.
Right.
One of them, you're gonna get fucked up. But I thought it would be cool, like, to like just infuse one of them and see like who's gonna get it.
Okay.
Who's gonna be the one to get it?
I think if it's completely on the level, like everybody
right?
knows
I
it's
just
there.
wouldn't want somebody to get this like, why do I feel funny?
Right.
What's wrong with me?
Put it out on the level. Everybody in there knows what's happening. And then...
See, I used to hang out with some not so nice people back in the day, and like we did chemicals in drugs and like things that would make you see shit. and when somebody would say, you know, like, well, what would you do if anybody ever, like, what if they threw an E in your drink or whatever at the bar? And I'd be like, I'd be fucking pissed because I want to know what I'm taking. Most of the time at that age, you just give it to me and I'd probably be like, okay, pink butterfly. What's it do?
Right.
But I don't want to, like, I don't want to take something if I don't know I'm taking it, and I wouldn't ever do anything like that to somebody else.
Yeah, no, I know, I know you wouldn't. You've been, and because
it's like the big dabs when they give you the big slabs of concentrates in the dab rig, knowing damn well you're not a dabber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and that's one thing that I've really appreciated as a newbie. I've really appreciated you're very conscientious, and I know you're very big on that, and you try to encourage others because not everyone is apparently. So I appreciate how conscientious you are, and I appreciate, you know, when you come out and flat out say, look, I don't know how much I put in there, like, you know, and like, who knows what's in there now? You don't know how much is in there now, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
So I'm not going to eat that.
I actually don't. I don't want to eat. I don't know if you've noticed, if the viewers have watched enough episodes, but I don't think I've stuck anything in my mouth.
No.
You've eaten the donuts. You
don't smoke on the show.
No, I try.
Yeah.
I try and keep it professional. I mean, we're doing a job here. We're teaching people.
So we want to finish these off so we can try these.
Yes.
So I'm assuming.
So put on the ants.
So we got to put the ants on the log.
Yeah.
The ants come marching. I'm gonna have to get a nice picture of these. Do you have a phone?
You have lots of ants on there. You like raisins, eh?
No, I don't.
That's
but
good. That's good then.
No, I want to have some ants.
Oh my. Okay.
Do you want some on yours?
I will.
So just for the there's my ants marching 2 by 2, 1 by 1, and then.
Well, they look like they're marching 4 by 4.
So I'm gonna eat mine, even though you won't eat yours. I have a question about the infusing process.
Okie dokie.
As we get ready to wrap this up, and we'll eat these wonderful treats that I've never had before. Is there a reason why you left a gap and just poured it in the middle, as opposed to running it across the top or running it, like running it down?
Because it's oil.
Okay.
It's very viscous.
Oh, geez. What's viscous?
Runny.
Okay. All right.
It's the viscosity. It has to do with the viscosity of the oil.
Now, are you afraid that your raisin's going to get high?
Oh my God! Is that how they made the California raisins?
No.
Do you remember them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they used to sing.
Yeah.
What's the song?
See, why do you think I like them?
Okay, so I've never had this before. Shall we?
Yeah, have at her. Honestly, I just want to say that looking back at this, I'm like, yeah, if you were to try and bite that, it would all over the place. Just do your dose directly from the tincture bottle into your mouth and swallow it. It's pretty much the same.
Or maybe mix it up into like a peanut, like
you could mix it with the peanut butter.
Mix it in the peanut butter, right?
Yeah.
And then you could just spread it on whenever you were.
Whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So have like an infused thing of peanut butter. Okay, here we go.
See, you could turn this into salad dressing if you wanted. Into
a
vinaigrette.
That's what
you
the
could
oil
fry
thing
your
is.
eggs into it. You can, when I do the potatoes all chopped up with the oil and the seasonings, you could use that oil instead of cooking
it's
oil.
endless, right? Like you would talk to me.
Any recipe.
Okay, I'm going to take a bite into this and then I'm going to say something.
That's a great order of doing things.
But here's the thing. It's much more entertaining if I eat first.
Mm-hmm.
I've been trying new foods. Up until I was in my late 20s, I was still just a meatballs, mashed potatoes, peas, corn type of person, right? And but now I go, but I trust the person who cooked it. So if it may not look kind of cool, but I'm gonna eat it because I'm sure they know it. But I don't trust the person who made this. Like, I know I put it together, but the first person who said, yeah, put these 3 things together, I don't know if they knew what they were doing. So here we go.
I wonder if Emilio has my phone there. There we go. I love the face.
I'm sorry.
What, you don't like the crunchy and the watery texture with the chewy raisins
There
and
is
the peanut butter?
Do not lie to me. There is not a child in the world that would like this snack.
Yep.
No.
Legitimately.
No.
Yep. They gave us that when we were young. That's what they said our snack was. And some people love them.
Pulling people's
Other
eardrums.
people don't. That's real crunchy, isn't it? I was never really a fan of celery, just for the... You know what I'm going to say, aren't you?
That's horrendous.
The strings.
That is so not a good snack.
These things.
If I was doing a cinema review, 1 out of 5 joints.
See, and this is why I don't like celery.
If you're going to infuse something good. This is the question I wanted to ask.
Okay.
By the way, let me just say this. Don't eat ants on a log. Horrible.
No, I like it, so I say try it.
Okay, well, you can have mine later once we get off the air here. But let me. I do want to ask you this, and this will be the last thing that we say before we go. You asked me about which foods I would like to infuse, because at some point you want me to try an edible.
Yeah, I need recipes.
Yeah. And I threw back to you and said, well, it really doesn't matter because infusing food doesn't affect
the flavor.
Yeah, like if I infuse a hot dog or infuse an
Which is funny
ice
because-
cream, it's going to taste like a hot dog and ice cream.
Which is funny because being high changes the flavor of things, as we discussed before.
Okay, so
but not while you're eating it. Like you have
Right.
to be high prior to eating it.
Right. So it really doesn't matter what I infuse.
It's just a recipe that you like, that you enjoy.
Yeah, so just take your favorite. Okay, so
Which-
I wanted to point that out because if you are a newbie, to sit there and saying it doesn't add anything to the food experience. So
Well, it changes the flavor, but not for the better. Like most of the time, it just tastes like weed. You have to find the recipes that cover the flavor of weed. So
Okay.
that's why most people
All
do
right.
brownies, because the chocolate covers the flavor.
Okay,
If I can make a suggestion,
that's where I wanted to go with this.
if you like peanut butter, you're not allergic, try, what is that? I want to call them church windows. But no.
Is that another weird snack?
Rainbow marshmallows with butterscotch chips and peanut butter. I think they're called church windows, or space bars if they're infused.
I like those marshmallows.
Yeah, the rainbow ones. That the peanut butter and the butterscotch will cover the flavor of cannabis. And if you make a MCT coconut oil, you can try Rice Krispie squares.
Okay.
They taste like coconutty. They're really good.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's wrap this thing up. I do not recommend this snack, but you know that I don't like to leave food just lying around.
Can you take the last bite on the way out, so the last thing they remember is your face after you take a bite?
Okay.
Like, can we do our sign off first?
Yeah.
We'll cheers with our celery.
And then I'm going to jam the whole thing in.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I want to finish it.
You do things in threes. That's 3 bites, sir.
Okay. Well, let me take one bite here.
No.
Okay. Okay. Don't cut us off the air. Don't cut us off the air until I have finished this. Okay.
Oh,
here we
you're
go.
actually going to finish the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm going to finish it, but afterwards. Okay, ready?
Do I need to be here for this?
Yeah. That was a good episode. Thank you. Infusing. I will say this. I think you've mentioned this before. I probably will never smoke again.
Mm-hmm.
But the infusing process is actually very intriguing to me. And I assume at some point I will try something that's infused. Not that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll tell you this. If I'm going to eat something and try something infused, it will not be celery, peanut butter, and raisins. It will be something really, really good. That's how I'll experience it for the first time.
All right.
Because if I have it with this, I'm going to be like, I'm not eating infused food. But really, it had nothing to do with the infusing. It had everything to do with the fact that this is a horrible, horrible mistake. Here we go.
All right.
I'm Timmy Boyle.
Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Cheers. I'm not looking forward to this.
I wanna talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 grandma loggers later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live and we're coming to you from paceradio.net as well as the 420 Pace. What's that? Network. That's gotta get the wording right there.
The Pace 420 network.
The 420 Pace. Think of it as Jamaica time or island time or country time where it's more laid back and relaxed. And so the 420 Pace is just laid back and relaxed.
420 Pace is awesome.
Cannabis, yeah. That's the idea behind that. But so how you doing, Tamara?
It's Wednesday, so I'm exhausted and home from work, and
Yeah.
Appointment, did all that fun stuff, Yeah. Other than that,
Yeah.
how about you?
I cut grass today.
My son cut my grass.
Oh yeah. I cut grass today.
You guys got
Yesterday.
quite a bit of rain. We've got quite a bit of rain lately. Like, it's been raining pretty steady here for like the last week.
Yeah.
And so it hasn't been easy to cut the grass, but
No, and I'm not talking about cannabis. I'm not cutting cannabis, unfortunately. It's not trim. It's not harvest season yet.
I'm having a hell of a time germinating seeds.
Oh,
my
really?
seeds are just not wanting to pop, and then I got one that just popped, but it doesn't look like it's cannabis. It was a cannabis seed that I put in the rock wool because I decided the paper towel was just not working for me. I said,
I just throw everything right in the pea pod, which is equivalent to your Rockwell cube.
I just put them straight into rock wool cubes. I soaked the cubes,
Yeah.
put them right in there, and so I've got one coming up, but it doesn't look like cannabis. But there was nothing. Oh, you know what? I think I did throw a cucumber seed in there. In the middle one.
You won't be able to smoke them, but you can. They're great edibles.
Because I had
Great edibles.
one extra cube from the pods. I threw a cucumber. I'm looking at it going, well, it's coming up, but something's coming up. And then I looked at it, take one. That's not weed. That's not cannabis. That's right. See, menopause just make you like forget shit too. Like it gives you
Yeah.
brain fog. It's just stupidity. But oh yeah, it's a cucumber. Thanks. Now I remember.
So tonight we've got 6 different subjects that we're gonna try to discuss throughout the broadcast, and that could be everything from driving, THC and driving, pardons. Pardons are very important. Let's see, some changes in some laws that have been going on across in the West, actually, in Manitoba and BC, as well as a cannabinoid in a plant that's not cannabis. Got that on the list, and as well as a bit of a health subject, I would say. And this was based on because I saw your post earlier today.
I'm sure I'm not.
And I thought, why not? That's a great subject.
Here's the thing.
Because
Though. There's this big thing about the Gen Xers. Like I know you don't follow TikTok, but some of maybe our viewers and listeners are on TikTok too. And some little girl decided she was gonna, raise the ugly head and bring on the Gen Xers and call us the worst generation ever. Well, that pissed somebody off. So it's been like a trending thing all over TikTok. So now we've got Gen X women with menopause, a Facebook group.
Oh, okay.
Women that are sick. Gen X.
So what age group is Gen X, just so everybody knows?
I believe it's 1965 to 1984, I think.
So 65.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're like 60 years of age, almost.
Well, yeah, I'm 54, right?
Yeah.
So, so it's because so it gives you kind of that vast range, and then I was 64 to whatever is boomers, I believe, and then
Right.
But again, it's just a TikTok trending thing, right? But the more and more we start talking, keeping talk, we're all, like a lot of us women are all going through this issue, right? And men, like I said, it's mental health month as well, right? This month, and I think it was as we're getting older, even because of our age group, which are it was 37 years ago I would have graduated from high school, right? So we're all getting older, and mental health for all of us has been something that we've all been talking about a lot more openly than when we were kids, because we were all growing up in like 70s, 80s. We were told to, You want to give me something to cry about? Like, you know, you were to be seen and not heard, right? Like you were that kid, like, you know, don't even open your mouth kind of thing. Get outside and we call you, you can come back in the house and there's the garden hose if you're thirsty. Like, don't come asking for nothing, right? Kind of thing, right? I was scraping paint and pulling weeds. Like my grandmother had slave labor when we were growing up. You know, under her yard looked so nice because we were all
Well, now you're older.
Right.
Now you're older, and things are changing not only in the world but in yourself as well.
And I'm sure, like I said, men and women both. I'm sure we all feel it. Right?
Yeah.
There's this isn't, but this is exclusive to women. Like I'm not going to say men have the same issues. You don't, right? And
No.
that's not because we've got different parts. Plain and simple.
Okay. The oh, just so you know, we got a message. The Dragon Master says, "Cheers, cheers, Dragon Master. Thanks for stopping in."
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So basically, menopause. They're at that age. You know, some people get it older. Some women get it later, right?
Some younger too. Like, you know, there's premenopausal too, which is somewhere in between 45, and some women who have hysterectomies also.
Yeah.
But there's a point where you can actually have hormone therapy. So if you have a hysterectomy and you have like a gynecologist where they usually start you on hormone therapy right after a hysterectomy, right? So that makes so that your menopause that you are kind of forced into is way easier. But there's not really a point in time where your doctor says, so how long has it been since you had your last period, that you know you have to run in there if you want to have hormone therapy, right? So after a certain point, like they can't give you hormone therapy. You've gone this long now, we're sorry, that's not going to help, right?
So it's too late. It's too late. It's like starting to give blockers to trans kids when they're 18.
Right. Exactly. Right. It'd be trying to like re-kick the estrogen when the estrogen's almost gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not like too upset about that, to the point that, you know, at least I didn't have to worry about growing a beard. You know,
Right.
there are side effects too to that.
So obviously there's these things that you deal with during this time of life, and the heat, the hot flashes, roll down the window or put down the window in the car, open the door of the house.
It's the night sweats too. Like, it doesn't just stop. So here you are, you know, middle of the night, you're sweating to death, and you're freezing to death, and you're waking up 100 times. Like, you know, everything just like, it's just, yeah, it gets to be to the point that I don't even know what to do. You want to pull your hair out. It's so, if you're not getting a full night's sleep, then you're bitchy and cranky. You're not eating properly. Like meanwhile, I already have enough health issues as it is, right? On top of
Yeah, you're already patient. No, this is
right.
Well, and, you know, at least you know this is naturally occurring. It's gonna happen no matter what.
It's not that I can stop this, right?
Correct.
And that's the thing with any of our autoimmune, yourself included. Anything out inside, we can't stop that. It's not like, you know, all of a sudden we can, you know, because, you know, I got my women's strike page come up, and of course one of the convoy organizers comes in with her comment about, wish you would have had the same opinion with the clot shot. And I said, pregnancy is not contagious. And then she wanted to get into an argument, and I walked away. I'm damn proud of me. I said, I'm not doing this. You have a nice day.
So the what I've done is I've got a couple of published articles here. It's actually, one of them is from the health department at Harvard University, and then another one is from the National Library of Medicine, which is a government website, and it talks about menopause and cannabis and women. And they did a survey in this one here at Harvard, and they say that mounting numbers of, you know, because of the legalization of cannabis in a lot of these states, that the ladies are turning to cannabis to help deal with things.
Oh yeah. I will say it does, like, as far as, you know, the impulsive rage.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't want
to
say that's right. Like,
yeah, there's one doctor here that says that more and more patients tell them every year that they've tried cannabis or CBD, particularly for sleep or anxiety. What else?
It doesn't help with the sleeping. It helps with, but it doesn't help with the night sweats. Like,
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter how much you smoke.
they talked
Right?
they talked to 250 different women, and they said that they talk about perimenopause.
Perimenopause, yeah.
Yeah, they said 86% of them were already current users.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
They were split on whether it was recreational or medical, but if you're using it to help you treat you or help you get through menopause, that's medicinal.
yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Basically, 80% of them endorsed it to help with menopause-related symptoms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 46% says it helps improve mood and anxiety. With the 67 talked about sleep disturbance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say stay away from the sativas, but
that helps me sleep.
Yeah. Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah, like like depending on the sativa though, but normally it burns me out. So then that's all I do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the opposite.
Yeah, I was smoking indica all day long. And I'm awake, moving around
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, all day and all night for me. On the indica side, they said that 84% of the participants reported smoking cannabis, while 78% consumed edibles, and 53% used oils.
Mm.
So it's now how they say here, how will it help? Talk about anxiety, mood.
Yeah.
What else? You said something about anger. Did you not?
Yeah, like you just kind of like
Rage.
like impulsive rage. Like it's like maybe it's a combination of that and the attention deficit. But if I'm focused on something and I get interrupted, it like, and then I just grab my pen, too hard on it, grab one of my anxiety squishy pen,
Yeah.
Right.
They talk about the effects of dipping hormones. They say here that it's the feeling of I can't turn my brain off. It's really disturbing because they get into bed, you can't fall asleep, so you're more tired, moody, and cranky the next day. I think that's what you're dealing with this today on your post because you were in there.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the point. Like even if you try to sleep, sometimes you just can't. Right? It's just
Yeah.
like I said. I know it's like it's not forever. I mean, that's the thing. Like it's not. But then my doctor kind of snickered to me because I said, "Well, it's been 2 years." So I kind of figured maybe I was almost at the end of it. She goes,
Yeah.
she started snickering. She goes, "No, this could go on until you're 70." I'm like, "Are you fucking?"
Well, they say that cannabis doesn't help with the hot flashes.
No, and that's my biggest thing too. Like, it's that, and I'm at work, and I got my coat on because I'm freezing, and the next thing you know, I'm sweating, so I'm pulling my coat off. I'm like dying, and I got customers, right? And do you want to like you don't want to be standing there having a sweating to death, and you have a customer standing in front of you. It's like, hi.
Yeah. Well, maybe can you put a fan in a position that blows by the
don't matter either. Like it just I don't know.
Like
Like I said, it's just been really more nighttime for me too, though. Than but I've really noticed it in the last 6 months that it's daytime more than it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I know from the years, the many years that I've been involved in the cannabis advocacy and stuff. A lot of the time, it's the ladies who join me when I go to these different events. Yeah. And so over the years, while I don't experience it, I got to see a lot of my friends deal with it. Right. And it was always roll down the window, Al, or they'd roll down the window in the middle of the winter, right? And I know exactly what's going on, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Peeling your coat off, and they're like, and then all of a sudden,
yeah. Well, it's too bad that cannabis doesn't see, because they say that it doesn't. It's that I want to say that it doesn't affect the that part of the brain, that part of the region.
Yeah, it's unfortunate
There's
because,
some-
like I said, I tried.
Okay, yeah. It's
Yeah,
called
so-
the hypothalamus. With the brain region considered the body's thermostat isn't believed to be significantly affected by cannabis.
Right. Yeah.
So there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, I
that
know.
would be no.
Like I said, I 6 months.
About it.
It just keeps
Yeah.
getting worse and worse, and it was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I phoned the doctor. It's like, so let's talk about this. And she went, oh my God, you didn't say anything. I'm like, well, no, because I'm just kind of dealing with it. I figured it'd be almost
Yeah.
over. And she starts snickering. She goes, no. Sounds like you're just getting into the swing of it. I went, oh, for Christ's sakes, right? So
Yeah. Too late.
what next? Like, is this everything's just breaking down? But I guess as you get older, right? And that's life. So
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't last for years until you're
Oh.
70. Like you said.
no, my mom
And-
said it didn't last that long, but I'm not her, right? So you can't.
Right. Yeah, it could last you 5 years, not a year.
Yeah,
Or-
I don't. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous, but it is what it is, and we all
Correct.
have it, like no matter what, right? It's not like
Yeah.
I
Oh, this is the National Canadian Library. It's an official site of the U.S. government, but it says, oh, okay, cannabis used for menopausal women aged 35 and over, a cross-sectional survey on use patterns and the perceptions in Alberta, Canada.
Interesting.
Yeah, they said the objective was to examine the pattern of use and perceptions about cannabis for menopause in women aged 35 and older. It was a web-based survey, cross-sectional, done online, but they had to be from Alberta. Let's see.
What year was that?
What's that?
What year was that?
This, 2020. Says here's a self-selected sample of women recruited through social media, which included Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter between October and December of 2020.
Wow.
Inclusion criteria included identified as women ages 35 and older and living in Alberta.
Wow.
But you weren't in Alberta, were you, in 2020?
No, I wasn't. I was not. I was in. I was here. I've been here since 2014. So.
Right. Okay.
I was not.
They say the self-reported data that was collected was demographics, menopause status and symptoms, cannabis usage, and how participants received cannabis, descriptive statistics, comparative analysis, participants' characteristics. Okay, so the results. Yeah, they did more than 250 in this study.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, this one here, they got 1,761 respondents.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah,
I think
1,400.
we are a little more apt to talk about things, right?
Yeah, 1,485 were included for the analysis. Now, I don't know why the other ones were eliminated, but this says his median age was 49. 35% were postmenopausal. 33% were perimenopausal. They say that 500 of the women reported currently using cannabis, which was 34%, and another 978, which is 66%, indicated ever using cannabis.
Never using cannabis?
What this? Okay, it says here, among analyzed respondents, 34% women reported currently using cannabis, and 66% indicated ever using cannabis. It seems as if, yeah, like you say, never. I wonder if there's a letter or a typo in that. It just doesn't sound right, does it?
No.
Of the 500 current ones, 75% were using cannabis for medical purposes. For sleep, anxiety, and muscle and joint pain. 74% indicated users that cannabis was helpful for symptoms. Current cannabis users were more likely to report in experiencing menopause symptoms compared with non-users. There you go. Okay. Of course, they say further search is required to assess safety and efficacy. And it agrees that the ladies are using cannabis to help them with menopause. Right?
Yep, that's for
So,
sure. Yep.
You know,
But
if
it
you're
doesn't
finding,
with the night
yeah.
sweats. So the night sweats you have to sometimes tap because this like
now they,
unfortunately she did, because I'm the last person like that wants to go to my doctor and say, hey, right?
right, exactly. Alrighty. Well, hey, there's benefits obviously in there, and let's hope that more people and more women can get access to cannabis.
Yeah,
And well, it won't help with the sweats. It can help in other ways.
Well, like even if you can, use a fan compound around your neck, I don't know.
Right. Okay, next subject. We're going to switch on this, and because this isn't something that you're going through, I'm looking for my pen here, but I can't find it. Oh, there it is, right there. Cross stuff off. This next subject is, I'm going to say, welcome Manitoba, and that is the fact that now Canadians that live in Manitoba can finally grow their own cannabis at home. Boy, that was one ridiculous wall that was in place.
And they've got a new government. They've got a new NDP government with Wab Kinew at the head, and he's fucking amazing. He's just loving stuff. You bet.
And it's good to see. I understand there was a bit of a delay in getting things rolling here, but there was some opposition from the obviously the former government who wanted to keep it illegal. But it was good to see that they got it done, and it's done early in the mandate, not something that was done at the end. It's done, I'm going to say, to me, it seems like one of the first, sets of things, right?
It really was. Like, I don't think he's been in for more than 6 months.
Yeah,
He hasn't been in that long.
No. Passed on June the 3rd. So there it is. Yeah. Just the other day.
That's something that I could never understand, why they would do that to people when they know it was a federal mandate.
Okay. Here is something. But okay, there was some opposition, obviously, right? Because the former government. Now there's a fellow there. He says that he's a former chief of police, and he has concerns because he's worried about how he has seen homes with extensive damage from indoor cannabis operations.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Okay, I'm not done yet. He had concerns with children eating cannabis off of a plant.
Oh my fucking Christ! Do you see this? Like,
I haven't heard of anybody reporting kids eating cannabis off of a plant. Now, if they did, they're not getting stoned.
Are you watching your damn kid?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's the most ridiculous crap I've ever heard.
Oh, I'm not done.
Does it get better? What's the next one? Like
that will lead to less tax revenue for the government.
And it'll lead to more tax revenue, you moron. Like, Jesus Christ. Because people will decide that they can't grow it, and they'll go back to the store. Because it takes, a little bit of more than just watering a seed. And people think it's,
It will lead to the legalization of other drugs.
Good.
And that it will open the doors to organized crime.
Oh my Christ. the stork still delivers babies. Like, God.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Here's another one. They're wondering who will monitor these grows and who will monitor the sale of the seeds to produce these cannabis products. So who's going to monitor to make sure that everybody's only growing 4 plants? So is he suggesting that people should go? They should have an inspector that goes around and counts plants.
What? No, like, where do these people smoke it? I want some. Okay, you do that, like a little guy that comes around, like checks your heat and your electricity. You know, how many plants?
Electricity. Well, they used to do that, but now we got smart meters, so they don't have to go around and do that because that was a necessity to get bill, right?
But I mean, Jesus, like, nobody needs to monitor it. You'll be like, who cares? Who really cares? Were they this restricted with medical in Manitoba too? Or like, I don't remember hearing patients going.
No, not the medical. The medical, they've always been able to grow the medical.
Okay, so
that's never been a problem.
Right. So now what's the problem? It's 4 plants. It's not like it's 400.
Yeah, exactly. It's 4 plants.
It's 4 plants. Like, good grief. Like, and if you're gonna grow, nobody's gonna be growing 400.
No, if someone's got, the law is 4 plants.
Right. But again, like, let's put it this way, even the people that I know that were at one time growing that much, because of the cost and the price, people aren't growing that illegal like, they're just not. People aren't growing hundreds of plants illegally.
I'm not hearing anybody doing that anymore.
Really,
you get the odd report that comes up in the news, but
it's very rare and far few.
Yeah, I remember at times there was all kinds. It seemed to be.
Yeah, and I said it's pretty hard to find anything that isn't from a store. Like, it's not like you can go to the bar and we'll go buy a joint like you used to be able to. The people aren't doing that anymore.
Yeah, people can just grab it on the go because of the convenience,
right?
So
difference, lots of variety, tested, whatever, THC, terpenes, all on a label. I don't know. People like labels, right? People like the packaging, not that packaging, but let's face it, the average person. No, but I mean, the average person that would probably have not ever tried cannabis because it was illegal. Now that it's legal, those are the people that like packaging. Those are the people that like going to stores and knowing that it's tested and knowing that it's, you know what I mean? They're like, where people that were smoking it before when it was illegal didn't give a shit, right? Like, they knew it was illegal. They didn't care. They go to the back alley and get a bag of swag, right? Where these people have never done that.
No. And there's going to be a whole generation now that's going to grow up to there being legal cannabis.
And safe cannabis. And nothing that's laced cannabis. And nothing that anybody can say, hey, somebody put some cocaine in my joint. Like.
Yeah, like I have grandchildren. They'll never ever know cannabis being illegal. They'll never know prohibition. So.
Well, you don't know that. And if we get this other, arbitrary authoritarian bunch of nutbags, you never know what they will do. So we can't say never, Al.
Well, you're right. Yes, I know. The people of Thailand would agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So don't say never, because I see things rolling back in other countries across the world. It's
I never, I'd be surprised if it was ever completely removed, but I could see changes. Unfortunately,
I don't know what. Like I said, there's been I don't know. Let's be positive and think that there's nothing they could ever do. But then, like you said,
all right, we'll think that way while we go to break.
Right.
All right, and then when we come back, we will be talking about driving and cannabis, THC, all that type of stuff. Got some reports that may surprise some people. So, but other than that, when we return, as I said, we'll touch on those topics. And this is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and we'll see you in about 3.5 minutes. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are People Advocating Cannabis Education here at paceradio.net.
Awesome.
Hey, we're back. We're back from our break, and we're on to a new topic. We've discussed some menopausal and cannabis.
Yeah, I just had actually, that's what I was doing in my on Facebook in my inbox. Teresa Taylor was giving me some advice, some stuff, some little herbal stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And anything that you can share or want to share?
It's like black cuckoo or something. There's a couple of herbal things that she had mentioned here. Maca is something, and a black kuhush and or maca root, which are two things that she suggested. You can get them at a health food store. So
okay, all right.
I'll check any of that stuff out too. Like I will. Like, I just need
yep.
Right.
Yep.
What's the
next? Go ahead.
What's the next topic?
Oh, what's next? Oh, okay. Cannabis, THC, driving, all that type of stuff.
Right.
Correct. Now, did you know that there was a study that was done that finds that cannabis impairment was not collaborated with blood THC?
Was it done in British Columbia?
This one was done by, let me just see if I can find it. It was done by the Center of Addiction and Mental Health Research Ethics Board and Canada Research Ethics Board, and was conducted at the CAMH in Toronto.
Okay, it's not the same one.
Not the same one.
No, I have heard of studies doing driving and impairment, but not this one. So no, I haven't.
Okay, so what they did, this had to do with the edible cannabis, and they used simulated driving.
Oh yeah.
Okay. They didn't give people THC and unleash them onto the 401. The simulation and that is a solid wall of traffic.
I know, but seriously, really like.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I was down there recently. It's just it's nuts, man.
I understand.
Yeah. So what they did is this is edibles. Okay, they say it's the first of its kind study on edibles when it comes to driving. The researchers were using an average dose of around 7.3 milligrams in order to do this test. That's an average. Okay, so that tells you that some people got more and some people got less, right?
Okay.
22 people were involved. 16 males, 6 females had to have a driver's license and use cannabis edibles at least once in the last 6 months, and to drive at least once a month. So they got to drive once a month, and they could be anywhere from the age of 19 to 79 years of age. So that's a good range of age, obviously.
Right.
The people have got some experience with cannabis if they've eaten something in the last month or so. Let's see. Participants couldn't use for 72 hours before the test. That included alcohol. Alcohol only for 12 hours. Let's see. They had different scenarios: a 2-lane rural highway and a potentially frustrating event, road rage. And they tested the drivers for speed, lateral control on a 4-lane highway to rate drivers' reaction time.
And it was all simulated driving, though, right?
Correct. Yeah. As I mentioned, the 7.3 milligrams of THC with 2.14 milligrams of CBD. Of that was the average. Of that, 11 chose the maximum of 10 milligrams.
All right.
Well, 10 chose edibles with 5 or less. A blood sample was collected after 2 hours of consuming cannabis edible or a control candy. So would that be a control candy? Would that be a placebo?
Maybe.
Yeah. They said the speed of the drivers was reduced after 2 hours of eating the edibles. Yeah, they didn't speed up.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Let's see what else. They said that while past studies found evidence of increased swerving and decreased reaction time after smoking or vaping cannabis, these effects were not observed in this study.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. They speculate it may be due to relatively low amount of THC consumed to the ability of the driver simulator to detect small changes in performance. Or the inability. Okay. Okay. Let's see what else they got in here. They said that the researchers also found no direct relationship between blood THC and driving impairment, speculating that the present study suggests that blood THC may not be as useful detection of impaired driving after edibles as it may be more for the smoke to root. So is this something that people can,
Well, I don't understand. Like,
yeah.
That doesn't
Would it be because of the smoke route? It's into your lungs, right in direct bloodstream. But then when you consume it by edibles, by the time it goes through your liver, and
Right.
everything. It's Delta 11. It's intensified.
Right. So that doesn't make any sense.
But this is what they're finding.
Huh.
Okay. Okay. They said the paper also speculated that the participants had a high THC tolerance that allowed them to manage the effects of cannabis more effectively.
Okay.
Yeah. Now they said that 12 reported using cannabis once a day. Now I'm assuming that's smoking, but it could be edibles.
Yeah, possibly if they're doing it once a day,
Yeah.
maybe for bedtime or something, right? Which would
Yeah.
be kind of an accurate assumption, taking a gummy before bed, right?
Right. Let's see here. They got a video. I just want to see if I'm gonna see if maybe play this video. See what it does.
Damn dogs.
And I'll close that out. Okay. Oh, there is a video there. Okay, here, I'll just bring it up.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, there we are. There is. There is some sound to it. Here, I'm going to start it again. Can you hear this?
Oh yeah.
Feels a bit sensitive. Going fast. Gorgeous scenery, though. This is... Should I do it? Well, I just pulled into the gas station, up to the pumps, and but certainly turning in, you feel dizzy, and I'm not on drugs, so I promise I'm not. Oh,
he crashed.
That's gonna be expensive.
And he's not on drugs.
And he's not on drugs. Correct. Yeah, exactly.
That's hilarious. But I'm not on drugs. Holy.
And he crashed.
I
So,
know,
like,
right?
These people that did this test, and just so it does say here that he goes into the spider simulator that will be used to research on driving under the influence of cannabis.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he crashes.
And he crashed. And that was the simulator at CAMH. So, whether that was the exact same simulator, but it's at the same place
Oh my God.
where that was done at.
That's not good.
But I could
Unless-
see where, I guess I've never driven one, so I would hope that the brake would be similar. There wouldn't be any delay or.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, is a simulator really the same as driving a vehicle?
Yeah. This guy,
I
he
guess-
mentioned, because he mentioned it seemed kind of fast, and then watching him as he turned that corner,
Yeah, he was
it
kinda
also, it also seemed fast. Now, is it because you're not in a car? I don't know.
Well, you're in an open room, so it's like
You're
you
in an
can-
open room. You got a monitor in front of you.
I just don't think that would be the same as being in a car.
No.
No. And like I said, when he was turning, you didn't see him braking at all. Like he was just like, zam, right?
Yeah.
There was no like stopping. There was no like slowing down. It was just like, I'm just gonna go. Like,
Yeah. So that was good to see that they this is on the edible end of things that
I just
because
don't
like
know
our,
the edibles scare everybody so much. Like,
we have
they're
5.
scary.
What's that?
I don't understand why edibles are scaring everybody so much. Like, what do they think they're gonna do? Why are they so scared of raising that 10 milligrams? Like, what in the hell do they think is gonna happen?
Yeah, well, and the thing is the people should be educated, because I do know somebody who did have a 10 milligram gummy, and they did get buzzed, stoned off of it. So there are people out there that do.
That slept for 14 hours on one.
Yeah.
And there was one from the legal store, and then I've eaten them, and get nothing.
Nothing, but yet, somebody who doesn't, there is a benefit. So there is that end of of the spectrum of the users where the government is trying to control that these people don't get too wasted. But I'd like to see those numbers increase, and the people know, like when you go in to the beer store, you know that your beer's got 5%, or whether it's got 6% alcohol, or whether it's a light beer with 4% in it, right?
The more you consume, the drunker, or the more you're gonna feel that.
Yeah.
It's not like one beer is gonna affect you, but 6 will. Right?
Yeah, and that would be
Out of your system, where you're just getting that 5%. It bounds up on top of each other. Next thing you know, you're staggering drunk, walking down the street after 5 beer, right?
Yeah. Well, for some people could have 5 gummies and they'd be, pretty baked. Even that's only at 50 milligrams, right?
And even like five joints, maybe some people would be sleeping. Right?
Yeah. So as we know, here in Canada, 5 nanograms is the limit, which is an arbitrary number as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the amount of THC that we can have in our systems.
Right.
But as we know, more and more countries around the world are legalizing cannabis, coming in with the medical, and then they end up legalizing it recreational. Whether that's treaty agreement, good things. I know there is something in the treaties about medical end of some stuff, and
I'm not sure what's going on. I know that there's some court cases that are making this way. So
now over in Germany, they're having a heated discussion about THC limits and stuff like that. When it comes to,
I thought that they legalized everything over there.
What's that?
I thought Germany just finished legalizing everything.
Yeah, I know. Well, they have their, just like we got 5 nanograms when it comes to THC in our blood, they have their driving limits as well.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so they want to increase the amount that you can have in your system.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some have suggested that to go to a 10 nanogram limit, which is twice as much we have here in Canada. And they said that is a counterpart to the 0.5 per mile limit for alcohol, or 0.5 per mil limit for alcohol. So they're suggesting 10, which is twice, like I said. Now,
I don't know how they coagulate that, like in a blood test, right? So
that's what they have to do. Correct. Now, not everybody agrees, obviously.
Right.
Some think that it should be like 3.5. So even that's smaller, obviously, than what we've got. And yet, I'm not seeing anything that's saying that people with 2 or 5 nanograms of blood or THC in their blood are causes of accidents.
I'm not seeing anything about cannabis impairment at all.
No,
there's no big accident where cannabis was, bottom line, the driver was high on cannabis, killed 10 people. There's not. Where are the statistics showing that cannabis is impairing? What nanogram do you need when you can't even get somebody on a ticket or a fine for it? Like, where's this?
Now they say here. So what's the present limit? The present limit is here it is. There it is. Okay. The current limit when it comes to THC in the blood is 1 nanogram of THC in your blood is what is presently
in Canada.
law. Like you could create that almost from your you have endocannabinoid
You could
system.
sniff that shit and you would get that much.
I can understand why they're concerned about false positives.
No doubt, that's ridiculously low. But again,
That is low.
that's because there's no threshold because nobody's
Oh yeah.
being impaired.
You know,
So you can't.
they're showing that people have THC in the system, because of accidents and analyzing people's blood, but that doesn't connect it to the actual accident.
Well, when you get pulled into a check stop, they don't have Nanny Joe there taking your blood on everybody to see who's got.
No,
they
have you. They that's where they swab your mouth.
And then what?
Then they say they do the test, and then they want the DRE guy, and they take you to the station, and they determine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say get stuck at me. You're not touching me. You're not taking my blood.
But yeah, well, I know that's the big argument is the blood thing and the blood removal.
You're not taking my blood, dude. Like I've got a phobia. Like there's no fucking way they take my blood.
Oh, I know there are people. But I know I've seen those people when I go to my clinics.
Yeah, like,
people that are worried. Some people just needles. It doesn't matter what it is.
Right? Like just that's a big fat fuck off.
So yeah, that is that's so low. It's good to see though that that some people are trying to increase it to the 10. 3.5 is still too low for me.
10 is like still like what, one joint? And how long does it stay in your system? And if you're smoking on a daily basis, how is that going to build up? Like I remember getting tested for cannabis once, and they said it was so high I wouldn't even go on the stick.
Well, there you go. Glenn, my Thursday partner with the news, he tested positive after 32 days of no consumption. He was a truck driver.
Yeah.
He was getting tested.
Right.
Yeah, he got tested and he was just blown away. So a medical patient, technically, by our laws, would be impaired whether they consumed that day or not before they got in the vehicle.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like we're always impaired.
I know.
Like
by what they say, by those numbers we are, but are we actually impaired? Is there no?
No, absolutely not.
No.
And I mean, I don't smoke. I know in British Columbia, I think it is, you're not supposed to smoke for 2 hours after you can't drive for 2 hours after you consume a joint. Like I said, I don't think there's any cops out here in British Columbia looking to take your blood to fucking fuck you up from whatever in your blood. Like I just don't feel that that's their main objective, right? So I think that because the crime rates are showing at 95% decrease, I don't think that any police force in Canada is really worried about impaired cannabis smokers causing accidents, because there aren't any that I've you know what I mean? Like they might have been drinking and smoking. Okay, so you're going to show cannabis in their blood because they were, maybe having a few beers, maybe the alcohol and the cannabis consumption together. Absolutely. But I don't know what to say about that.
I haven't seen a lot of stuff that connects the two.
No.
Yeah. Like I have seen it, say that there was cannabis in the person's system, but there's also, like you say, there's alcohol in the person's system.
There's that one court case from Edmonton, Alberta, where that guy killed somebody in a car accident, and he had taken so many Percocets, but blamed the cannabis. And the cannabis was then held on record as part of the cause of the accident and the death of this vehicular manslaughter or whatever it was, right? And that's one court case. But that was, we were kind of appalled at that ruling, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, there was something in the news about somebody, I believe it was in Alberta, who killed a guy, and they blamed it on cannabis. They said he had a psychotic episode,
Yeah,
demons told him to kill this guy.
yeah. I think
What?
that came back as him having schizophrenia and have nothing to do with the cannabis at all.
Yeah, exactly. You know, already dispositioned with something, with a condition that he shouldn't be using it. It's not as if it caused it. Yeah, because that's like that. Wow, really? It was good to see that the headline on it said that cannabis did not cause this, according to the one researcher. Another one within the report mentioned the cannabis end of it, but also admitted that they never asked the guy if he used cannabis that day.
Right.
Just knew that he did, knowing that he had said that he used it daily previously.
Right.
But didn't know whether he had used, but never asked him if he had used it that day.
Well, yeah, right.
So,
It's
and,
funny
you know,
how they like to twist things around and make it so that it could possibly be this. And this was like back before legalization, because they really didn't want legalization. They were looking for some reason to do this. And I think that was, kind of inflammatory on their behalf, because like I said, there's always that one person in the back bench that doesn't like what we're doing, right?
yeah.
Doesn't-
Yeah.
Doesn't like any reform. And honestly, this has been good. This is something that, whether you like Trudeau or you don't like Trudeau, whether you like his, but you have to look back at the whole committee that did this, right? And we're talking like whatever her name is.
McClellan.
Yep. And
Dan.
the whole tribe of 13 of them that
Task force.
right? Yeah, the task force that actually put this all together, right? And the people that went to those things behind everybody's, some of us were there too, right?
Oh yeah.
We sat, me and Sandra Colasanti and Kelly Coulter and Joy Davies, we sat in caucus with all of those women and talked about cannabis as patients, as non-patients, and fed them a lot of what we say on a daily basis to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to do that, we were in Edmonton, and we did, and like I said, it was a 3-day convention. It was good.
Good. Well, let's go for break, because I think we only covered one topic during that.
We got 6 more.
I got 3 more I wanted to cover, but we'll get into them when we come back. Come on, cursor, move. Got a workbook here or something. But yeah, we'll be back after our break. And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to the broadcast. We're live here at paceradio.net and the 420 Pace. Well, Tamara, we've only got 3 of the 6 topics covered in the first hour, so we got to really rip through these. And it's a good thing that we got the option to work a little overtime on that, just a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, next up, let's see. I've got pardons here in Canada. How do you think they're going? You know, we're seeing all around, like in the U.S., we're constantly hearing how a state is expunging possession records of their citizens within the state of their, cannabis possession. Convictions, no records, letting them go. Yet here in Canada, as you know, the fee was waived by the government, but people still had to do all the other work, the legwork, to get their records, pay for whatever was required by, the police force if they wanted to charge you for a printout of your record.
Your fingerprints, right? Just for your fingerprints. $75 cash. No cash.
Oh, no tapping going on there?
Oh yeah, you can tap or cash, but they prefer cash. Bring cash. And then you have to make an appointment. Like, it's not like you can just walk in there. You got to make an appointment, right?
Right.
And yeah, so that costs money. But
yeah.
Pardons Canada is a joke. It's just an agency that, does the work for you.
Yeah.
But they say they can get it done quicker. I don't know whether they can or not.
Yeah, well, they said they figured that there was an estimated 10,000 Canadians that would be eligible.
Probably
5 years later, there's only been 845 pardons.
Yeah, because they're only doing possession of small amounts.
Just possessions, and those people have to request it.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, because people think that because that record can prevent people from getting a job or traveling outside of the country.
I know somebody for a fact that applied for it and was denied because his was not a possession charge; it was something else. But it was
yeah. It's just a simple possession is what this is for.
Or something, but it was like so old. It was like from like the 60s or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
like smuggling or something like in a small amount, like 3 grams smuggled across the U.S. border during the 60s party, whatever, right?
Yeah.
No, they would not pardon
that. 1,300 Canadians have applied, so all those other ones were rejected because they were incomplete or ineligible, such as your example. Right?
Yeah. Which I think to do with cannabis should just be blocked.
This I wasn't aware of, but it says here that in 2022 there was a push for an amendment to that would automatically sequester records for simple possession, meaning they would no longer show up on a criminal background checks. And that was accepted by the federal government.
Well,
they gave it, and let's see, government had 2 years. They had 2 years to sequester all possession records.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I had to get one done for the shelter.
Yeah.
My cannabis possession charges were not on there. My
Oh.
trafficking and my possession of crack cocaine and my, bouncing an NSF check were still on there, but my cannabis charges were not. And they
Oh.
asked me to write down on that list, like when you go for a criminal record check with the RCMP for this, because it's for both criminal and vulnerable people's, right? They
Right.
ask what you think you have on your record. So you write down what you think or what you know you've got on your record, right? So it's not like
Yeah.
like you're trying to hide anything. So I wrote down what I knew I had on my record. Those weren't there, and there was one failure to appear that I didn't know I had on my record, right?
Wow.
So,
Wow.
so again, but those 2 possession charges were gone.
Yeah. Eh? Yeah. Wow. That
think I
they're
still have
gone.
I
Who
still
would be
have
already questioned. Now, just so you know, they have until November of this year to do everybody.
Mhm.
They say it's a nightmare doing
Oh, yeah.
it, but yeah, they're doing it down in the U.S. Why don't they go down? They went down to the U.S. to find out about cannabis legalization in like Colorado. So why don't you go down to the U.S. and find out some of these states and find out how they are?
Well, the thing is, possession of cannabis is a summary conviction. It's under provincial jurisdiction. So it would have to be the provinces that would have, the province would have those records, right? And there's
Yeah.
not necessarily that they cross, so the federal government has access to the records of who has possession,
Right.
right? And then under
Yeah.
the privacy laws, they can't just go delving in because of these new privacy laws to go and look at, see who's got what. So the
Okay.
person would have to request it because the government can't find out whether you have that record or not just by dwelling in because of the Privacy Act.
They say here, which I think this probably backs up to exactly what you said. They say that given the decentralized manner in which criminal records are stored, and that the possession of controlled substances is governed across several legislative frameworks, effective implementation of the program requires federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments' cooperation. When does that ever happen?
Never. I mean, they're already having issues right now about overreach because we don't. Yeah. Anyway, but again, that's the problem, right? And because possession of small amounts are summary, you don't usually go to jail for stuff like that, and well, depending on what year it was and what province you were in. Again, if you were in Alberta a few years back, yeah, they would have nailed you. Out in BC, it would have been a slap on the wrist. And that's what happened. Everybody's growing out in British Columbia and Kelowna getting busted with, and they're getting whatever, here's some probation for you. Same person, same amount of, cannabis being busted in Alberta. You're going to jail for 2 fucking years, dude. And that's it was just And then as soon as legalization happened, every Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry had a store in Alberta.
Oh yeah, well, at one time Alberta was leading the country, right?
Right? Because of privatization, because it was easy to get it.
Yeah.
It was off of the Liquor Control Board, right? So yeah. Anyway, but that's what
Yeah.
killed me. It's so hard it was so hard when we were doing activism out there, and then it exploded. But yeah, pardon.
Okay, let's see what else they say on here. They say here, there's no victim to simple possession charges for drugs other than the person who's struggling with substance abuse problems.
Substance abuse and cannabis don't really go hand in.
Yeah, I know. And I found that odd that was in here. It's the last line in the article that I'm looking. Oh, okay. I see the program because I see that they're talking about here the opioid crisis. The program is really new priorities. Oh. Yeah, it switches over to that. Oh, criminal records. Those people, for example, the people who are dealing with the opioid crisis that are, living on the streets or that are addicted to them, they could have criminal records of cannabis. They don't have any housing. They got no way of dealing with those people in order to eliminate their record so that they are aware that's not going to prevent them from finding a job.
It's really hard to get housing, especially if you
Yeah.
don't have a job and if you don't have a credit rating.
Yeah.
Seriously, if you don't have a credit rating, people won't even ask you. They won't even answer your phone calls. My daughter found that out when she was trying to find an apartment in Vancouver. They all wanted credit ratings. They all wanted job like confirmations. They all wanted like your left arm and your firstborn.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, unfortunately, these days. I know one time it was just to get first and last month's rent.
Just a few references, whatever, right? But
Yeah. Yeah.
you have to have like a 700 credit rating and all these things, right?
You got to fill out an application. Sometimes all they wanted to know is that you got a job. You got a
Yeah.
job, you rent. Yeah, I work down at the local gas station or whatever. Right?
Usually, if you were on like assistance of any kind, that was a hands down because they knew you'd pay your rent. You could have this, you could have,
Yeah. Have it automatically paid to them directly from the government. Yeah.
absolutely, right? Yeah, no. Now they want, Anyway,
All right, now on to the next subject. Cannabis, cannabinoids. People think cannabinoids, they think cannabis, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is plant called a Terma microtha bloom. It's a shrub. It grows in South America.
Oh.
And it's considered a weed. And they said that they found CBD in it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Okay, we know how CBD can treat. They said that the chemical analysis has found that Terma contains CBD, not THC. And look at that. They're already talking about making an exporting plant in order to create CBD source around the world.
Oh, my.
There's another plant that's related to that plant that has it, and they found that in Thailand.
Interesting.
They figure it's cheaper and simpler to produce than buying it out, getting it through cannabis.
Well, cannabis can sometimes be picky to grow, like depending on your, bugs and all kinds of things, right? We were watching a program today that, proved that our bodies actually create and know cannabinoids on their own if you're in a fearful or stressful condition, and feeds dopamines into your brain. And we naturally produce that.
Correct. And then you could fail your driving test in Germany because you're over the 1 nanogram because of what just happened to you.
Because of adrenaline.
Yeah.
No, seriously,
That's what the article said. False positives.
Right, and it can be wrapped in adrenaline because we have a natural ability to apparently, produce our own cannabinoids.
That's right. That's right.
We say it's in.
So, the Brazilian government, they're going to spend $104,000 over 5 years to research this plant.
Wow,
It
really?
doesn't sound like a lot of money, does it?
No, but when are they going to do that? In between the flooding?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's why it's going to take 5 years.
I hate to say that, but they just got flooded pretty bad down
You
there.
did, eh?
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all underwater in Brazil right at the moment.
Are they?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, there's been all kinds of weird, wild weather going on around the world.
Yes. Yeah. All right. We got to that. We got 2. I can check that off the list. Pardons and a plant with cannabinoids.
Powered right through them.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the last topic was something that we were discussing before the show started, as we were counting down the minutes before we went live. We're just discussing something, and I thought it'd be great to add that to the list. And this has to deal with, because you're in British Columbia,
right?
People who are people that have or are addicted with drugs. And BC's been in the news a lot lately over the opioid deaths, up to the fact that of the decriminalization of drugs that they have there, and where that stands now.
They've decriminalized a small amount of all drugs, and that hasn't changed. What's changed is the public consumption of those drugs, because it was getting a little out of hand where people were just consuming everywhere. And they hadn't put any real restrictions on anything, right? They just kind of left it willy-nilly, which wasn't the smartest thing to do, right?
Yeah, like, I think it's like 2.5 grams of this.
But they were thinking harm reduction. They didn't really, I don't think they expected it to explode, that people were going to be hanging out in shopping carts behind schools and leaving, you know, and doing it openly and in public, because people figured that it's legal now, there's nothing anybody could do. So they weren't really thinking of the mindset of an addict, where an addict, when they're using, thinks they're invincible and they can do whatever they want because the drugs are speaking and not that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you've never been addicted to any substance, you wouldn't understand what I was talking about, but the drugs take over and your mind's not, you're not you.
Well, you know, tobacco, nicotine, it does kill people, obviously, but it is, you know, that people are screaming about that, trying to get
personality, right? But if you've got somebody consuming meth or cocaine in front of you, people can become violent.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They can, you know, if you look at them, like there's a long line of things that can happen, right? The side effects can be violence. There's all kinds
much more than tobacco related.
Not even like alcohol. Like there's so many different side effects to all drug use, because alcohol too can make people very violent. It can make people very happy and, you know, giggly, and, you know, as well as some drugs can do the same for people. And on the other spectrum, they make them violent and intolerable, and you don't want to be around them, right? And you don't want that going on in public. So even being drunk in public is illegal, right? You can't be drunk in public. So now they've just made it so that you cannot consume drugs in public. Not a big deal.
That's so, like, when we're seeing, you know, screaming headlines and all that about failed drug decrim in British Columbia. Decrim's not a failure. It is.
Yes, it is.
You think so? I look at it as this.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why.
This is tweaking the program.
There's no safe supply. If they would have, with cannabis, we were talking about this before. If they would have done like a licensed production, like I said, nobody wants to hear that. But if you have licensed production sites manufacturing clean drugs, right? So that the people that are consuming them aren't going to the dealer downtown that are filled with bad drugs, benzos, and all kinds of things that aren't supposed to be in cocaine and in meth and all these other drugs, right? Why people are dying. So the poison toxicity of the drugs hasn't changed, just that they can actually consume them legally. So you're legally now able to consume as much poison as you can because it's okay. And the dealers went, woohoo, let's get them more.
Now there is a safe supply program there, but the safe supply and the way it's running isn't sufficient. Right?
The doctors aren't signing the goddamn paperwork, just like in cannabis. It's the same fucking shit show. You have to have a doctor sign so you can access safe supply. So it's not. It was the same as it was with the cannabis. Remember when we were cannabis patients, and the only way you could get safe supply of cannabis is through the government?
Yeah.
Right? So if they would have done it like cannabis and had manufacturers put it into stores with a big neon sign that says crack store, you have to be 19 years old to get in the door, right?
Yeah.
You're not selling to kids, then you're selling clean drugs. And because drugs aren't going away. People are not going to quit doing drugs.
No, people aren't. It's been here for centuries. It's not going to change.
So they did it backwards. If they would have put the manufacturing first, safe supply, consumption sites, along with treatment and recovery, all hand in handily, this might have worked quite nicely. Because right now, like I said, look at the cost of cannabis. It used to be $3,500 a pound. Now it's $300, right? Dealers, you can't find one anywhere black market. Very rarely on the street you're going to go up and find somebody peddling a joint, right? Anymore. That would get rid of. So again, if you legalize these drugs and have manufacturers with safe supply, what's going to happen? Your crime rates are going to go up 95%, and all the dealers are going to be gone, and maybe nobody's going to die.
Yeah, then what do you say about the diversion end of things? There's always there was that complaint in the cannabis end about the diversion to the black market.
You know what? At least it would be clean and not killing fucking people.
Well, you got a point there.
That's it. Basically, I don't give a rat's ass as long as it's clean and it's not killing people. What you do with your body is none of my business, right? As long as it's not harming me or you, or if it's your choice. You want to use drugs, have at her. Just don't use alone. Get them tested and be smart about it. But again, when there's no
What about making? Yeah. What about like? You know, I've seen at some events. You know, like for example at raves. You know, not as if I've been to a gazillion raves or anything, but I know where one was held that I visited, and they had a booth right there. Get your drugs tested.
Mhm.
You know,
Absolutely right. And we have an app here, which
you
has
know, in these in these areas of you know in the downtowns of these big cities and other places, why not have a spot where people can get them tested so they know? Like it's not as if you're giving them permission. It's just it's you know saving lives and making it safer for everybody instead
Well,
of
here's the thing,
stigmatizing.
those machines are really expensive, right?
Yeah.
So Dana's got them in Vancouver, and we've got one here at Anchors here. But I was told the other day by one of the kids that these kids' anxiety is so high they don't want to walk into somewhere and ask if their drugs are okay. They don't want to be outed, right? They're underage. They don't want, even though
Yeah.
it's confidential,
Yeah.
they don't trust they don't trust adults. Like they don't trust like anybody. They're teenagers. Let's face it, that hasn't changed. Even when we were feral in the 80s, we didn't trust adults either, right?
Yeah.
We were like, you know, it was like the Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, I think I was of age when I was in the 80s.
I was in 88. I was 18 in 88, but I mean,
Oh,
like,
yeah? Yeah.
but I mean, I would have graduated in 1987, 37 years ago, like pretty much now.
Yeah,
right?
oh yeah, yeah.
It's grad season, right? So we're all like reminiscing about how many years it was when we graduated. 37 fucking years ago. I'm like, woohoo.
I never saw graduation.
I didn't either. I was
No.
swinging haircuts. I got a GED afterward, but I didn't.
Oh, did?
graduate. Yeah, I quit. Yeah.
I got my certificate hanging on the wall right there. It's got my name on it, and it says "Secret Certificate of Achievement."
Yep.
Yeah, can sell. So.
I went to hair school.
Huh?
I went to hair school. I quit.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah. You did all that stuff.
Yeah. So I had a career. I had a trade. So
Yeah. Well, I was actually involved in a trade that wasn't common back then. It wasn't very well known. It was something that we were sort of, in a way, taught by somebody from another company in another country that came and trained a few of us. And you know, now that company is 500 employees all the way across Canada, and it just sold for untold big bucks. Let's just say.
what company is that?
Company's called Camtran Co. Yeah, it was a family business.
Ooh.
It was never like on the market or trade or shares or anything. It was just the families.
What did you manufacture?
Hydro transformers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we supplied. At one time, it was all small towns here in Ontario, and then eventually, once Ontario Hydro took over and brought up all these small places, then they started supplying.
Right.
Yeah, but so now they have four factories spread across the country. One in BC.
That's what I mean. It's
yeah.
familiar. I'm wondering if
BC, Alberta, Ontario, which is where the main office is, and factories, buildings. It was originally in one building. They started out in the. I say we because technically I'm not working there, but I'm on disability from there.
Right.
And it's started in a 30 by 50 building. And the last I knew, it absorbed the majority of the local industrial park and was involved in like 5 or 6 buildings. Yeah, so they're producing product. Over 1 million transformers were sold now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine who still works there. I actually got the guy that helped him get the job there.
Oh.
Yeah, he's still there. You know, yeah.
Oh, nice.
There's employees. I would have been there if I was still there. I've been off for 29. So it would have been 43 years if I had to remain there. I've almost been off as long as I worked there now.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's crazy.
yeah, and the people who stuck it out and stuck around and all that, now that it's been sold to a US company.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, actually it was a partner of theirs through that assisted them, like helped them out with the BC end of things, getting things rolling. They were a big company in the US, and so they bought the whole thing. But from my understanding, those who survived all those years, who were still worked there, they were rewarded with their dedication to the company. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which is good to hear. You don't hear that very often, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, that's great. It's good to hear that these small companies do prevail. These small
Yeah.
family companies, they don't get taken over by big corp, and
Yeah.
last as long as they can.
Yeah, like they came to my wedding. They were that friends, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's great.
yeah. So it's good. All righty. Well, we're down to the last final minutes. Any thoughts on anything else you want to get out?
No, I think it's just going to be another one of those weeks where we keep on trucking and feel better, because I'm kind of feeling crappy again because I'm tired. But Monday's another show, and you have a
Yes.
few, don't you?
What's that?
And you have a couple more shows this week yet too, don't you?
Oh yeah. Tomorrow's the news. The news. That's right. And I'll actually be doing 3 or 4 a week. Done. One a day. I won't be doing one Fridays.
No.
Yeah. We got the news Monday and Thursday, and this show, Pace Radio Show, here on Wednesday nights, and be starting the 3 High Guys on Tuesday mornings. Shortly. Real shortly. Yeah.
Awesome.
All righty.
That sounds great. So that's another one added to our content, right?
Yeah. It'll be that'll be coming through the 420 pace and the things, and discussion. It's gonna be different. I just gonna say, it's gonna be different. It's not just going. It's gonna be like structured and all that stuff. We're gonna have particular topics that we want to make people aware of and things like that. And
There's always usually something to be aware of, like again,
Correct.
like, cannabis is kind of like slowly slowed down. It's kind of more what are we doing as far as other psychedelics and other drug reform, I think, is along where the future holds, because cannabis reform with the new, if they don't start putting research forward, but we see slowly that there is research being done,
Mhm.
right? So I don't know what our next steps are, to be fair. I don't know what had brainstorms anybody else has got thinking, but we still don't have what we want. But it doesn't sound like we're going to get any raising in the milligrams anytime soon.
No, I know that's an unfortunate thing. And the panel, that from the review panel, after we waited all these years and months for things to be done, they don't recommend to increase that.
No.
Either.
No. And again, they want to review it again in another 5 years.
Yeah, so it's going to be forever in order to get that up. And that's not.
And let's face it, right now, cannabis is not a priority on any.
No. And they won't create a medical only with increased limits of THC in them, because they'll say diversion. Patients will sell it on the black market.
What about the children?
Hmm?
What about the children? What about the children?
Yeah.
But we
That's
know
right.
that children come to the store and get to buy lottery tickets with their monies.
Oh.
That's another one of my rants.
Yeah. I saw you got 3 cents.
Yeah, isn't that sweet? I was
I
happy
was-
to have them. Like seriously, that's great. This is good luck. Like I haven't seen a penny.
Yeah, that's right.
He throws these on the counter.
Who had 3 pennies on them?
No, but the guy had 3 pennies in his pocket. He was in the States. He had just been in the States because the States still have pennies. So our Canadian pennies are still circulating in the United States of America. So he come back from the States and had 3 fucking Canadian pennies in his pocket. And he throws them on the counter. He goes, "Here's your tip." And he looked at him and I went, "Oh, I'll take those. I haven't seen fucking pennies in a long time." I just grabbed them and put them in my pocket. So I was so happy. I thought that was great. Yeah, our pennies are apparently, because I don't go to the States and I don't know how many ever, but our pennies are circulating in the US of A.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I have a family member that
We have their money circulating up here, though, because I've got drawers full of it. Like every day when I'm opening quarters and dimes for my coin, like for the till, there's American money in it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
We're really close to the border, though. Like we're like lickety slip right across the border. Right?
Oh, are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, right by we're above Idaho and Montana. So and Washington. Like people go back and forth to Spokane, Washington, and to Great Falls and Bonners Ferry. They shop across the line, buy gas down there because it's cheaper.
Right. Do they have to claim it when they come across the border?
Oh yeah. Yeah, but it still costs less, and they go down for the cheese and the milk. But they're finding that the groceries and stuff are not any cheaper anymore. It used to be quite a bit cheaper, right?
Yeah.
Across, but it's not. And the gas, our gas is down to $1.66 a liter today.
Wow, you're getting close to us.
Why?
Like $1.58.
Shut the hell up! How is that happening?
Well, yeah, 158, 160. That's what I mean. You guys are close to us. You're usually like friggin' 20 cents ahead of us.
Yeah, no, we're $1.66.9 right now, and it was $1.79. Like it was up there. It's dropped down like 15 or 20 cents in the last week. It's like a
wow, really?
Because it was I think it was $1.74. I think the last time I filled up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down to $1.66.
$1.66. I'm just pulling it up here on Gas Buddy. I just see what's going on here on the local stuff, just to find gas. Okay, our average, I'm gonna say, is 158. It goes anywhere from 155 to 150 to 160.
And that's Ontario.
Correct. Yeah. We should be. Like even at that. That's not even 10 cents.
Right? I don't know, man. And they said this has got to do with something to do with summer gas and winter gas and all this stupid.
Yeah. Winter gas. They say there's different additives in it.
They have to put additives in it, so it costs more money. It was fuck off.
Correct. Yeah.
But it just all of a sudden happened.
Oh, we all heard about it We all heard about it going into winter too. It's been around for a while.
Oh, I know, but it just seems ridiculous. Like, come on.
It costs more money for them to produce it, so they got to charge us more money. Come on, you can't allow that to cut into the profits. Come on. People have to make money.
Right.
If you don't make money, you can't go to the local store, buy pizza or lumber to build your addition to your house.
I was watching a program last night on CBC, and it shows that people's basic needs from 2020 to 2024 have gone up by about $650. And the only thing people have cut back on is their fucking food. So people are just cutting back on not eating. They're just not eating. They're not buying as much groceries. They're just diverting their food to other things and not buying food. So that when people are saying that they're going to the food bank, they are going to the food bank. They're supplementing their groceries with food banks, which is not good either. But because electricity, rents, everything else has gone up, and most effectively, the highest jump in everything is housing. The cost of fucking rent has gone up so ridiculously.
Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. I know. I remember renting a place for $350 a month.
And I don't understand where any of these people get off with that, because the mortgage rates haven't jumped that much. They could have been jumping to 11.5% like they did in the 80s, and they didn't. They were at 5 lousy.
Oh, they were like 17%. I think they're at 7.5 or something right now.
I know, because my parents.
Yeah, well, they're getting ready for a bunch of mortgages to default. So.
But they just dropped the interest rates today.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They say they're not done. So.
And the thing is, the people that are going to foreclose on their mortgages are the ones that bit off more than they could chew right from the get-go.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just crazy.
But
And-
I've said before, the realtors and the municipalities did this because the municipalities weren't getting their money because Stats Canada had been closed for 5 years. There was no population growth shown, right?
Wow.
So the municipalities still had to come up with money for housing, roads, arenas,
Oh
schools,
yeah.
libraries,
Yeah. Real function.
right? So the realtors started bumping up our, the assessments on all our properties. This house is worth $500,000. My ass it is. But my property taxes have gone up another $200 fucking a year.
Wow.
So in my
I know where I lived. I wouldn't doubt if they're probably more than $1,000 or $1,200 more than what they were when I moved in
Right.
there 6 years
Right.
ago.
right? But that's a default of that 5 years of Stats Canada being shut down by fuckface Harper.
No, that's not good.
It really is, and it just filtered and it's never caught up. And now we've got houses like my house is not worth something that's like the same amount of money in downtown Toronto. This is Cranbrook, BC.
Oh,
in the
it's
middle of
crazy.
nowhere,
Yeah, I've
Right?
seen some crazy things.
right?
Alrighty, we're not going to solve the housing costs tonight, so
No.
All right. Other than that, I guess obviously nothing. We got it all off your chest tonight. Just a reminder, we'll be back next week. May have a guest, we may not. Who knows? If not, we'll have something to discuss.
I will, yeah. We'll
What's
discuss. I have somebody that's reached out to me, and I thought he would be better for Pace and Marshall. So we'll talk about
Oh,
that.
okay. Sure. Let me know. Yeah. All right. You can find us on X. I think I keep saying Twitter, but it's X. We're also on Facebook, LinkedIn, as well as Instagram. Still post pictures there once in a while. Thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. Plus, a big thank you to you, our viewers, as well as Tamara and everybody else. Thank you, and good night.
Night.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's June the 6th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News, your cannabis and psychedelic news source found here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm doing good now. Had a little bit of a computer problem this morning.
Well, hey, I'm glad we got it solved, and we can continue to do the news.
It took a while, but I'm here now.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. So, how's the new bike?
New bike is amazing, awesome. I'm having a great time with it. It's nowhere near as fast as my old one, and I kind of sit on top of it instead of like in it. But
Right.
It feels like you're driving your couch, so it's good for real long distance trips and stuff.
Well, as you said before, it's built for comfort, not for speed.
Yes, sir.
That's right. And right now, probably comfort is more important to you.
Yes, I would say so in my advanced age. Yes.
All right, what do you say we get started with the news?
Sounds good.
All right, here we go. First headline of the day. This one comes to us from StratCan. Manitoba passes legislation to allow cannabis growing at home.
Manitobans will soon be able to legally grow cannabis at home. The Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act, which repealed Manitoba's ban on growing up to 4 cannabis plants at home, passed on June 3rd, 2024, and it's about time.
The bill fulfills a commitment Manitoba Premier Rob Canoe made prior to forming government in late 2023, when the Manitoba NDP defeated the previous Progressive Conservative government. The ban on growing cannabis at home had been put in place by the Progressive Conservatives. Although the bill was delayed for several weeks, along with other legislation, due to delay tactics by the opposition, the proposed legislation received little pushback from the opposition, save for the newly elected MLA for Brandon West, Wayne Blanchin. He says he raised concerns at second reading in the House and when the bill was discussed in the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development.
In the committee, Balstein referenced his experience as the former chief of police in Brandon, Manitoba, in his concerns with the bill, saying he had seen many homes with extensive damage from indoor cannabis operations. What the hell does that have to do with 4 plants?
He's talking about illegal operations to people who don't care about the house because the house is only there just to grow cannabis. And those accusations have been defeated in the Supreme Court of Canada.
Over and over again. I've seen the same things used. And there is a thing, progressive, in the name, which it seems to be missing these days.
He's big time. Exactly. Okay, continue.
The MLA also said he had concerns with children eating cannabis off of a plant, which... Wow, okay.
They won't get high if they're eating it off the plant. It's not decarboxylated.
But
okay?
you can tell them that till you're blue in the face and nothing will change. That it will lead to less tax revenue for the province because they will be growing their own. Well, is that a bad thing for people? No. That it will lead to the legalization of other drugs and that it will open the doors to organized crime. And this is the same crap again. You know, you smoke a joint, you're going to be a heroin addict next week.
Yeah, exactly. The organized crime end of things. So look, we've got 1,000 growers or, licensed producers in the country.
And the other thing is if 4 plants growing in your yard is going to open the door to organized crime, I don't know where the hell that came from.
I wonder if he thinks about the same thing about people who make their own beer at home.
I guarantee you he doesn't.
I'm guaranteed he doesn't. Exactly. This says he stated in the record committee, this legislation will be a segue for organized crime into very lucrative black market sales. And I believe that this will open up the doors for organized crime to find ways into this business and certainly gain further financial gains within our province. Balstein expressed similar concerns when the bill was debated at second reading, asking who will monitor these grows and who will monitor the sale of the seeds to produce these cannabis products. Well, he wants people to go around and expect to see that they only got 4 plants.
And the other thing is,
don't count your plants. Fuck, they've been trying to do that for 20 years with the patients.
You've been able to buy seeds forever. You can order seeds from anywhere online. Any place in Canada can order seeds.
I can buy them at my local cannabis store. I was there yesterday, and they had the sign.
Yeah, this argument is, all I can say is pure BS now.
Oh, yeah.
PC MLA Jeff Wyerton, who's the Red River North, had similar concerns. Can the member explain how the bill on how we can ensure that the cannabis grown in a private residence will not be blended potentially with dangerous additional substance that could hurt not only the user but the children in the home? And you could say,
I'm gonna put dangerous substances in the cannabis that I'm gonna consume.
Imagine we have to eliminate water from homes because someone could put something in that water.
Yeah,
that's absolute stupidity. Despite this concern, the bill passed with no amendments in committee May 27th and passed concurrence and third reading on June 3rd, 2024, and I can say I'm not going to say that.
Yeah. The group challenging Manitoba's ban on growing cannabis at home filed an appeal earlier this year against a court decision to uphold the ban. That group, Tobagrown, has now suspended their lawsuit following the government's move to repeal the homegrown ban. Tobagrown is pleased to observe the progress of this bill and values the ongoing positive communication we're having with the Manitoba government, says Jesse Lavoie, who has led the charge against the ban through his organization, Tobagrown. He says, "We have firmly suspended our lawsuit against the province and will fully withdraw it upon the enactment of the new legislation."
That's good.
That's good.
These guys
Exactly.
making the same tired old arguments that don't hold any water. It just blows me away now. This is 2024.
Yeah. Okay, we've had people growing their own cannabis at home in almost every province except for 2 up to this point. Have we got a rash of house fires all of a sudden all the past years because people are growing cannabis at home? Like, I don't know about you, but I'm not reporting on any. I don't see any in the news to even report on.
No. 4 plants, and most people have them either in their backyard or they're in plants. They don't have huge lights and stuff. And organized crime, tell me organized crime is going to get involved and have 4 plants and 500 houses? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they're already. If they're already involved. Those are those houses that he's talking about that are all destroyed.
Yeah.
Penciled everybody, big brush. Everybody's the same way.
But that's not what 4 plants does. 4 plants will.
No, it's not. It's not. Exactly. All right, let's get on to the next story. I got a dog that's waiting. She wants to go for a walk. Growling at me. Okay, here we go. Next story up. This one comes to us from Science Alert. It says scientists find a cannabis compound inside a totally different plant.
Scientists have discovered a cannabinoid, a compound in cannabis known as CBD, in a common Brazilian plant, opening potential new avenues to produce the increasingly popular substance. The team found CBD in the fruits and flowers of a plant known as Trema micrantha bloom, a shrub which grows across much of the South American country and is often considered a weed. Molecular biologist Rodrigo Moura Neto of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro told AFP in June 2023.
CBD, increasingly used by some to treat conditions including epilepsy, chronic pain, and anxiety, is one of the main active compounds in cannabis. The compound's effectiveness as a medical treatment is still under research. Neto says chemical analysis have found Trema contains CBD but not THC, raising the possibility of an abundant new source of the former, one that would not face the legal and regulatory hurdles of the cannabis, which continues to be outlawed in many places, including Brazil.
It's a legal alternative to using cannabis, he said, and I'm sorry, it's not. It's not the same. It's good that they found this, but it's not an alternative. Right. This is a plant that grows all over Brazil. It would be simpler and cheaper source of cannabinol. Scientists had previously found CBD in a related plant in Thailand, he said.
Neto, who has not yet published his results, said he now plans to scale up his study to identify the best methods to extract CBD from Trema and analyze its effectiveness in patients with conditions currently treated with medical cannabis. His team recently won a 500,000 Rio, which is about $104,000 US, grant from the Brazilian government to fund the research, which he estimates will take at least 5 years to complete.
That's a pretty small grant then at $20,000 a year. The study in 2022 by market analysis firm Vintage Market Research estimated the global market for CBD at nearly $5 billion and projected it would grow to more than $47 billion by 2028, driven mainly by health and wellness use.
There you go. Yeah.
That's incredible. They're estimating $47 billion within 4 years.
They always come up with these big numbers, hey?
Yeah, I don't know where they're getting that one, but I don't know how you go from 4 to 47 in 4 years.
Well, yeah, they're going to come up with a big number, and that helps it sell. But see what happens in time.
Yeah.
You know, the numbers they had here for Canada didn't come as big as they thought, and that's just overestimates, right? So, unfortunately. All right, there we go. On to the next story. This one comes to us from NBC News, and it says the FDA panel rejects first MDMA treatment amid deep concerns about flawed trials.
And the committee members said that while therapy holds promise for treating PTSD, the trials were poorly designed. The Food and Drug Administration Advisory Panel on Tuesday declined to recommend the approval of MDMA, commonly known as ecstasy or Molly, as a treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder, a major setback for advocates who have long pushed to include psychedelics in treating mental health disorders.
The two votes, one for the treatment's efficacy and one for its safety, by the agency's psychopharmacological drugs advisory committee, marked the first time the FDA advisors have considered a Schedule I psychedelic for medical use. If approved, it would have been the first treatment for PTSD in more than 2 decades. The votes reflected panel members' struggle to balance the need for new PTSD treatments against serious concerns about the data submitted by drug maker Lykos Pharmaceuticals, which they say was marred by inconsistencies, poor study design, and allegations of misconduct.
It sounds like MDMA has really impacted a number of people in positive ways, but it seems that there are so many problems with the data, said Melissa Deca Barone, an adjunct assistant professor of the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. Dr. Walter Dunn, an assistant clinical professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of California, Los Angeles, was the sole yes vote on the safety and one of 2 yes votes on the efficacy. While he had concerns about the drug, he noted that we are in dire need of treatments for PTSD.
He says that there's no free lunch in medicine. What was the potential for benefit has the potential for harm. The panel's decision was based on the results of 2 phase 3 clinical trials that included nearly 200 patients with moderate to severe PTSD. In both trials, researchers found that a treatment approach that consisted of MDMA given in 3 8-hour therapy sessions 4 weeks apart worked better than the placebo in reducing the severity of their symptoms. People also had a number of shorter talk therapy sessions before and after getting the medicine or the placebo.
In the most recent trial, published last September, about 86% of participants who got the MDMA treatment along with talk therapy saw a reduction in the severity of their symptoms after 18 weeks. About 71% of participants who got the treatment met the diagnostic criteria for PTSD, compared to about 48% who got therapy but took a placebo instead. The vote came after analysis from FDA scientists published last week raised concerns about how the trials were carried out.
A double-blind randomized clinical trial is considered the gold standard for determining whether a drug works better than a placebo. They say that double-blinded means that neither the patient nor the researcher administering the medicine knows whether it's a placebo or the real thing. In the MDA trials, however, due to the profound alterations in mood, sensation, suggestibility, and cognition, the vast majority of the participants were able to accurately guess which treatment they had received after the study ended. The FDA scientists wrote, as a result, studies are nearly impossible to blind.
So that means there will never be a double-blind study on this.
People were able to figure out which one they got, probably because the one that was the medicine worked.
Yeah, and also you get a feeling when you use it, where you don't get if you got the placebo. And you know, that means there's no way to do a blind study, which means it'll never be recommended. It doesn't make sense. This could artificially inflate the results, said David Millis, an FDA official who oversaw Lykos' approved application, and said during Tuesday's meeting, during participants may feel the treatment is working if they know they are on the drug, or conversely not working if they are on a placebo. We express continued concern with the adequacy of blinding, he said.
Last week, the Institute of Clinical Economic Review, a nonprofit group that evaluates the cost of drugs, said patients and providers in the trial treated psychedelics more like a religious movement than like pharmaceutical products. Indeed, panel members had reservations about the trials, including the many patients had used MDMA before and that some therapists may have encouraged favorable reports from patients.
The data was promising, but given the 40% of people who had previously used MDMA, limited information about recruitment and recruitment coming through referrals. I really wonder how much that impacted the efficacy, said Elizabeth Jonick Grant, a patient representative and sociologist at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And panel members also expressed serious concerns about potential risk to patients at the hands of the providers, following the allegations of sexual misconduct during an earlier trial. Well, that's a little different.
That's no good. Lykos recommended the two therapists be present for the therapy session. Panel members wanted to ensure that both therapists were licensed and that patient concerns would be addressed. Kim Witzak, a consumer representative for the executive director of Woody Matters, says that we need a clear pathway for reporting. I've been around the drug safety issues for a long time, and I hear from harmed patients all the time. And the reality is, patients report, nothing gets done.
The decision will now go to the FDA, which is expected to make a final ruling by August 11th. The committee's vote is only a recommendation, and the agency doesn't have to follow its advice, although it usually does. About 13 million people in the U.S., many of whom are veterans, have PTSD, according to the FDA. The condition, which develops in some people exposed to serious injury or violence, can be debilitating. People often experience intrusive memories and nightmares that can cause high levels of anxiety, suicidal thoughts, self-destructive behavior, and trouble sleeping.
Talk therapy is the first line of treatment for the condition, either alone or in combination with one of the two antidepressants. Sertraline, which is Zoloft, or Paxil. However, data presented by the agency at Tuesday's meeting found patients often drop out with talk therapy alone. What's more, response rates to the medications rarely exceed 60%, and less than 20 to 30% of patients with PTSD achieve full remissions of their symptoms.
Researchers are still trying to understand exactly how MDMA helps people with PTSD, but the drug is thought to work in part by quieting the fear and anxiety response in the brain, said David Alsam, director of the UC Davis Institute for Psychedelics and Neurotherapeutics.
There you
I've
go.
heard this many times from veterans themselves. A lot of people use cannabis for PTSD that I've personally met, and they have not always life-changing, but definitely positive changes.
Yeah, positive changes are always good changes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, on to our last story before we go to break. This one comes to us from the Marijuana Moment. The headline says, GOP Congressional Committee removes D.C. marijuana sales ban and adds cannabis banking protections in key spending bill.
The GOP House Committee has unveiled a large-scale spending bill that omits a long-standing rider blocking Washington, D.C. from legalizing recreational cannabis sales, and separately adds new protections for banks that work with state legal cannabis businesses. The House Appropriations, Financial Services, and General Government Subcommittee posted its 2025 fiscal year spending measure on Tuesday, with a markup on the legislation scheduled for Wednesday.
The notable cannabis-related changes from past sessions come under the panel's new leadership. Rep. Dave Joyce, co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus and the lead sponsor of standalone bipartisan cannabis banking legislation, is chairing the subcommittee. The District of Columbia has been barred from using its local tax dollars to implement a commercial cannabis market for years under a rider from Rep. Andy Harris. Lawmakers have attempted to remove the prohibition several times without success, but now the provision has been excluded from the base bill, a move that would require Harris or other supporters to proactively seek to add it back in via an amendment.
Even President Joe Biden has consistently maintained the DC ban in his budget proposals, making it all the more notable that it was removed from a version in GOP-controlled committee. As subcommittee chairman, I ensure the provisions in this bill only take strides to make our communities safer, Joyce told Marijuana Moment on Tuesday. I appreciate that a few of my colleagues have concerns with the safety of readily accessed cannabis products. I share these, but blocking their regulation only exacerbates these issues.
As a subcommittee chairman, I ensure that the provisions in this bill only take strides to make communities safer, Joyce told Marijuana Moment. I appreciate that a few of my colleagues have concerns with the safety of readily accessible cannabis products. I share these, but blocking their regulations only exacerbates the issue. I think you just read that, didn't you? Lawmakers in districts have enacted certain workarounds, including allowing people to self-certify as medical cannabis patients, but the congressional blockade has been a consistent source of frustration. Also, the newly introduced FSGG legislation includes language to prevent federal regulators from penalizing financial institutions for working with state licensed cannabis and hemp businesses.
Section 134. None of the funds made available by this act may be used to penalize a financial institution solely because the institution provides financial services to an entity that is a manufacturer, a producer, or a person that participates in any business or organized activity that involves handling hemp, hemp-derived cannabinoid products, or other hemp-derived cannabinoid products, marijuana products, or marijuana proceeds, and engages in such activity pursuant to a law established by a state, political subdivision of a state, or Indian tribe. In this section, the term state means each of the several states, the District of Columbia, and any territory or possession of the United States. The protections are less robust than the standalone Secure and Fair Enforcement Act, Banking Act that Joyce is sponsoring, as the restriction is only binding on agencies covered by the FSGG, which do not include the Justice Department and would only cover a single fiscal year unless extended.
The congressman told Marijuana Moment that forcing cannabis businesses to operate in all cash is a magnet for violent crime, adding that his legislation remedies these issues for further safeguarding the safe adult use of cannabis, increasing the safety of cannabis businesses and their employees. Geez, I wish the federal GOP would understand all this stuff. Senate Democratic leadership has repeatedly discussed their intent to advance their version of the banking bill this session, but it's unclear when that might materialize.
And the same appropriations subcommittee under Democratic control similarly amended the DC cannabis sales ban and included the banking section in a spending bill for the fiscal year 2022, but it did not make it into the final package. The current version of the legislation from the panel led by Joyce does include at least one drug policy provision that advocates oppose, including language preventing the use of DC local funds to manage a syringe exchange program.
The bill also seeks to interfere in various other local policymakers in the District of Columbia, including abortion, contraceptives, assisted suicide, voting by non-citizens, firearms, vehicle emissions, and even right turns at red lights, highlighting the importance of removing the cannabis rider, specifically for Joyce, the subcommittee chair.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what
this goes on for a bit there. Yeah. There we go. We'll finish that one off, and we will go for a break, and then we'll be back. And while we're doing that, maybe I'll have to take the dog for a walk because she's doing a lot of whining, man. So it's time to hear from our sponsors and for us to take a break. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News here at PaceRadio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at PaceRadio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner.
Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News as we get started on the second half of our program. What do you say, Glenn?
Sounds good to me. We had some pretty interesting stories so far.
Yeah, that's right. As always, next story of the day is from Marijuana Moment. House passes veterans-focused marijuana and psychedelics amendments.
The U.S. House of Representatives has approved amendments to a large-scale spending bill that would authorize U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA, doctors to issue medical cannabis recommendations to military veterans and support psychedelic research and access. One day after the Rules Committee cleared the proposals for floor consideration, the full chamber adopted them as part of the appropriations legislation covering military construction, veteran affairs, and related agencies in a series of votes on Tuesday.
The cannabis measure passed in a vote of 290 to 116, while the two psychedelics proposals were adopted on votes. One of the accepted proposals from Rep. Brian Mast, Earl Blumauer, and Barbara Lee and David Joyce, who together are the co-chairs of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus, would allow veterans to access state medical cannabis programs and eliminate a VA directive barring the department's doctors from issuing cannabis recommendations.
None of the funds appropriated in the otherwise made available to the Department of Veterans Affairs in this act may be used to enforce Veterans Health Directive 1315 as it relates to 1. The policy stating that the VHA providers are prohibited from completing forms or registering veterans for participation in a state-approved cannabis program, and 2. The directive for the Deputy under the Secretary of Health for Operations and Management to ensure that medical facility directors are aware that it is VHA policy for providers to assess veterans' use of cannabis, but providers are prohibited from recommending, making referrals to, or completing paperwork for veterans' participation in state cannabis programs. That's wild.
Yeah. Number 3, the directive for the VA medical facility director to ensure that VA facility staff are aware of the following: the prohibition on recommending, making referrals to, or completing forms and registering veterans for participation in state-approved cannabis programs. My proposal amendment, I believe, is common sense. It allows doctors in the VA, those that deal with veterans, to give advice to their veteran patients. Mass said on the floor. That seems simple enough, but under the status quo, VA doctors are limited in essentially treatment options that they can offer to their patients, and treatments in their patients that are not veterans can readily access in many states.
Unbelievable. Keep it away from the people who need it the most. Makes sense to me. Beyond the veteran population, the nation is turning the page on how we think about cannabis. It's become a key part of the medical system in more than 30 states. It offers law-abiding Americans a low-cost and safe option. Low cost is I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah.
Do not keep those who have fought for our country from accessing what is proven to be a critical tool for pain management. It is time for change. Veterans deserve to have access to every possible tool and the best medical options available and the best possible medical advice by their doctors. No members took the opportunity to speak in opposition to the amendment. Not even Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the top Democrat on the relevant appropriations subcommittee, who has historically spoken out against the reform.
Instead, Blumauer used time allocated to the opposition to express support for the amendment he's co-sponsoring. He says, "It's unfortunate the Department of Veterans Affairs is trapped in time, not giving veterans the full benefits of medical cannabis." He says, noting that the Justice Department has since moved to reschedule cannabis under federal law, recognizing its medical ability.
Lee also spoke in favor of the amendment, stating that the VA physicians should not be tied when it comes to advising around medical treatments that are scientifically proven to be less harmful and less addictive. In a press release sent after the vote, Joyce said he is proud to push for the common sense effort to help our country's veterans access medical treatment.
As the son of a World War II veteran who was wounded on the battlefield, I've seen firsthand the many challenges our nation's heroes face when they return home. We should be resolved to help expand access to treatments for medical challenges, both medical and physical. Our nation's veterans experience. I am glad to see this amendment pass the House to help eliminate barriers for alternative treatments and provide our veterans with the care they need to overcome the wounds of war.
The amendment, which is also co-sponsored by Representative Jasmine Crockett, is based on a standalone bill, the Veterans Equal Access Act, which Blumauer has championed across multiple sessions. It's advanced several times in committee and on the floor, but has yet to be enacted into law. Both the House and Senate included provisions in their respective Milcon VA Measures Act last year that would permit VA doctors to make the medical cannabis recommendations, but they were not included in the final package for the 2024 version that was signed into law in March.
Another Milcon VA amendment from Rep. Jack Bergman, Lou Corey, Derek Van Orden, Ben Crenshaw, David Valadou, Morgan Ledrow, John Molnar, and James Mullen was approved on the floor that would encourage VA to support research into the benefits of psychedelics in treating medical conditions commonly affecting military veterans. Increases and decreases the medical and prostate research account at the Department of Veterans Affairs to express support for recently announced VA-funded research into psychedelic-assisted therapies to treat PTSD and depression, and encourage VA to prioritize the proactive training of therapists to administer these treatments.
And as we saw last year, demonstrating clear congressional approval for these innovative efforts can motivate real action within the federal bureaucracy. Bergman said on the floor ahead of the vote, "We owe it to our veterans to do everything we can in support of these breakthrough therapies." Correa said that we've seen our nation's veterans continue to needlessly suffer suicides, mental health, opioid overdoses, and it's crucial that the VA do everything in its power to ensure that they have safe and scientifically sound and potentially life-saving therapies as soon as they are available and approved in the United States.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that they should get it as soon as it's approved.
Then why did it take so long?
I don't know.
This was their goal. Why did it take so long? I don't
I
understand.
don't know. I don't know. And you know what? I'm just trying to think. I'm not sure if I showed that on the screen or not, but just so everybody knows, yeah. Hopefully, as the veterans get their access as they need, and they can, be able to get their medicine. But I'm just always worried that something's going to trip up.
It usually does. Because we've experienced this for years.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. It's just sort of the same thing over and over and over again. So
takes one person to put one nail in the coffin, and that's it.
Yeah, it can delay it for everybody. All right, on to our next story. Headline comes to us from Business of Cannabis. It says, cannabis regulation and THC driving limits under scrutiny in the Bundestag hearings.
On Monday, April 4th, 2024, two expert hearings were held regarding the laws to amend the Cannabis Consumption Act and the Medical Cannabis Act, and the sixth law to amend the Road Traffic Act and other road traffic regulations. Both proposed amendments were previously discussed in their first Bundestag hearing on the 10th of May, 2024. In both hearings, experts and parties provided their opinions to the respective committee on the amendments to the laws. Regarding road traffic amendments, the majority sought to increase the THC limit for drivers, except for the coverage or for the Conservative Union fraction, which brought forth a motion against increasing the THC limit.
That's odd. A majority sought to increase the THC limit for drivers. Wonder what the existing one was.
I hope we find out. I hope they tell us.
Yeah, exactly. Discussion regarding the CanG and Medi-CanG law amendments continues to be heated. Professionals and industry experts criticize the overregulation of cannabis cultivation associations as it could strengthen the illicit market. The police union voiced its concerns as it sees cannabis legislation in the country as an immature project, and medical associations called for more targeted prevention initiatives to protect children and youth. The Health Committee held a hearing to discuss the CanG law amendments with a significant focus on cannabis associations. During the hearing, the German Hemp Association, the German Cannabis Business Association, and the Federal Working Group of Cannabis Cultivation Association criticized the law and its amendments, specifically regarding banning the offering of bundled services such as heat, electricity, energy, and the ban of multiple cannabis cultivation associations sharing the same location.
What? That's really weird. The industry professionals pointed out that by planning further restrictions on cannabis cultivation association, the law would strengthen the illicit market as it would increase inefficiencies, costs, and time, thereby repelling the formation of many would-be cultivation associations. During the hearing, German police union highlighted concerns, however, that those were associated with the immature nature of the country's legislation and the issues related to controls of cannabis cultivation association by federal states that may differ state by state, may be too relaxed.
I can hear a bee humming near me. She's the queen. Additionally, the Medical Association, German Medical Association, and the Professional Association of Pediatricians voiced their concerns regarding youth protection and called for more targeted prevention measures. Now, as far as the road stuff, here we go. In regards to the sixth law to amend the Road Traffic Act and other road traffic regulations, the Transport Committee and experts discussed the plan to introduce a uniform legal THC limit of 3.5 nanograms of THC in blood serum while driving. An increase of the THC limit was predominantly approved by experts. However, the German police union and the union fraction held an opposing stance as they feared that an increase would lead to higher traffic accidents.
During the hearing, the president of the German Automobile Association, Gerhard Hillebrand, highlighted that the current limit of 1 nanogram?
Oh, wow.
1 nanogram? It's almost too small to measure. That basically, if you've smoked in the last month, you can't drive a car ever. Sorry, I lost
it was too low and they produced too many false positives.
Therefore, 3.5 nanogram per milliliter would be sufficient. Stefan Tynes, head of the forensic toxicology department at the Institute for Legal Medicine at the University Hospital in Frankfurt and Maine, also shared the same sentiment. Although many experts supported the increased limit, some believe that it was still too low, said Fabian Stenmeitz, who's the senior toxicologist at the Delphic HSE, stating that there has been an unequal treatment of cannabis compared to alcohol and advocated a THC limit of 10 nanograms per milliliter as a counterpart to the 0.5 per mil limit for alcohol.
On the other hand, the amendment to increase THC limit saw opposition from the German police union as well as the union fraction. Macro Schroller, the managing director of the Traffic Commission and German Police Union, pointed out that using saliva tests and additional screenings would be too costly, and that the current limit of 1 milligram is moderate and valid. It must be also noted that the union fraction comprised of Conservative parties CDU and CSU put forth a motion on April the 25th entitled For Vision Zero and against raising the cannabis limit in road traffic aims to stop the THC limit increase, therefore imposing a driving ban for cannabis users. Just so you know, Glenn, on Monday, Cindy and I had a story that talked about it was a study that was done here in Canada on impaired driving with cannabis, and the average consumption was 7.5 milligrams. Some people had 10 milligrams, some people had 5 milligrams, and in the end, there was no report of concerns about the dangers of driving. Now, Cindy and I both talked about the fact that we both know somebody who has consumed 10 milligrams of like through a gummy or something, and they found themselves feeling like they got pretty high. So, you know, for some people, 10 milligrams, as what they've suggested there, is pretty high for some people, but for a majority of us, it is.
For medical users, I think it's probably way too low. And, the biggest problem I've always found, and with my experience anyway, my personal experience, is the amount of time it stays in your system.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you could do cocaine and heroin and drink beer, and a day later you're fine. You'll pass every test. Yeah. But if you smoke a joint that same day, the next day you'll still fail that test. And this is the problem I have. It stays in your system, so these numbers they're throwing out here are just false numbers.
These limits of 5 nanograms and stuff like that. Yeah, they're just arbitrary numbers. There's none of them that are based in science in any way.
Yeah, and they don't mean anything. It's so weird.
Yeah, unfortunately, people are paying for those for that.
Yeah.
All right, on to our next story. The story comes to us from CBC News. Headline says, "Can magic mushrooms treat PTSD? A London-bound clinical trial seeks to find out."
London is one of the the latest Canadian cities to host pioneering research into the potential psychedelic drugs to treat severe mental illness. Health Canada approved the clinical trial in seeking 20 local participants who have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder to undergo therapy assisted by psilocybin, the active ingredient in psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that this is right here in Ontario. So
yeah,
Sponsored by Apex Labs and conducted at sites owned by Centricity Research, the trial will tap into the expertise of local mental health professionals who will work with patients using Apex psychotherapy manual over the course of the trial. One of those local professionals, Jared Dalton, a registered social worker and psychotherapist whose experience with psychedelic-assisted therapy began after he witnessed the distress his mother experienced at the end of her life.
Psychedelics are really amazing for people who feel constricted around their emotions, who experience difficulty tolerating feelings of sadness, feelings of anxiety. It seems to create a space where they can feel those feelings without being overwhelmed by them, said Dalton. There is a lack of good options available to help people experiencing significant stress during palliative care, he said. Definitely there is.
In psychedelics, he says, a potential treatment that hasn't been explored enough in research and one that shows promise above and beyond just end-of-life care. That's why Dalton said he was on board when approached by Apex Labs, a pharmaceutical company that develops psilocybin-based drugs to help treat participants with PTSD.
I'm excited for that, for what this means to the patients, he said. Free access to this type of support is huge, especially because of how costly it can be. The main focus on the trial being to treat people with PTSD is born partially from the expertise of Dr. Mark Johnson, a psychiatrist and Apex Labs chief medical officer.
He spent over 20 years treating PTSD and said there's a lack of treatment options that are purpose-built. He goes on to say, we've taken most of them from anxiety or depression treatments because there's lots of overlap and they kind of work. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence to support psilocybin being part of that solution.
However, regulators need to see the results of clinical trials before the therapy can become more widely available, he said.
Psilocybin is prohibited in Canada by the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and has been illegal since 1975. Health Canada says the drug shows promising results in clinical trials, but still says evidence is limited as few trials have been completed. Amid increasing interest in the medicine's potential, Health Canada posted a warning to its website retaliating the drug is currently unapproved. That warning comes with the backdrop of illegal psilocybin dispensaries happening across Canada.
In the trial, which will include a total of 160 patients across 4 Canadian cities, Johnson hopes to prove that psilocybin is an effective medicine by giving participants either a placebo or Apex's psilocybin product. And they're going to face the same kind of thing that we talked about in the other story. You can tell whether you've got a placebo or psilocybin. So I don't know how you're going to do a double-blind study in these conditions. I suspect there will be a big difference between the two groups, but the proof is in the pudding, he said.
Alongside multiple doses of either placebo or psilocybin medication, trial participants will go through psychotherapy sessions before, during, and after doses, an essential part of treatment, Johnson says. And that's where Dalton comes in. According to him, psychedelics have a way of making human brains malleable and allowing long entrenched connections to be adjusted.
The brain is efficient. It does the same thing the same way over and over again. Psychedelics let us harness our ability to rewire our brains and make new connections, he said, adding that the neuroplasticity psychedelics promote means of psychotherapy can be more effective in treating severe problems. There's a state of expansion, and you get to decide what pathways you want to create.
Still, it's hard to describe a psychedelic experience to someone who hasn't experienced one, he says. While most people experience them as a meaningful in some way, the way that manifests can be different. It could be spiritual or transpersonal or a feeling of rebirth, he says.
And Dalton said he's confident the trial will be helpful not only to the mental health of participants, but the future of psychedelic medicine as well. I hope we can move to a place where between a patient, their doctor, and their therapist, they can make decisions about treatment that don't have to go directly through Health Canada's lengthy approval process, he said. And that approval process really sucks.
It does. That's right. The trial is set to begin in the coming weeks. However, screening for potential participants has already begun. Typically, after clinical trials are completed and prove the drug's benefits outweigh its risks, drug companies can apply to Health Canada for approval to market them. There you go. It's good to see a study right here in good old Ontario. And, once somebody can say, oh, it's just some crazy lunatic in some third world country. But no, this is actual research done right here in Canada, which is good to see.
And they're supposed to be doing this for years, but they've kind of screwed up the whole program. I've heard many stories of people who were approved for it, and then all of a sudden their approval's not there the next year. And
yeah,
the consistency in the doses is different, and the consistency in the mushrooms is different. It's
people waiting 500 days plus for approvals, and then they get denied. And yeah. All right, on to our last story of the day, and I don't know, this headline sort of seems a little bit on the
it's the one to grab your attention.
Run, yeah, a bit of a Reefer Madness headline.
Yeah.
Here we go. This one comes to us from the Calgary Herald. It says heavy cannabis use didn't cause psychosis in sundry killers, psychiatrist says. So the headline, the information is right. I can agree with that. But it's the fact that somebody is accusing cannabis caused psychosis in somebody in order to go out and kill somebody. It's just...
Yeah. A murder suspect, Solomon Elbethas, impaired contact with reality when he killed a sundry co-worker wasn't caused by his heavy cannabis use, a psychiatrist testified on Tuesday. Dr. Cynthia Baxter said Elspeth high cannabis consumption may have exacerbated the acute psychosis, but it was schizophrenia that led him to kill Joshua Burns.
All this could be very much be due to cannabis use. The symptoms went away while he was in custody, Baxter said of Elbert's hallucinations and delusions that demons were speaking to him. But the symptoms didn't go away.
And Elsbeth, 29, is charged with first-degree murder in the July 4th, 2022 death of Burns, his co-worker at the Sundry's McDonald's restaurant. Elsbeth and Burns, 19, were working a night shift when the accused attacked the deceased in the early morning hours of that day.
According to a statement of admitted facts, Elbeth left the restaurant to go to the motel where he lived across the street, retrieved a large machete, returned, and fatally assaulted Burns. Defense counsel Paul Malzarak wants Calgary Court of King's Bench Justice Glenn Pullman to find his client not clinically responsible for Burns' killing by reason of mental disorder.
And Crown Prosecutor Vince Pignatore suggests that Elsbeth reports that when he reported hearing demons whispering to him, he was speaking metaphorically in keeping with his Muslim beliefs. People can metaphorically struggle with demons, Pignatore suggested.
But Baxter said she raised the possibility with Elbeth's brother, Omar, of whether the accused believed that evil forces and demons were driving events around him, comprehended to his beliefs. I asked the brother if those were in keeping with their family beliefs, that their religious beliefs, and he said absolutely not. They were outlandish, Baxter says.
She said Elsbeth shows signs of schizophrenia no later than 2021. The accused believed his co-workers, including Burns, were conspiring against him.
Baxter said that based on Elbeth's cannabis consumption, that alone could have been the result of his psychosis, if not for other factors. He was probably using 8 to 10 grams a day, the doctor said. He wasn't just using a little bit, he was using a lot.
It can cause psychosis in itself, which I dispute.
So do I.
There's
many people using 10 grams a day and no psychosis.
I think I have heard many studies saying it can bring your psychosis on faster, maybe. It's almost all centered on you.
People who are already predispositioned.
Yeah, but I've never once heard that it could cause psychosis in itself until we read that last line.
Yeah.
So she told Pickator that although she never specifically asked Elbith whether he had consumed cannabis prior to Burns' killing, she took it as a fact. Well, this is a lawyer. She never asked the question. He told me he was using it every day. The lawyer didn't even ask a question to him. Imagine that.
Just,
they're using this as part of their defense, and then she didn't even ask him if he used it.
Yeah.
No, don't show me. I don't want to know. That's a famous lawyer thing. Don't ask the question if you already know the answer.
Exactly.
Don't want to know the answer. One of those two.
Anything before we go? Anything you gotta say? Going for a ride? Anything?
I'm going for a ride. Definitely tomorrow. I got a license appointment. So.
All righty. Okay. That's it. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thank you to Legacy420.com, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and LimestoneCityHydroponics.ca. And to our viewers, and don't forget to catch the next broadcast Monday at 10 o'clock with Rev, Cindy, and I. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. And I got to find my buttons here. Everything's been moved around, but here we go. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 PACE Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner.
Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network